Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Any eye you choose will make you blind for a period of time. In other words, you will become temporarily blind. In other words, your strength will be greatly reduced. After all, without eyes, you cannot show your true strength, the system said. It's normal to be blind for a period of time. Generally, eye replacement is a necessary process. It doesn't matter, Sukeng then said. The question is, how long do I need to wait? Then the duration of blindness is also different depending on the ability. This is the so-called price. So now there are the eyes of Uchiha Shisui who have been blind for 3 hours, the eyes of Uchiha Itachi who have been blind for 3 days, the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke who have been blind for 30 days, and of course the eyes of Uchiha Madara who have been blind for 30 months. The system said. It was better to hear 3 hours, but when Sukang heard that he had been blind for 30 months, he was completely stunned. 30 months? Isn't this too exaggerated? Who can be blind for so long in almost 3 years? Who can accept it? Sukang was speechless and opened Uchiha Madara's eyes. After all, this Uchiha Madara has been around for too long. Even if she has any particularly powerful abilities, there is no need to waste such a long time. 3 hours, it's a bit too short. I think based on my ability, this choice is a little 3 hours and I feel a little uncomfortable. Relatively speaking, choosing the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke, who has been blind for 30 days, is the most suitable. Yes, Sukang said, Uchiha Sasuke, a good choice. His eyes can open the reincarnation eye, and as the protagonist he will have certain benefits. It's really good. I also think Uchiha Madara's time is a bit long, the system said. So are you sure you want to choose Uchiha Sasuke's eyes? Naoba Sharingan has the ability of Amaterasu and flame control. The system asked again. Yes, sure. Sukang made a decision in Broken Wing Guest, and his whole person instantly became a little different. The eyes that were originally a little blurry gradually turned into a dark gray, and then the eyes seemed to be covered by an eye patch. Sukang felt that the whole world had turned into darkness again. Is this the world for blind people? It's really inconvenient to see nothing clearly. Sukang felt something was wrong. Without his eyes, his perception of the whole world was much weaker. System, since you have given me the eternal Mangekyo, are you going to watch me become a blind person now? Sukang was ready to trick the system. What do you want? The system seemed to sense something was wrong. Me? I don't really want to do anything. I just think, shouldn't you give me something perceptive so that I can have a more or less understanding of the outside world? I can't see anything now. What if someone hacks me to death in a second? Sukang looked at the system without saying anything and then said, Look, there are a lot of magical things in the bag that I secretly took away. Get gold. I have no use for this gold. If you don't mind it, just take it away. I want to exchange gold for perception. What do you think? Gold perception, the system then said. Actually, strictly speaking, this is not possible. After all, we are a god-level sign-in system, right? How shameless are you to say sign-in system? Where can there be a sign-in system now? Every time you sign in successfully, you have to leave after you leave. It's like getting rewards after defeating the boss. How boring. We want to be able to sign in from the beginning. Invincible, Sukang also complained to the system. The system couldn't help it anymore and then said, Okay. There is no need to attack personally. Don't you just want to change your perception? I will be a good person and do it to the end. I will take the gold you have, and I will change it to a domineering one for you this time. In this world, in exchange for the abilities of this world, you will not only get bonuses, but also pay a relatively small price, the system said. Okay, seeing and hearing the domineering color is not bad. I just don't know whether it is beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Sukang learned the armed color before, so he naturally knew that the 3 colors of domineering given by the system are divided into levels. Besides, you won't let me deal with those armed weirdos again this time, right? Sukang was very nervous. He almost died of exhaustion from dealing with armed weirdos before. The system immediately said, I'm not that boring. I did it before to let you learn the weapon colors better. This time, I did it to let you replace your eyes. Seeing and hearing domineering elementary level is enough, the system said. Here you go. After the system's voice fell, Sukang immediately felt that some information that he did not grasp came from his brain. I see. Is this the domineering power of seeing and hearing? Totally okay, Sukang slowly stood up. The domineering power of seeing and hearing is fully activated. Although the surrounding picture is not as clear as what can be seen with the naked eye, it has become a different picture. Someone is coming, Sukang said. Sure enough, a group of Marines ran towards Sukang. Pirate, this is Demon Sukang. The bounty on this guy is as high as hell. Hurry and find our leaders. Although Su Kang couldn't see it, he already had a good understanding of the surrounding situation. Looking for the leader? That would be too much trouble. Why don't you try my skills? After all, I am a blind man, Su Kang said. Only then did the Marines notice that Su Kang's eyes seemed to be covered by blindfolds. This guy seems to be blind. This is a good opportunity. Quick, let's go together. Use sea stone bullets. The Marines thought they had found a golden opportunity to attack, so they all fired at Su Kang. The Halu stone bullet was about to hit Su Kang's body, but Su Kang made a very weird lowering movement just like the Matrix. All the bullets were clearly close to Su Kang, but they all passed by and did not hurt Su Kang at all. How is this possible? This guy is clearly invisible, but why can he avoid our attacks? Could it be that it's a coincidence? We are attacking once. Everyone fired bullets in unison again, but the situation this time was no different from the last time. A slightly more senior sergeant saw this and said, "Use the sea stone to get a net. Catch him in the net, he will be doomed." Then the Marines immediately took out Heilaoshi's net gun and fired it at Su Kang. Finally, Su Kang was wrapped in the Heilaoshi's net. HMPH, don't you know that I am still a swordsman? Su Kang just gently pulled out the shura in his hand, and the seafloor stone net was cut into sections. How is that possible? Halu stone is one of the hardest stones in the world. This guy's slashing attack can actually cut open Heilaoshi's net easily. It's incredible. Maybe the information is wrong. This guy is not a devil fruit user at all. Does he just have some special abilities? The Marine sergeant immediately reacted and then ordered his subordinates. Since he is not afraid of sea stone bullets, then just get close to him and catch him. No matter how you say it, he is just a blind man. The sergeant's words made these Marines suddenly realize. Yes, he is blind. Maybe it was just a coincidence that he resisted the attack just now. As long as we come together, there will be no way for him to break free. Everyone come together. Immediately afterwards, countless Marines rushed up. They rushed towards Su Kang like a tide, trying to trap Su Kang. However, although Su Kang is blind, he has learned the power of seeing and hearing, and he can clearly perceive everyone's position. Come on, let me try out my new abilities. Su Kang then started dancing among the crowd like a ghost. Everyone's attacks seemed to be fierce, but in the end they were unable to touch a hair on Su Kang's body. Su Kang didn't take the initiative to attack, he just used his flexible body to avoid all Marine attacks. Soon, those Marines couldn't help but sigh again. It's useless. This guy seems to be able to guess our attack. Although I don't have eyes, I seem to be able to see more clearly than someone with eyes. Our attacks have never been able to hit him. What the hell is going on? The Marines couldn't help but complained, and some older and knowledgeable people suddenly changed their expressions and said, "No way. Could it be said that this pirate named Su Kang has mastered even that?" The Marines looked at these knowledgeable people in confusion. It is said that many masters know the necessary fighting skills, the 3-color Haki, the armed color Haki, the knowledge color Haki, and the conqueror's Haki. Armed color can increase defense power, and conqueror's is a kind of qualification of a king, while seeing color is a kind of super perceptual ability. It is said that a real seeing color master can even predict the future. I'm afraid this guy named Demon Su Kang is probably a pirate who has mastered the Haki of wisdom and color. In fact, in Su Kang's eyes, being domineering is not a profound fighting skill. However, for this group of Marines in the first half of the Great Channel, some of whom are still recruits, they will naturally be afraid of this magical ability. When an army loses its courage, it is doomed to defeat. Su Kang felt that he was completely familiar with the domineering power of seeing and hearing, and he no longer hid it. I won't kill you, but if you don't leave now, you will naturally be punished. Do you want to escape? Su Kang asked straightforwardly. Su Kang has no eyes now, which looks quite scary in itself. Chopper, go and see Su Kang, Robin also said with great concern. Hey Su Kang, is this you Su Kang? What happened to your eyes? Usopp noticed Su Kang's eyes and asked immediately. Many Marines were frightened, but their quality was still good and some did not escape. However, I hope you can deeply understand the threat of my strong Yamato. Therefore, I also hope you can report it to Ma Linfendu and increase my bounty amount, as well as the bounty money of our Straw Hat team. That's it. Su Kang also, regardless of whether what you say has any effect. The moment the Marines saw the trees growing, they thought they saw a ghost. Don't force it, Zoro looked at Su Kang and said. In addition to the Marines in front of them, the entire Marine branch was affected. Your friends are all still confused, and they haven't tried to figure it out for you. Some previous experiences, coupled with some previous rewards, allowed Su Kang to fully display the 100% powerful wood-style ninjutsu at this moment. I hope that after you know my power and threat, you will increase my bounty. Pirate, who are you? Why do you have such incredible abilities? No, Sukang responded, looking at Zoro. Of course, the power of Sukang's wood style is not that small. However, Sukang will naturally not hurt his companions. This move only absorbs the physical strength of these marines. I can feel the familiar aura. It must be the same one who has been tricked by wood style. These trees also stretched out vines at an extremely fast speed, and these vines immediately wrapped up all the life in front of them. However, what is in front of me is not a dream, but reality. Sukang shook his head and said, "The price of using those strange abilities of mine is that you will be temporarily blinded. Chopper should not be able to do anything about it. Now that I have transplanted new eyes, I should be able to recover in less than a month. So it doesn't matter to me, let's get out of here quickly." Yes, Sukang was really afraid of trouble, so he simply used wood style. Kaido was shocked and immediately walked towards Sukang. Coupled with Sukang's name called Demon, it naturally has a certain feeling of shock. Sukang felt that everyone was still there, smiled, clasped his hands and said, "Since you won't leave, I will let you see the power of my demon Sukang. We are very lucky, although we don't know what happened just now, we can see that those vines helped us. Now is a good opportunity. Our sailing direction is also correct. Let's set off immediately. Nami, as I don't want to stay here for a moment. Would style the tree world is coming. You don't believe me even if I tell you, so I won't say more. However, the promised punishment is just some punishment. I will not kill you. After all, you still protect the justice of this world in some aspects." At the same time, Sukang also discovered his companion. Therefore, huge trees immediately grew on the surrounding ground. Sukang just got his friends to the melee as quickly as possible, and then threw the melee outside the marine fortress. At this time, Sukang used wood style to descend, and one move was enough to defeat all the marines in the entire branch. The person who spoke was naturally Jonathan, the leader of the marine branch. Anyone who sees what is happening in front of them will feel like they are dreaming. "What happened just now? What on earth are those huge trees?" Luffy asked. The marine branch of New Oda was instantly covered by a lush jungle, and more than 90% of the people were restrained by Sukang's arrival in the tree world. "However, I was very hungry just now. I was about to eat something when I was caught," Luffy said with some regret. "Okay, I'm going to cook first." Sanji returned to the kitchen. Are you sure you can't see?" Zoro asked. "Yes, but I have mastered the heart network so I can feel you, so you don't need to worry about me." After Sukang finished speaking, Luffy didn't know what was going on, so he attacked him. However, the intensity of the attack was not very strong. It was obvious that Luffy was just excited and wanted to see if Sukang was bragging. However, Sukang easily dodged and appeared behind Luffy the next second. "Luffy, don't be so boring, okay? I really can't see, but I really have mastered the heart network." After Sukang finished speaking, Luffy became excited instantly. Not only Luffy, but others also became very excited. Can everyone learn the ability of the heart network? Enel is able to detect the entire country through the heart network released by his thunder fruit. Sukang, how do you master it? Robin and others are naturally very interested in the heart network. Sukang knew that everyone wanted to learn, including Kaido. Then he gave a brief introduction to the two types of domineering power, knowledge, and weaponry. "Didn't you say that there is still a kind of domineering power?" Usopp asked. "Yes, Conqueror's domineering. Conqueror's domineering can't be learned after studying. It is a kind of natural temperament that only one person among a million people has. However, in the second half of the Great Channel, Conqueror's domineering possession is said to be like a crucian carp crossing the river. The possessor of the strongest conquerors will be called One Piece," Sukang said. "Roger." Everyone showed expressions of envy and yearning, especially Luffy. However, now the most recognized conqueror's Haki in the sea is a guy named Shanks. "Luffy, you must be familiar with him," Sukang also asked Luffy with a smile. "Of course, we made an appointment." Luffy took off his hat, looked at his hat, and seemed to remember what happened before. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally Sukang told everyone the training method of seeing and hearing color domineering. Whether it is seeing, hearing, or being armed, cultivation cannot be completed overnight. Everyone studied for a long time but didn't learn anything. Sukang had no choice, but it didn't matter. Others didn't need it as much as he did. After all, he was temporarily blind. Afterwards, the melee sailed on the correct route. Because the melee was really hit by various impacts, Sukang already had a bad premonition. However, Usopp still repaired the melee very seriously. Seeing this situation, Sukang had no choice but to start repairing the melee. Sukang knew that the melee's life was coming to an end, and it was estimated that it would be scrapped after arriving at the water capital. His feeling was something that others could not understand. "I don't know how long it took to finally reach a new sea area." Since just now, the waves in the sea have been a bit rough, left rudder, Nami said. Yes, Miss Nami. Sanji naturally acted as a pawn and went to take the helm. Soon, everyone discovered the problem. The sea behind them actually set off waves that were several times higher than the height of the melee. If these waves came over, the melee would definitely fall apart. Full speed ahead, Nami said. There seems to be something in the waves. It looks like a sea monkey. Everyone tried their best to save the melee from disaster. Soon, it was getting dark and everyone was sitting on the deck feebly. It's basically settled down, Sanji said. You still can't take it lightly, Zoro said. At this time, Usopp was holding a telescope and suddenly said, urgent report, a ship has been spotted at 12 o'clock. What is it, an enemy? Luffy said. It's at this time, Chopper said. It's okay, if it's an enemy just kill him, I'm just afraid that the melee won't be able to make it that far. Sukang said, no, I don't know what kind of ship it is. There are no sails and no flags on it, Usopp said. What, nothing is hanging up, but why on earth are we driving on the sea? Luffy looked happy. Who knows, moreover, there are very few crew members on the ship and they are all listless and they don't feel any life at all. As soon as Usopp finished speaking, the waves immediately became unusual again. Run away, it's sea monkey. No way, why are you here again? Are you catching up? No, there is no wind now, lower the sail quickly. Row instead, row faster. Everyone rowed the boat desperately at this moment, and the entire boat immediately escaped at an extremely fast speed. Then the Mary easily caught up with the listless ship just now. Hey, I'm talking about you, run away, there are sea monkeys, Luffy shouted. What, there's a boat, it's a pirate ship, brothers, hurry up and row. There's an enemy ship. These listless people immediately became energetic. Wait a minute, the big wave is coming, we should escape first. That will make that ship escape, get your cannons ready. Who are you ordering? You be asterisk D. Su Kang was a little speechless at the other party. It was obviously such a critical moment, but the other party's crew members were still quarreling, which was hard to understand. This ship is really a mess, Luffy commented. They are still trying to steal our treasures, they are indeed enemies, ignore them, Sanji said. Then the sea monkeys came to the big ship and finally swallowed it and the ship sank to the bottom of the sea. Luffy and the others continued to row as hard as they could, and after a while they finally escaped the pursuit of the waves. One wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Enough is enough and I have finally calmed down. Sanji was also a little tired. I think those waves were just a prank by the sea monkeys, but now the humidity and temperature have stabilized. I wonder if they have entered the climatic sea area of the next island. Nami said, that should be the case. Don't forget that we are on the Great Channel, Sukang said. Hey Robin, what can you see? Usopp was exhausted. Can you see the island all the time? Robin said. You should have said something like this earlier. Luffy and Usopp couldn't help complaining. What a person with a different style. Listen carefully. When you see the island, you will shout like this immediately. Come here. Usopp handed it to Luffy. Wow, brothers, I found the island. Yeah. Luffy also acted a little exaggeratedly. Robin simply chose to ignore it. It's very foggy around here. Is it foggy? It feels very dangerous. Chopper, go check out the situation ahead, Nami ordered, but don't you think the ship just now was strange? There was no navigator, no captain, no flag, no sails, and no motivation. Usopp asked, they say they are a pirate group, but it seems like they have not been established at all. Usopp said. There was some kind of naval battle and we lost, right? Then the captain died and a lot of things were taken away. Zoro also made a random guess. No, I don't think that's the case. I've looked at the ship carefully and there are no traces of a battle at all. They don't have anything as important as life to pirates. Usopp also felt something was very wrong. Then they are not pirates. There is nothing suspicious. Sanji was smoking and didn't seem to take the ship seriously, but no matter how I look at them, I think they are pirates. I always have a bad feeling. Usopp said worriedly. Your premonitions are always bad, right? Is there a town on the island? It would be great if there was a shipyard. Luffy was completely immersed in the joy of landing on the island. Luffy, we can't log in right away, Nami said. Will there be any outstanding ship repairmen joining us? Chopper also said happily. We're approaching the coast, get ready to anchor, Luffy shouted. Sukang felt that there seemed to be something around him. Although he had no eyes, Sukang could feel through sight and smell that there should be countless fog rising around him. Hey, everyone listen to me. At this time, Usopp suddenly knelt on the boat. Sanji immediately said, Chopper, Usopp is suffering from a disease that prevents him from landing on the island. That can't be cured. Chopper and Sanji had already dismantled Usopp. Although everyone was just joking, Sukang always felt that something was not right. After all, the ship just now was indeed a bit weird. How is that possible? Could it be that we have reached the Devil's Triangle Sea? No, we have to go to the capital of Wanshui to get there. Su Kang was also a little unsure of what everyone would face next. As a result, after the fog dispersed, everyone discovered that there was nothing on the island in front of them. Some only have a piece of grassland and some scattered trees, and these trees are not the kind of tall trees. What's going on in this place? It's so weird, it's an endless prairie, Luffy said. What? This damn place is really unattractive. Sanji became very disappointed. No one lives in this place, right? Robin guessed. Well, Su Kang knows the name of this island, but he is still not sure yet. Here we go. Use up, Luffy and Chopper had already jumped onto the grass and started rolling. That group of guys is really enough, they are so unruly in a place where they don't know anything, Nami said. Just looking at this, there isn't any danger, right? Zoro thought it was nothing. The three of them were lying on the grass very comfortably, and then they saw something incredible. In front of me, a huge bear appeared. This bear was walking on two legs. Luffy jumped on the man's back without thinking about it. How can there be such soft people in the world? This is a bear, Chopper said. Then Usopp also climbed on the bear, and then Luffy stretched out his long arms and ate the fruits around him. Wow. Look, the trees around here are so tall. Look, isn't that a private house? Yes, let's go and have a look. When the three of them planned to take a look inside the house, they saw some particularly strange creatures. These creatures were either very tall or very long. Soon the three people disappeared. The surrounding fog is getting thicker and thicker. Where did these three guys go? Nami asked. It was rolling around here just now, Zoro said. Initiate a challenge? What are you talking about in your sleep? Didn't I tell you that if you want to fight, just come to us? Zoro said. This ship is the one just now, that strange and incomplete ship we just met at sea. It had neither flag nor sail. Yes, I heard that there is an island called Pirate Paradise somewhere in the sea. This competition was born on that pirate island. That's right, we must have lost to the opponent. Only then did Su Kang understand everything. What does that ship want to do? Nami said very warily. You don't even know about this kind of thing and you still claim to be a big pirate. The so-called competition for supremacy is a battle to steal people. After the game, the winner can choose anyone from the opponent's crew. Okay, Robin responded. David's tournament, I wonder if you have heard of it, the people on the other side's boat asked. But Su Kang probably understood the plot during this period. If you lose, will your partner be taken away? Nami confirmed again. In other words, the stakes are partners and honor, Sanji said. If you win, your combat effectiveness will be enhanced. If you lose, you will pay a heavy price. It is really a merciless game. If you want to fight, come down, Sanji also said. We are the Fork West Blue Bandits. I see you have encountered the Tooth Frog Pirate's ship. At this moment, something suddenly came to mind around him. Sure enough, a voice came from the other side. Don't be impatient. We are here to fight with you. David contest? Nami looked confused. The selected crew members will immediately become the loyal subordinates of the new captain, and they will swear an oath to David in the deep sea. The other crew members said. Two large iron chains completely blocked the Mary's way out. Pirates robbing pirates? Nami also couldn't believe it. The other party's words made everyone very confused. Su Kang also felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't see anything. Although he could use the visual color, the things he could perceive with the visual color were still limited after all. In order to obtain better crew members, pirates rob each other's partners in this way. Robin also explained. Hey, Miss Robin, we're about to land, Sanji said. What do you want to do? Zoro asked. That's right. If the opponent doesn't have the desired crew member, then the victor can also deprive the ship of its life, the symbol on the pirate flag. The other person explained. That's right. When the captains of both sides agree to a duel, the battle begins. Now our captain is challenging your captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Let's get off the boat too, maybe we can find something to eat, Sanji said. Green Algae Head, you don't know, this is not a fight. The David contest is a competition between pirates. Sanji seemed to understand something about it. Su Kang thought that what was supposed to come was about to come. Foxy, the captain of the West Blue Thieves, seems to be a person with slow light. In the anime, he had a duel with the Straw Hats and the others, which was not a particularly important plot. Let's go, let's get off the boat together. Su Kang also got off the boat together. That ship has become a victim of the competition just now. Look, this is our new partner. The pirates of the Fokker West Blue Pirate Group then moved to the side and invited their new partners out. The new partner in their mouth said with a very proud look, to tell you the truth, I am the original captain of that ship. I'm the original ship's doctor. I am the original navigators. I'm the original boat repairmans. After 5 rounds and 3 rounds, we lost all. 14 crew members and the pirate flag were all confiscated by us. Absorbing so many people at once can be said to be a merger. That's right. The members of the Fokker West Blue Bandit were very proud. This made Zoro and others sound very strange. They abandoned their companions. What's there to be proud of? Idiots, Zoro cursed. I can't stand it. Now the ship is buried at the bottom of the sea, Sanji said. Unexpectedly, the captain of the original ship actually said, Humph, so what? Telling them these things is an understatement. Listen, we will not accept this kind of stupid competition, Nami said, idiot. This kind of thing is not decided by the crew. Only the captain can decide whether to accept it or not during the entire competition. The pirates on the opposite side shouted. No matter how much you say or make trouble, as long as the captain nods, all of you will be participants in the game, said the person on the other side. But we have two captains here. In other words, both captains must agree. Nummei was a smart person and she immediately looked at Sukang. What? Why does a ship have two captains? What's going on? Isn't your captain Monkey D? Luffy. The person you are talking about must be Demon Sukang, right? He seems to be just the deputy captain, right? The people on the ship became suspicious. Vice captain, we only tell the public that he is the vice captain. In fact, major decisions are usually made by him. Also, haven't you seen his reward? After Nami finished speaking, the other party had nothing to say for the time being. This is an unwritten rule in the pirate world. If you run away, you will be laughed at by the world, Sanji said. It's just a joke, it's just a shame. It's not like Nami has never done bad things before, so it doesn't matter. It would be better to die than live in embarrassment, Zoro said coolly. I think so too, Sanji also agreed. What are you doing? Nami felt that Sanji and Zoro were having fun. Robin also said at this time. Give up, men are just such creatures. Really, Sukang, how did you decide? Nami could only place her hope on Sukang. After all, she had been praising Sukang before. I can't say that and we won't lose, so I think it's up to everyone to decide whether to participate or not. Why don't you ask Luffy? Sukang naturally pushed the matter away. Sukang didn't want to take the blame. Really, I have no choice but to get rid of Luffy, Nami said. The other party laughed loudly and said, It's useless, stop struggling. The captains of both sides fired 2 shots in the air at the same time as the signal to start the war. Just accept your fate, honestly. Nami also wanted to find Luffy, but on the way he heard the sound of gunfire in the air. Nami's whole person became bad. Oh no. Look, the guy accepted it. Sanji had already expected such a result. Just what I wanted. Zoro was looking forward to it. It seems quite interesting. Robin found it very exciting. In short, I will never lose. Sukang didn't say much. He even defeated the magically modified version of Enel, let alone the Fokker West Blue Thieves. The Fork West Blue Bandits then cheered as if they had won the game. The other party has accepted the challenge. Many people from the Fokker West Blue Bandit group began to place bets. In short, everyone was very excited about this matter. For example, grilled sausages and so on. In short, it is very lively. Many pirates came down from the opposing pirate group, but they did not attack aggressively, but with great enthusiasm and seemed very kind. I do. Sitting on the stage was Sukang, Luffy, and a very strange-looking person, a long-nosed weirdo with a split head. Wouldn't it be great if we win? Luffy said very innocently. I do. They put a lot of effort into setting up a competition venue. As the captain, Sukang naturally came to the venue of the competition. The audience was very lively, and Luffy started eating noodles with big mouthfuls. Unexpectedly, Luffy was more excited than him. Nami and Usopp both raised their fingers, but the fare was not understood and they still talked for 3 rounds. Next to the competition venue, there are many delicious food. Little Beauty Balky, the people in the audience cheered. Article 1, personnel, symbols, etc. that were taken away in the David War are all regarded as the spoils of the David War. This person is naturally Captain Foxy of the West Blue Bandit Group, Foxy. Article 3, no more signs that were taken away can be displayed. What you did was really beautiful, Luffy, Nami scolded. Are you ready, Straw Hat? Foxy asked. The more games, the more fun it is, of course. Before Luffy could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nami. Immediately afterwards, the scene was somewhat different from the expected one. The war has begun, Foxy said excitedly. However, the host automatically ignored the noise underground and began to announce the rules. Okay, Straw Hat Boy, next I will let you choose 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins, choose the one you like, Foxy said. Those who do not abide by the above 3 rules will be condemned to Davy Jones' cell as a disgrace to pirates. Are you willing to swear? Many people in the audience booed and blew hooligan whistles. It's the number of rounds, 1 round, 2 rounds, or 3 rounds. The boss wants you to choose how many games to play, the female host just said. Later, a female host appeared at the venue. This host was also a member of the Fox West Blue Bandit group. What do you mean? Luffy didn't quite understand. Article 2. The person chosen by the winning side must immediately swear allegiance to the new master. Start now by announcing the 3 major treaties that the losing party must abide by. Okay. The fight is about to begin. Luffy then walked off the stage and was severely punished by Nami and Usopp. Sukang just went through the motions, but in the end he still agreed to the game. Foxy and Luffy both said I was willing, and Sukang said, "You are the Straw Hat Captain and I am just a vice captain. Since you have decided, just do it as you want. Hey. Write the order of appearance of your personnel on it." The person on the other side handed a piece of paper to Luffy and others. "Write down the order of appearance of your personnel on it and then give it to our person in charge. One person can only play 2 games. Once the order of appearance is decided, it cannot be changed." The person on the other side said. Everyone then formed a circle and paid attention to the rules of the game. The competition events are rowing, ball skills, and team competition, Zoro thought. I see there is no limit to the number of participants in rowing. There are 3 players for ball skills and 5 people for team competition. Sanji said. Great, I'm going to participate in all 3 games, Luffy said very excitedly, not even listening to what he said before. According to the rules, isn't it allowed to appear 3 times? Robin said. At this time, Nami and Usopp both said dejectedly, What should we do? What should we do if we lose? They must be thinking of Captain Leazi Usopp. No, it must be me, I look so cute. Su Kang was very speechless and said, the 2 of them feel too good about themselves. What to do, how to arrange the list of entries. Everyone has their own ideas. Leave the skills and teamwork to me, Su Kang said. Su Kang can't control the rest. Soon the Straw Hat team's roster was handed in. Another host announced the list of contestants. I will now announce the contestants. First is the Straw Hat team. In the first round, kayaking contestants, everyone except the vice captain Su Kang. Second round battle Roronoa Zoro Sanji, Demon Su Kang. The third round roller skating chase contestants Monkey D. Luffy Demon Su Kang Nami Usopp Robin. Foxy looked at the Straw Hats with great satisfaction and looked forward to it. At this time he was already thinking about who to choose as his partner. Quiet. I've kept everyone waiting for a long time. The winner is the banquet, the loser is the bottom of the sea, and the ruthless David fights for supremacy. I, the banquet captain of the Fokker West Blue Bandit, will be the host, relying on memes. The first round is the Round the Island kayak race. The host began to liven up the atmosphere again. How to divide the teams? Robin asked. Because people with fruit abilities must exist, let's divide them into groups of 3 and 4. Everyone started discussing. The canoe used in the canoe race can only be made from 2 wood pulp and 3 empty barrels. If other materials are used, you will be immediately disqualified from the competition. It all depends on the skill of the boatman. If you don't have empty buckets, you have to come here to pick them up. 1 for each team, it's free, the host said. I'm afraid it's impossible to build a small boat for 4 people. Robin looked at the situation and said, Okay then, let's divide into 3 groups. As for the personnel, Sanji then started to think. Both Luffy and Zoro started making their own boats. Su Kang couldn't see anything, so he couldn't do anything at this time. The host then said, While everyone is making boats, let me introduce the rules of the competition to you. The route is to go around this long island. This route looks easy, but in fact it is extremely difficult to sail. Once it sinks, then this group is eliminated. In addition, the use of guns, cannons, bombs, daggers, and other weapons is not restricted. Anyone who wants to quit midway because of fear is a disgrace to the pirates. While the host was talking, Usopp, who currently has the most potential as a boatman among the Straw Hats, has completed his own boat. It's game time soon, are you ready? The host asked. Wow, now that the starting lineup has been determined, let's announce it based on popularity. The host naturally introduced the contestants from the opposite side. First of all, the most popular one is our idol, Miss Porky of the Foxy team. Leading the team are Swordfish, Human Cabody, and Star Shark Munda. The boat they are traveling on is the cute little train. The other party was clearly riding a fish, which was considered cheating in Nami's eyes. Instead, the other party argued, there is no rule saying that fish cannot appear. Nami has no choice. At this time, no one can stop the game. The host continued the introduction. Oh my, what a surprise. It's actually the trio of Straw Hat Navigator Nami, Sniper Usopp, and Archaeologist Robin. The boat we were traveling on was the Barrel Tiger. Su Kang could think of the reason why this group is so popular. Nami and Robin are very good looking. Isn't this going to sink? Nami stepped on the board and asked a little worriedly. Hey, I'm not a shipbuilder, but I'm better than those, right? Usopp looked at the others. Others naturally refer to Luffy, Sanji, Chopper, and Zoro. This is not a boat, this is a wooden board. Sanji was also very speechless. Ha ha ha, don't be discouraged, don't be discouraged, Luffy smiled. Chopper and Zoro rode a pedal boat. Does it have to stay like this? Zoro asked. Yes, this way we can move forward quickly, Chopper said. Nami was speechless and complained. It's already a miracle that we can float. If the three of us don't work hard, this game will be lost. Just when Nami was a little desperate, the host then said, next is the third most popular one, the Beauty Prayer. This is a boat specially designed for beauties among beauties. The fourth one is the Red Lotus Crab. The fifth most popular ones are Jiang Wang No. 1 and Jiang Wang No. 2. Seventh is the Drunkard who loves parties. Eighth is the special number. Luffy then protested, wait a minute, why isn't our ship included? Oh, let me take a look. Chopper, the ship's doctor, and Zoro, the swordsman, have the rickshaw number. They are ranked third from the bottom in terms of popularity. Then a plate number followed closely. What do you mean? Luffy didn't understand. It's the second to last, Sanji explained. What? There is something even more disgraceful than Luffy's ship? Usopp was stunned. In that case, by the way, the last most popular one is the giant boat, the barrel aircraft carrier. After the host finished speaking, the wooden barrel aircraft carrier also appeared directly. Because the reminder was too large, the paddle could not touch the water at all, which puzzled everyone. How can we make the boat move? Everyone was very curious. Ha ha ha, it seems you have noticed it, that's right. The paddle of this boat cannot reach the water surface, and a large amount of seawater is stored in the boat. This is made of 3 giant barrels spliced together. It doesn't violate the rules at all. The person who spoke obviously looked like an idiot, and everyone else didn't pay much attention to it. Although Sukang couldn't see it, he heard this series of information. Sukang could only cheer for them. After all, he participated in the next 2 games as the main force. I will give you a live report. The host sat on the bird and then flew into the air. A game is about to begin. In short, win the competition, Nami said with determination. It is said that it is possible to sink your opponent. Porkai said, oh, you said some rough words. How can one say that love is one's freedom, Miss Palki? We will sink it in 3 minutes. The speaker was full of confidence. I'm already excited. The person who spoke was none other than Chopper. Everyone knew that this game couldn't be lost at all, so they were full of confidence and fighting spirit. Can this boat really compete in the competition? Zoro was considering a very practical question. Hey, Usopp, if anything happens to the ladies, I will kill you. Sanji warned, because there is no rule about weapons not to be used in this game, so Sanji warned from the beginning Usopp. Don't worry, you will definitely win. Luffy still looked optimistic. Foxy, the leader of the West Blue Thieves, stood on the cliff and said, Idiot, we have never lost in a formal game. Can this match last 5 minutes? No. Foxy has long been full of confidence, and they are invincible. Immediately afterwards, the host flew into the air on a big bird and said to the audience, this is a recording compass to prevent getting lost. Then the object was thrown to the players. Will you get lost? Nami also felt a little strange. Zoro also took the so-called compass with an expressionless face. Be careful, Golden Lotus should not stray too far from the island, the host reminded. Luffy asked in confusion, why did we take a long detour? We walk straight along the shore towards the finish line, Jinfa. This distance is the shortest, Nami said, but will things go so smoothly? It can't be that simple. Look, they all carefully pointed the bow of the ship towards the outside. Don't you think it's strange? Because Usopp's observation was very careful, in a short period of time, some clues have been discovered. However, at this moment, there is no time for everyone to waste. Okay, get ready. The host has already begun to announce the start of the game. Nami asked, very confused, you said we can't leave, why? Don't ask. Brothers, you must run to the outside of the island after starting, Usopp reminded. Why? Luffy still didn't understand the situation. Immediately afterwards, the host raised his arms high and then the game began. After the competition started, all the contestants moved quickly towards the front as hard as they could. Leave quickly, Usopp said desperately. Tell me. Why? Even now, Nami still doesn't quite understand why he ran towards the outside. Let me tell you the reason for the existence of this boat. The person who spoke was the owner of that very huge barrel boat. He drained all the excess water from the boat, and then countless buckets floated along the sea to the side of everyone's boat. What? It's an enemy attack, is it too late? Usopp said nervously. What is this? A trap? Nami lightly touched it with paddle, and then something terrible happened. Don't touch it. Usopp didn't stop him at all. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion occurred in the barrel. Yes, the small boat that Usopp, Robin, and Nami were riding on was blown directly into the sky. Although Sukang couldn't see it, he probably knew what happened. Since you know it's the opponent's trick, you still want to touch it. It's really taking it lightly. Sukang couldn't help complaining about his teammates. Wow, the biggest weapon of the barrel aircraft carrier, barrel bomb attack, the host also explained. Balky quickly surpassed everyone and then shouted, "Next time I will sink you without mercy. I'm really looking forward to that moment." A wooden barrel floated next to Luffy, and Luffy, without any brains, immediately planned to explode all the barrels around him. Of course, this approach was stopped by my companions before it even started. If this continues, it will cause a big explosion. But if this continues, won't we be unable to move? Luffy said, and he was quite helpless. Just blow them away without touching them, right? Luffy, give me the oar. Zoro took the initiative to challenge at this time. Luffy obediently gave the paddle to Zoro. Zoro looked very serious, which shocked Chopper. What do you want to do, Zoro? Chopper asked. Just watch. Zoro didn't explain much. He just turned his paddle with one hand. After the paddle turned, it turned into a propeller, creating a lot of wind. The large amount of wind quickly blew those wooden barrels aside. Zoro blew all the barrels back very easily. In the end, all the barrels returned to the barrel carrier. The ship had completely suffered its own consequences. Miss Nami. Miss Robin, hurry up and hold on to the boat. Take advantage of the wave, Sanji reminded immediately. Can we still take advantage of it? Everyone couldn't help but complained. After all, the power of the explosion was so great that all ships were affected. Everyone took advantage of this wave and moved forward quickly, either good or bad. Sanji was very worried that the boat would fall apart because of this. After all, Luffy's shipbuilding skills were very good. All the contestants were affected by this huge wave. The host immediately explained, "The Straw Hat Legion caught up with the Vanguard in one breath. It's really awesome one. No. If you continue like this, you will be overtaken. Hurry up and leave Munda. I'll ask you to cover it," Balky said anxiously. The waves finally stopped and everyone's speed finally slowed down. It was impacted and the raft was somewhat damaged, Sanji said. "Oh, it's so fun, let's make a big wave." Luffy also looked triumphant, not worried about the competition at all. "Idiot. If you make it again, this raft will definitely sink." Sanji couldn't help complaining. Speaking of which, Miss Nami, there they are. As soon as Sanji saw Robin and the others, a boat appeared in front of him and the three people on the boat said, "Welcome." "Welcome," a boat came behind him. This boat was full of girls. Sanji's eyes lit up instantly. "What's wrong?" Chopper, Zoro, and others were also stopped. No one knows what the other wants to do. "Calm down, it's okay, come on. This is fried tofu and fox udon free." The other party brought out delicious food to seduce everyone. The key was that Luffy was tempted instantly. "Really, thank you so much. It looks delicious." Luffy looked at the food, his eyes turned completely green and he drooled a lot. It was obvious that he had been tricked. Sanji, on the other hand, was completely fascinated by these girls and couldn't help himself. "We really want a chef like you to come to our ship," these girls said one after another. "These curly eyebrows are so cute." "Ah, do I lose this game?" Sanji has been completely conquered by others. His psychological defense line has been completely conquered. Chopper was a little speechless, but the other party also said, "Uncle Fur, are you tired from all the hard work just now?" "Who is Fur?" Chopper said angrily. Don't be angry, it's the best time to eat this." The other party then took out the apple candy and then Chopper's eyes were filled with light like Luffy. "What is this? Is it sweet?" Chopper asked with great interest. "Hey, there's plenty of wine here, you're welcome, just drink it." Of course, the other party would not leave Zoro out. Knowing that Zoro was still drinking, he tried every means to seduce him with wine. It can be said that Luffy, Chopper, Sanji, and Zoro have been completely conquered by others. It's here, the drunkards and beauties prayer's unique tricks stop the banquet from moving forward. At this time, the host also announced the current situation to the audience. Sukang was very speechless. If it were him, he really didn't know what he needed most, women or food. There seemed to be no way to disturb his heart. Sukang doesn't like those vulgar fans. And the key is that now that he has lost his eyes and can't see anything, he is naturally not easily tempted by external things. All members of the Straw Hat crew have been killed. After the host announced, Nami also found out and was furious. Come back to the game quickly." Nami couldn't help but curse. "Do you still have time to care about others?" The person who spoke was Miss Palki. "Think about yourself first." "Kabodi, let them see Fishman karate," Balky said. "Yes, see Chop." The fishman just slashed over, and the small boat that Usopp, Nami, and Robin were riding in was instantly damaged by the opponent. Sanji, who was originally immersed in Gentle Village, discovered that Nami Robin had been attacked and immediately said, "Luffy, let's go rescue Miss Nami and the others." "Chopper, let's go." Zoro also realized that something was wrong. Then the Straw Hats returned again, heading in the direction of Nami and Robin. The plans of the drunkard and the beauty prayer failed. Must kill Flame Star. At this time, Usopp was desperately attacking the fishmen. If he didn't stop the fishmen, it might not take long before the small boat would be overturned by him. By that time, there is no need to compete at all because we will definitely lose. At this moment, Robin took action. 8 rounds of flowers bloom. Immediately afterwards, the fishman's body was covered with arms. Backflip. After Robin finished speaking, the fishman known as Kabodi was thrown directly into the sea. Usopp and Nami finally regained the balance. Great, take advantage of the moment. Usopp, jump into the water and push the boat. Nami said, do you want to tire me to death? Usopp couldn't help but complain. New changes have taken place in the field, and the host immediately explained. The one in the leading position now is the cute little truck, the second is the barrel tiger, and the third is the crab Gurin who was resurrected at some time. Numbers. It's almost time to show our true abilities, right, Hamburger? At this time, Foxy asked the attendant beside him. But the pulp is used for this. Chopper looked at the armrest in front of him. Zoro raised his knife and cut off their conspiracy. I'm sorry, this is how we behave, the other party said. Usopp also reacted and then put Fubei on his boat. What are you doing? Are you doubting me? Why should I lie? This concerns my friends. Usopp looked at Robin and immediately explained. At this time, Chopper was pedaling calmly and Zoro asked, would it be faster to paddle? Sanji passed that to me, Luffy said. I used the wind shell in the marine fortress. Haven't I saved the wind yet? Usopp also felt quite overwhelmed. That thing was placed on the Mary. Usopp said, they are out, it really has to be us. Nami was hit, but Nami suddenly thought of something. Since Chopper is a fruit user and cannot touch the sea water, Zoro didn't care so much and rescued Chopper. That's right, Usopp. Use it, Nami suddenly remembered the magical thing he found on the empty island before. You're not rowing fast yet, Nami complained. How could something like that exist? Usopp said. Immediately afterwards, the small boat started to blow. Is it going to start? It's finally going to start, boss. The man called Hamburger was very excited. Wait for me, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, Sanji shouted. Immediately afterwards, the 2 boats were cut open and Zoro jumped into the water. Yes, this is the crux of the matter. If they lose this game, they must want to snatch me away because I am cute and this kind of thing must not happen. Nami also began to pray. Boom, Chopper didn't have time and the ship was hit in the end. At this time, Luffy looked at the board of the boat and said, I suddenly thought of a good idea. I didn't say anything. Robin was also very calm. Chopper. Run, Zoro shouted anxiously. Immediately afterwards, I don't know what happened, but the speed of a board number was incredibly fast. Don't you say hello? Zoro asked, standing on their boat. At this moment, a small boat came out of nowhere and crashed into Chopper and Zoro's boat. Damn it, you guys should be buried with me too. At the last moment when the ship was about to be scrapped, the other party rushed towards Chopper's ship. However, the power of the wind was too small and the speed of the entire boat was still astonishingly slow. How about using shock shell? Robin suggested. Don't we have a blast shell? Nami asked. In that case, I won't be polite, Zoro then said directly, Niugen. At this time, the host also announced the situation. Rickshaw King number 1 and King number 2 died together, unfortunately out of the game. That's not the case. Go ahead, Usopp brought Nami back to reality. Chopper burst into tears and said, Zoro, the boat was. At this time, Sanji was rowing the boat desperately and said, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, go rescue you now. Sanji looked very desperate. Luffy got the boat, pushing Robin, Usopp, Nami, and others to get the boat. At this time, both boats surpassed the number 1 cute minivan at an extremely fast speed. I'm rowing. Robin turned out to be using his devil fruit ability to row the boat quickly. Should we reach the end like this, or should we sink them all in one go? Balky asked. I won't let you get close for a while. The fishman's wrist strength is 10 times that of ordinary people, so it is normal for the opponent's ship to be fast. However, Porkai no longer intended to have a leisurely victory. Nami was very angry because of Usopp's words and beat Usopp directly. The competition has reached its climax. I have no strength. Luffy was already a little tired at this time. It turned out that he was holding 2 wooden boards, and then in the sea he used his rubber ability to turn quickly, just like a propeller. Yeah, I'll try my best, Robin responded. The first place is still the cute little truck, followed closely by the bucket tiger, and the third one is Crab Red Lotus. Oops, Crab Red Lotus is missing. I won't lose to you. The opponent's boat also rushed over at an extremely fast speed and soon surpassed their 2 small boats. After all, Luffy was already tired at this time. That guy. With no other choice, Luffy had no choice but to take his hand back, and the other fishman fell into the sea without weight. It's so despicable. The other fishman discovered this, then raised the big knife in his hand and then chopped it down. Yes, Robin, this is what will happen if you don't work hard, Usopp also said weakly. You're right, let's row quickly, Nami also agreed very much. Although it's your hand that's doing the rowing, you should still do it decently. Quick, if you don't hit it quickly, all your efforts will be in vain, Usopp also said anxiously at this time. Ouch, there it is. It would be better to sink you. Although it's not a bad thing to rush to the finish line leisurely occasionally, I still want to take revenge on the woman I lost before. Otherwise, even if I win, it won't be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart, said the fishman. Robin, what are you doing? Are you reading now? Nami asked, looking at Robin. Luffy, let's do it again, Nami said. I've been soaked in the sea water for too long. Robin naturally understood the weaknesses of those with fruit abilities. What? The crab red lotus is in pieces and cannot sail. When was it? That. This is such a powerful move. The host was also shocked. At this time, Debalki already felt that victory was waving towards him. Balki was also shocked and said, how is it possible, that kind of speed? Anyway, let's row forward, Usopp said. If the distance is widened again, it will be difficult. The crab red lotus had been destroyed. At this time, the crew members complained. How come that guy's leg skills are so good? But at this time, Luffy had completely lost his strength and collapsed. At this time, the host continued to explain. However, Luffy also kept an eye on it. He used his long arms to grab their ship and used their ship to move his own ship. I think this guy is of no use for the time being, Sanji said. Oops, it was hard to surpass them, Nami said. Of course, Balki hadn't made any moves yet. At this time, the host had already seen that the game was about to undergo new changes, so he explained it to everyone again. What comes into view ahead is the racetrack, the long coral reef area, and then the long headland. There may be a long whirlpool waiting for you there. How to master these difficulties. After Su Kang heard the host's words, he couldn't help but sweat for his teammates. How will his teammates pass in the end? Su Kang is really not sure now. At this time, Su Kang heard the host's voice again. Well, that's it. A humanoid figure suddenly appeared on the island. Riding on the four-legged sprinter Hamburger is, yes, the genius of destruction, who will never allow fair play to happen, our notorious boss, Foxy the Silver Fox. The host's introduction to his boss was naturally filled with all kinds of praise. However, fair play would never be allowed to happen. In the eyes of Su Kang and others, it would definitely be a drawback. This guy is so embarrassed. He can even say such things and still feel very proud. It seems that some people are very shameless. Su Kang also thought in his mind. That guy. After Nami saw Foxy, she knew that Foxy definitely had another bad idea because Foxy's expression changed. I thought of a bad idea, Foxy said it boldly. At this time, the host continued to convey the message of the game. Entering the long coral zone ahead, Palky's cute little truck number is in the lid, followed closely by the Straw Hat pair's barrel tiger number and a plate number. What an amazing coral reef. Just like Chopper's horn, Luffy said. At this time, Sanji also tried his best to kayak. Robin and others in front have stopped. Why is the coral reef so long? No matter how long it is, it won't stick out of the sea, right? Look, they have caused strange currents, so it's better not to be too reckless. At this time, Nami saw the whirlpool in the coral reef. As a navigator, she was naturally very sensitive to the dynamics of the sea. At this time, she didn't intend to act rashly. I hate it. The game has reached this point and there is still no winner. Munda. I leave it to you. The people who spoke were naturally the fishmen and Balky. Their ship was now moving faster towards the long coral reef. Our boss, Silver Fox Foxy, is waiting for the opportunity on land and is ready to interfere at any time. What tricks will he come up with? The host also tried his best to arouse everyone's interest. Kill them, boss. It's just a matter of time. Su Kang heard many people cheering for their boss. Since it's a game between pirates, shouldn't it be fair? Su Kang already felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that since the other party wanted an unfair game, he had to stop it. Sometimes, as a person on the sidelines, you will provide more important help. At this time, the host said, "What's going on?" The speed of the Straw Hats has slowed down a bit. However, this is not because Foxy and others have done something wrong, but because Nami does not feel that this moment is a good time to sprint. They are getting further and further away from us, Usopp said very worriedly. However, something bad happened for Balky and others. This move caused strong winds to blow around and the smoke from the smoke bomb was quickly blown away. What on earth does this B***** D want to do? Now is not the time, don't worry. Didn't I tell you that there is still me? Nami had already made his own plans. Even if Su Kang couldn't see anything, he could still feel the greed in the eyes of Silver Fox Foxy. The host also explained again. The Straw Hats suddenly started to accelerate. The three ships entered the long coral reef area almost at the same time. The barrel tiger and the plate were not rushed back. Hearing what the host said, Sukang felt that this competition was already a sure thing. As an excellent navigator, Nami would never let her companions down. Yes, Foxy obviously wanted him. Finally, it appears that man is like a demonic interference offensive, the host explained. This is a maze of ocean currents. The previous large whirlpool created continuous small whirlpools in this coral reef, thus creating strange ocean currents. The cute little train instantly distanced itself from the straw hats and broke into the long coral reef area, the host said. It can be said that Su Kang's off-site support also directly prevented the straw hats from falling as far as Balky. Because of the smoke, the straw hats can't move even an inch, the host explained. The smoke bomb surrounded Nami and others, obstructing their sight so their speed of action was still affected. Not only did Nami not paddle forward, he also told Sanji not to paddle either. It could be said that the speed of the straw hats and the others had gradually stopped. At this time, Nami smiled proudly and said, "As expected, I knew this current was a little strange. Pay attention. Start accelerating." At this time, the speed of the straw hats quickly increased. Balky and others tried again and again. Can't see the road. However, at this moment, the silver fox Foxy appeared in front of everyone, seemingly holding a bow in his hand. The straw hats passed through the smoke screen very smoothly. In fact, even if Su Kang didn't help his companions, I believe they would definitely have other ways. Sanji is following us too. Silver Fox Foxy was first shocked, and secondly very curious about Su Kang's abilities. At this time, Su Kang had completed forming the seal. Why will the ship move forward automatically? Usopp was also very confused at this time. Disgusting, why is this? Balky also felt a little incredible. At this time, the host said, "No, the cute little truck has encountered a countercurrent. What on earth is going on?" Su Kang directly used wind release ninjutsu. The straw hats successfully passed through one coral reef after another, but on the other hand, the cute little truck was washed back again. "Smoke bomb," Su Kang muttered lightly. Soon, their cute little truck returned to the entrance of the long coral reef area. Su Kang has also clearly felt that the opponent used this bow to shoot smoke bombs. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Wait, hated. What's going on? Hahaha, pure white battle, very successful. Silver Fox Foxy was very proud. As a result, strange currents are produced and there is no problem even if you don't look ahead. As long as the entrance is clear, there is no need to worry about it. The current will automatically carry the boat forward, Nami said confidently. Wow, invincible, did you see it? Our navigator has great skills, you have no hope. Usopp also immediately praised Nami, who was obviously very useful. Sanji next to him also became excited, and his eyes once again turned into love shapes. That's amazing, you really deserve to be Miss Nami, Sanji praised. It's really disgusting. Foxy, the silver fox, also cursed at this time. Although he wanted to win in his heart, it was actually not that easy. The host then added, "But things are not that easy. After passing through the coral reef, a huge long whirlpool awaits them." Why is it called the long whirlpool? Does it mean it's bottomless? Usopp became frightened again. Usopp, don't panic, we're ready to launch, Nami said suddenly. What to launch? Usopp didn't quite understand. Shock, Nami said. Ah, didn't I say I didn't bring it? No bring. Usopp's words were obviously hesitant, which was very suspicious. Then tell me, what is this? Nami had already got the shock shell in his hand. When did you? Usopp was also speechless. Hurry up, if we don't launch quickly, we will be sucked into the whirlpool, Nami requested, and Usopp immediately responded, "What's going on with that pitiful look in your eyes? I used it before, but if I use it again this time, my arm will." "It doesn't matter even if it's broken," Nami said nonchalantly. "That's my arm, of course you don't care." Usopp couldn't help complaining. "Good luck to you." Usopp, Sanji, and Luffy both gave Usopp a thumbs up. At this time, Usopp was a little confused, but he couldn't refuse everyone. "Hurry up, there's no time," Nami said. "Stinky girl, no wonder you are so calm." "It turned out to be part of your plan from the beginning," Usopp complained. "It seems we have no choice." Everyone said, because they were already in front of the long whirlpool. 20 rounds of flowers blooming. Robin crossed his hands and used his fruit ability, and then the barrel tiger number was connected to a board number. Damn it! Usopp saw that there was no room for retreat. The bucket tiger towing a board number accelerated again. Oops, with the acceleration, even the ship flew up. The host continued to explain, then just like this, it flew over the long headland. What will happen next when it enters the water? How about that? Oops, at this moment, the board Sanji and Luffy were riding on had begun to crack, and the front of the board was broken, so the two ships were equivalent to disconnecting the traction. Just like that, Luffy and Sanji fell down. The host also immediately said, A piece of board fell on a long promontory and was seriously damaged. It makes it impossible to continue the game. What a pity. I'm sorry, Miss Nami. Leave us alone and rush forward. Sanji and Luffy were unable to compete at this time, therefore all hopes now rest on the Barrel Tiger. Yeah, I got it. Nami didn't hesitate and continued to move forward. As a result, the Bucket Tiger miraculously took the lead by a large margin. Did the invincible and cute minivan just lose? The host also asked. Dong dong dong. It was like some artillery shells were bombarding the water, and it became a little difficult for the Barrel Tiger to move forward. Okay, let's turn right, Nami announced. No, they are not defeated. The fishman's muscle strength and the shark's tail fin are like installing an engine on the boat. They smashed into the coral reef, rushed out of the current, and fought hard to catch up. The race is halfway through, and on the other side is the Barrel Tiger that keeps rowing. The host once again informed everyone of the latest changes in the battle situation. At this time, Usopp spoke. He looked ahead and said, "Look, the end is ahead." Hey, he even has a fierce mouth. Okay, the competition is in progress and the leader is Bucket Tiger. As soon as the host finished speaking, Bucket Tiger encountered some incredible things. At this time, the host continued to explain. They crossed the long shock wave that could lift the ship high into the sky. You are so annoying. Su Kang simply chose to ignore it. It looks like your arm is dislocated, Robin said. At this time, Silver Fox Foxy put on makeup and became an old man, fell down on the spot, and asked, "Isn't there anyone who can help me, this old man?" Some water columns appeared on the sea surface. Where is this? Usopp asked in confusion. The host also said, "Victory is close at hand. The cute minivan has caught up. In the first round of the Round the Island kayak race, who will win?" The boss's favorite trick, the big deception, was actually discovered, Hamburger said. You are really noisy. Do you want to deceive me like this? Nami couldn't help but cursed. After all, the other party's tricks were too idiotic. The host had to explain, obviously with moral kidnapping. Silver Fox was also shocked because of this and his expression froze. What a fool, Nami actually destroyed the sign, combined. Su Kang felt that this strategy was too inferior, so he ignored it. It says turn right, Robin said. Hurry up, get up and paddle for me too. But it's obvious that Nami saw through the enemy's stupid tricks. This is really not easy. Is she the kind of woman who doesn't believe in anything? The host asked. Leave it to you. At this time, the fishmen jumped into the water, and the shark carrying them swallowed half of their bodies in one bite. What's going on? Completely ignoring the old man pretending to be critically ill. Completely ignoring the life and death of others, just living a good life yourself. This is the cold-blooded and cold-hearted navigator Nami. So this is a natural phenomenon. Usopp thought that all this was the despicable interference ability of the Silver Fox Foxy. Sure enough, faced with such clumsy deception, the Straw Hats and the others chose to ignore it. What the hell is going on? Nami also didn't know what to do. Usopp, get up. Robin saw the sign in front of him, and it said right. I told you, can you stop making trouble? Are you annoyed? Nami once again saw through Foxy's despicable strategy. The fishman couldn't help but said, You really underestimate them, Miss Palky. Hurry up. I told you, can you please stop making trouble? Are you annoying? Nami didn't care about the endpoint at all and ran directly into it. The so-called endpoint was directly destroyed. Foxy the Silver Fox's expression froze once again, and his entire face remained still despite being in a non-static frame. I was discovered. I didn't expect that even the false finish line failed. It's really amazing, it's too strong, said the host. Here we want to interview in his opinion, what does he believe? The host approached Nami again. Who knows? Nami had no time to deal with the host. Devil. She doesn't even know the most basic principles of life. She is a bad woman through and through. The host couldn't help but complain. At this time, Robin said, the real endpoint should be coming soon. We can no longer use shock waves, Usopp said. I understand. Nami was also informed and reasonable. At this time, a scene that made Su Kang dumbfounded happened. The host said, Porky's team stopped before the false finish line. Balky and others asked in confusion. Who wons? Where has everyone been? What a dazzling pure heart, but this is fake, you have to react quickly, Miss Palky. The host obviously favored his side and reminded the other party. Nami couldn't help but said, What a bunch of idiots, how can I survive if I lose to them? It will be even more shameless if they take away our companions again, Usopp responded with great agreement. Oops, this endpoint is fake. What? Who did this? The fishman also cursed. Foxy secretly turned his body to the other side. Not only did it not affect the other party, but it also confused the people on his side. And there was no one left. The Tonghu is approaching the Changjulin Cape area. Passing here is the end. The last level is here. The host at this time also said seriously, Really, you can already see the end point. Nami was a little happy, thinking that victory was already in front of him. But at this time, Balky's cute little truck had caught up with her again. Someone is catching up from behind. Our speed is not as fast as theirs. We will definitely be caught up, Robin said. By the way, Usopp, can you break the bamboo? Nami asked. Usopp realized that he wanted to use bamboo to create some obstacles for the opponent. Usopp then said, "Okay." He pulled up the slingshot and broke the bamboo again and again. The opponent did not show any weakness and decided to move forward at full speed, using the fastest speed to catch up with Straw Hat's barrel tiger. "Sink them," said Miss Porky. "Break it for me." At this time, Usopp continued to attack and finally broke many pillars. Balky didn't notice the falling bamboos above at all, so they were hit head-on by these bamboos. Wow. Beautiful. Nami was very satisfied because the opponent's speed had indeed slowed down. Those bastards, unforgivable, cute baton. At this time, Balky seemed to have used her own skills. "What are you doing?" "Are you trying to do magic?" Usopp complained. Therefore, water dragon bullets instantly emerged from the sea. Sukang directly used water style. What on earth is going on? I saw the other party's vice captain and he seemed to be doing something, my god. A huge dragon, water dragon. In the original anime, the opponent won the first round. That's how it is now, but look, our boss is here too. These pirates were very confident and did not change anything because Nami and others were ahead. "No, there's a hole in the boat," Robin said. Sukang followed secretly to be on the safe side. If Foxy used any unconventional means, Sukang would definitely stop him. "Since you have provided support from the sidelines, I will also support you." "Then what happened?" "What else can he do now?" Luffy asked fearlessly. "What kind of heaven-defying ability is this?" However, now the result has changed. Sukang directly relied on his own power to overthrow Balky and their minivan. Great. Just in time. At this time, Sanji and Luffy had also arrived at the finish line, and they were looking forward to the final result. "Now that I have seen it, I naturally no longer hesitate." "Miss Nami, Miss Robin. You are so awesome during the rush," Sanji also encouraged. "Why do you say that? Aren't we ahead?" Luffy felt something was wrong, not to mention the host. Even Foxy himself was shocked. He originally used the slow light to be foolproof and would definitely win in the first round. "What a pity for you," said a passerby next to me. Sukang took action at this time. He didn't take action just now, he just wanted to see how strong the dull light was. "Who will win?" Chopper was also very curious. Although Chopper failed, it didn't matter as long as his team could win. At this time, Foxy was riding his hamburger and running quickly towards the ground near the finish line. Flower, flower, shuriken. It turned out that Balky was not performing magic, but conjuring up many flower-wrapped shurikens like magic. Seeing that they were about to reach the finish line, all of them slowed down. "Come on, don't lose to those bastards." Balky was also very serious, and it was obvious that she didn't want to lose this game. Dull light. "Well, it turns out to be a dart. It's really dangerous." Usopp, Robin and Nami immediately picked up everything they could to cover their defenses. Circles of halos suddenly shot out from his hand, and these halos instantly hit Robin, Nami, and Usopp. And the cute little truck number is also obviously going to surpass the barrel tiger number and cross the finish line. At this time, Foxy the Silver Fox used his fruit ability. "It's impossible, the cute little van was destroyed. The host doesn't really want to announce such a result. We, Old Yamato, are also devil fruit users just like you," the other pirate said. "What is that? What's going on?" "It's obviously coming to the end, but something unexpected has happened again. Our kayaking competition is coming to an end. Now it's the sprint stage to decide the winner," the host said. "It doesn't matter, hold on. The end is already in sight." Nami also rowed faster. She must reach the end before the boat breaks down. "Originally, we were on the sea, and the water resources were very abundant, not to mention that Su Kang's chakra and chakra attributes were very consistent. Water-style water dragon bullet technique." Su Kangchao quickly formed a seal, and then performed this water-style ninjutsu. Su Kang abruptly changed the outcome of the original animation in which the Foxy teams pick up Truck 1. "This is impossible." Foxy was also stunned on the spot, his heart full of shock and questions. Because Nami and others were hit by the slow beam of his Silver Fox Foxy, it stands to reason that they would first become slow and then be overtaken by Porky's Fishman ship. However, the results have now changed. It was precisely because of Su Kang's intervention that Foxy and others' conspiracy in the first round was easily foiled. What exactly is going on? Foxy understands Su Kang's ability to some extent, but what makes him really confused is that the other party actually has the ability to control the sea. "Oh my god, what are you playing with? Isn't the weakness of all devil fruit users the sea?" Foxy's heart also collapsed. The Fokker West Blue Bandit group was naturally very depressed after losing. On the contrary, Luffy, Usopp, Nami, and others cheered happily. Great. We won. It's really awesome. However, before the partners became happy, the other party also raised questions immediately. Isn't this unfair? The force outside the field directly destroyed the ship on the field. Many pirates came out to set the pace. Foxy did not stop him and many pirates protested. Nami immediately said, "Didn't your captain also use some ability on our ship? And he has interfered with the game many times. Since you can interfere with the game from the beginning and affect the fairness of the game, can't our people do the same?" Usopp also retorted very excitedly. However, the words were rough but not rough. After Usopp finished speaking, everyone in the Straw Hats expressed their approval. In fact, even a fool could see through Foxy the Silver Fox's inferior lies when he interfered with the game. The only thing that makes people feel a little dangerous is the slow light. Both sides had their own reasons. In the end, the host looked at the Silver Fox Foxy helplessly. At this time, Sukang also stood up. Captain Foxy, isn't the outcome determined in 3 games? It's only been 1 round. Could it be said that you are already timid now? Sukang used the provoking method, and the opponent was very confident, so he fell into the trap directly. Foxy was obviously very confident in his dull light and his men. He didn't think he would lose later. Even if he lost just now, he thought he was careless. What the hell do you want to win consecutively? How is that possible? Don't forget, our Captain Foxy is going to fight in person next. The person who spoke was naturally the pirate from Foxy's side. Okay, let's see you there. Next, in the second round, isn't it my turn? Do you want to fight in person? Sukang showed a strange smile and asked Foxy. Hey, someone is dealing with you. Foxy didn't say much. He seemed to have thought that he lost in the last round, so he decided to let Sukang, Luffy, and others choose one of his team members. Now let's choose our partner, Foxy said very generously. Sukang looked at Luffy and Luffy looked at Sukang. We don't have a choice for now and keep this opportunity. Seeing that Luffy had no idea, Sukang directly expressed his thoughts. Sukang is a smart man. After saying this, Robin, Nami, and others all understood. I see, let's keep one chance so that even if the opponent wins, we can avoid death for once. What a good way. Sanji and Zoro also understood. Luffy is very stupid. He didn't understand this at first and thought it was not fun to do so. After everyone explained it to Luffy, they finally chose to respect Sukang's opinion and the whole team retained the right to choose their partners. Sukang told Silver Fox Foxy about this matter, and Foxy was afraid of disrupting his future arrangements, so he did not raise any objection. While Sukang was communicating with Foxy, his teammates were also communicating with each other. But what happened just now? Why did your speed slow down? Luffy also felt that what just happened was a bit strange, so he asked everyone. Well, we're fine. If Foxy took a shell from the front, the result would definitely be quite bad. After all, the effect of slow light only lasts for a short time, and the person who was tricked seemed to be unaware of the specific situation. This is my ability to slow down light. Foxy didn't even know that the villain died because he talked too much and introduced his own abilities at once. These guys have a strange confidence in this game. It turns out that it's because of this that they have the ability to fool people. Sanji also said, "Boss," Bulky shouted with concern. Foxy then used his special skill, dulling the light. Then Foxy raised the corner of his mouth and began to explain his abilities to everyone in great detail. Immediately afterwards, Foxy used his own slow light to slow down. Ability user. However, no matter how difficult it is, we will win in the end, Nami said. I see we were hit by this move just now. If Sukang hadn't been here, we would have lost this time, Usopp said. Everyone looked at Foxy and the cannonball in surprise. Having said that, we still have to be careful about that guy called Silver Fox Foxy, Sanji said. However, the Straw Hats and others are naturally still immersed in the knowledge of slow light. The flying cannonballs were ... Usopp was completely stunned. He was just hit by it and didn't see anything else hit. At this time, Foxy, who had a mental problem, suddenly came to everyone and introduced his skills to everyone. How's it going? My abilities are great, right? Foxy spoke too much. 30 seconds flew by and the shell hit Foxy directly in the face. The originally extremely fast cannonballs became as slow as a turtle after being hit by a dull light. I don't know, Sukang said it was a problem with the light emitted by the other party. He should be in a spur, Usopp said. It seems we should be careful. This guy's move looks difficult to deal with. Zoro also said seriously. What did you just do to Miss Nami and the others? Is it the so-called dull light? Sanji was about to take action. Haha, this is slow light. This effect lasts about 30 seconds, after which the object hit will recover as if nothing happened. Foxy explained. Foxy fell to the ground in depression. No one is injured, right? Chopper asked. Are you trying to say that this thing is a little unrealistic? Foxy then said. You should understand that such naive words will not work in the sea. It will slow down everything it comes into contact with. That's dull light. It may be that he feels that his ability is incomprehensible, so Foxy is very successful. I ate the slowness fruit and became a slow person who can emit slow photons from my body. Look at this power. Aren't you surprised this is? But is this really possible? Nami was still a little unsure. That's it, I see, I understand it when you say it like that. Luffy finally understood. In order to show his abilities to the Straw Hats, Foxit specially asked Hamburger to hold a rocket launcher and fire a cannonball. I don't understand at all. Is he an idiot? Luffy looked at Foxy. He clearly didn't understand, but he still thought Foxy was an idiot. It is an unknown particle in this world. Things illuminated by this kind of light, whether they are living things, liquids, or gases, will lose a certain physical speed while maintaining all energy. Foxy explained. Anyway, do you know now? You will definitely lose. The person who spoke was none other than the female member of the other pirate group, Porkai. You won the first round of the Round the Island kayaking race, but you won't win again, Foxy also said very seriously. But at this time, Foxy's face had just been hit by a cannonball, so he looked very funny when he said this. It's true, Balky held it next to her. Then since the other party has chosen to retain the right to select personnel, let's discuss the selection of trophies in the next round. The host continued to advance the game at this time. Okay, next is the second round and the third round. We all should not lose. Zoro and others said, there are 2 games left, we must not throw away our food reserves. Sanji lit a cigarette and put it to his mouth. Okay. Then the more and more exciting David's battle for hegemony is about to begin, the host announced. So the contestants for the second round are Zoro, Sanji, and Su Kang. The host announced the members of the Straw Hat team and then said. However, at this time, something disturbing happened. Zoro and Sanji, 2 diametrically opposed people, started quarreling before they even showed up. Why don't you leave? Curl your eyebrows, don't hold me back, Zoro said very domineeringly. No, please leave, you be **********, D, Sanji also cursed. Nami next to him also showed a very tragic expression and said, can these 2 guys cooperate? Letting the 2 of them cooperate is simply a dream, right? That's enough for you, kid. Sanji and Zoro almost started fighting. Nami also cursed angrily, you 2 bastards, that's enough. At this time, Su Kang also slowly walked to the 2 of them. You 2, stop arguing. Su Kang just spoke lightly, but his amazing aura was exuding from every part of his body. Both Sanji and Zoro swallowed their saliva. Everyone knows about Su Kang's strength. Before he entered the Great Channel, he was even on par with Mihawk. What's more, after so many transformations, his strength is probably terrifying to a certain extent. Therefore, people who know Su Kang a little bit will not and dare not anger Su Kang, and Su Kang has no heirs and no captain's baggage. The host saw all the players entering the arena, and then talked about the rules of the game. Well, let me first explain the rules of this game. There are 2 goals on the field. If you get the ball in, you will win. But the ball is not an ordinary ball, but a person. 2 teams decide who will be the ball first. After the host said this rule, Su Kang did not make any move. Then he teleported and appeared next to the host. Because the host also has the power and status similar to the referee, Su Kang chose to talk to him. Hello, I would like to ask, can I use my own abilities? Isn't it a foul to use abilities? The reason why Su Kang asked the referee for instructions was because he was afraid that the other party would say he had committed a foul. However, Foxy had just used his ability to interfere with the game, so it was impossible for the opponent to hit his own family in the face. Therefore, the host said, of course, there is no problem in using your own abilities. No matter what tactics or cannonballs, you can use them for everything. You can use them for everything. This is the Cruel David competition. But to put it bluntly, within the format of the competition, you can do whatever you want. After the host finished speaking, Su Kang was naturally very relieved and quite satisfied. In this case, I choose to let my clone be the ball. After Su Kang finished speaking, he clasped his hands together. The chakra of the Senju clan surged in instantly. Just listen to Su Kang say, Wood-style wood clone technique. Immediately afterwards, several Su Kang appeared on the field. The specific number of people is 4. Including Su Kang himself, there are 5 Su Kang. Plus Sanji and Zoro, there are 7 people in total. Seeing the other party's inexplicable appearance of 4 more contestants, be it the host, the other party's pirate audience, or the other party's contestants, their jaws almost dropped in shock. No way is this a joke. Do you want to directly perform a transformation into a living person? Isn't this too unfair? It directly increased the number of participants. The abilities Su Kang used were naturally questioned by many people. After discussing with Foxy and others, the host said, "Can't you increase the number of people in the game?" Su Kang said, "But what you just said doesn't count. This is my ability and these people are not contestants. They are just my clones." Su Kang then directly used fire style to burn out a wood clone, and then resurrected the wood clone just now. So you understand now that these clones are just clones and cannot be considered as contestants. Isn't it allowed for ability users to use abilities? Whether Foxy or the host, he couldn't slap himself in the face again and again, so he finally decided that Su Kang could do this. Su Kang smiled slightly. This game was already a sure win. With such a huge numerical advantage on our side, we should not encounter any losing situations. Immediately afterwards, the opponent put the ball on the head of a wood clone, Su Kang, and this person was considered the ball. The host then announced the arrival of the people on their side. Next, what we are going to see is their entrance. This is also an elite force that has never lost in this game. That's right, failure is absolutely impossible for them. Their name is Shake Monster Group. After the host announced the name of their group, the whole audience was shocked. This not only shows the popularity of the opponent, but also their determination to win. After all, these viewers are members of the Fokker West Blue Bandit group. The Shaking Monster combination is 3 huge people. Each of the 3 people is taller than the other and has a huge body. Then the host started introducing them one by one. The first one is the hamburger we saw at the beginning. The second is Picurus, also known as the Interceptor. The third one is a combination of Fishman and giant fish giant Biku Panda. These 3 people are simply a parade of monsters. Come on, come on, come on. The host just introduced them and introduced them aggressively. The presence of these 3 people instantly frightened Nami and others. "Hey, you're still having fun like this. What's going on with the giant fish man? And that guy even wears a ball logo. The taller you are, the harder it is to be shot into the door." Su Kang has already guessed what the other party is thinking. "Do you think any of us are lacking?" Sanji asked Zoro. No. Zoro was also very confident. The 2 of them already have a sure chance of victory here, not to mention the unfathomable Su Kang leading the team. Before the game even started, the other side started whispering. "I thought the opponent was so strong, it turned out to be a bunch of little ones. What is the situation of these guys? Are they worthy of our action? Come on. Toss a coin." The referee tossed a coin at this time, and finally decided that the shaking combination monster won the right to serve. In order to abide by this rule, the Straw Hats and others took their positions in the enemy's serving circle. The referee explained the detailed rules again. During the game, each team has one person wearing a ball logo on his head to act as the ball player. Crush them, Biku Panda. As long as the opponent's ball is scored into the local ring goal, the player wins, the referee said. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Su Kang was already eager to give it a try. Although he couldn't see the scene, Su Kang's knowledge and color were not for nothing. He had clearly captured the emotions of everyone present. Location. Okay, the players are in place. Su Kang conveyed the information to his wood clone and the wood clone was ready. Zoro, Sanji, Su Kang. "We must win," Luffy shouted excitedly. "We have no way out, don't lose, I'm so sorry, please," Usopp also shouted. At this time, Nami looked intently at the local players in the field and said, "This is the first time I have seen a fish giant." "It's not as big as a real giant," Robin thought of his childhood friend. At this time, Silver Fox Foxy appeared again and said, "Ha ha ha, no matter how much you encourage them, it's all in vain. Our team is an expert at football games." "What are you doing here, Splithead?" Luffy asked. "Scold me again." The glass-hearted Foxy was hurt inside again and fell to his knees, waiting for Balky to coax him. "Straw Hat Boy, shut up," Miss Palky scolded angrily, and then Foxy recovered and continued to say disgustingly, "But it seems that there is no need to hinder the offensive in this game, and I will just watch the battle quietly." "Any comments?" Foxy asked. "Can this kind of competition be hindered?" Nami asked. "Idiot, you can hinder any game, but our players include those who want to win at all costs, and there are also those who insist on an upright showdown. It depends on how they behave, or I will help hinder them." "Hell also. He keeps complaining when he is hindered. Can a pirate like this survive the sea? To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of stomach." Naturally, Nami couldn't listen to Foxy's fallacies. Due to Su Kang's relationship, Sanji and Zoro did not dare to say anything more. However, before entering the field, the referee spoke again. "Hey, it's a violation to carry a weapon, put the knife down." "Ah, really?" Zoro asked. The host in the sky then announced, "Yes, this game is about football skills, so weapons cannot be carried." In fact, for Su Kang and Zoro, whether they carry weapons or not is not that important anymore, especially Su Kang. Su Kang is not only a swordsman. After the opponent took away the weapon, Sukang's wood clone was in place again. Okay, now the Straw Hat team's ball player Sukang wood clone has entered the enemy's serving circle. Seeing this, the people on the other side also discussed how to win quickly. No time limit, one goal determines the outcome, the host said. As long as we kick that huge man into the net will the game be over, Sukang was already prepared. A whistle sounded at this time and then the host announced the start of the game, but all the moves Sukang used. He actually fell down. As soon as he came on stage, he was knocked to the ground by Demon Sukang's wood clone. Don't forget, it was just a clone that knocked him down. The host was also completely shocked. Win, wow, I really won, Usopp laughed. Nothing the other side does now can save their defeat. What? When Foxy saw this, he didn't expect that things would develop like this. Rasengan, Sukang's wood clone did not escape or anything. Taking advantage of the large number of people and the small number of enemies, the Rasengan hit the man named Piculus in the abdomen in an instant. And if wood clone is kicked into the goal, we will lose to the opponent. Sukang considered the outcome and calmed down. Everyone has the same expression. After the game started, Sukang, Zoro, and Sanji didn't make any moves. The opponent's medium-sized Piculus rushed towards Sukang's wood clone. But how can it be so easy? Sukang's wood clone has the same strength as Sukang. Foxy's light arrived. Although one or two of Sukang's wood clone were hit by the dull light and became very slow, Senluo Wangxiang has been used up. Wood-style Senluo Wangxiang. I couldn't believe my eyes. Wood-style wood-locking wall. Slow light, Foxy, no matter how idiotic he was, should have known that things were out of his control. So he used the slow light outside the court without any hesitation. Wow, haha, that's great. Sukang went very smoothly, only wasting some time on the tallest fishman giant because his skin was so smooth. When everyone saw that the game was over, they were completely shocked. Catapult interception. The opponent used an attack skill to kill Sukang's wood clone instantly. Sukang's wood clone blocked Sukang's side one after another, and Sukang used wood style again. Will they be killed by Sukang once they meet? Oh my gods. Although Piculus was tall and powerful, facing a super powerful ninjutsu like Rasengan, he fell to the ground right from the start and was defeated. This time it was not a move used by one of Sukang's wood clone. What? This was followed by the lifting of the wood locking wall. Sukang actually summoned countless pieces of wood, and these pieces of wood directly entangled his opponent. The 360 degrees wooden wall wrapped Sukang and his opponent together. What happened next was simple. Sukang walked over and put the ball into the goal. Although the speed of light is very fast, the time Foxy decided to take action still allowed Sukang's wood clone to find a gap. Yes, Sukang killed everyone in one instant. Slow light, Foxy released the slow light again and again. Are you ready? The whistle is about to blow. The host also raised the atmosphere on the court to a climax. Would it be the Fokker West Blue Thieves who won, or would the Straw Hats win consecutively? It was a very exciting game that made me excited. It was originally a lawn, but now countless vines rose directly on the lawn, and these vines directly entangled the other three players. Without any sloppiness, Sukang kicked the opponent's biggest man into the goal with just one person. The goal was ridiculously small, but Sukang still managed it. According to the best-of-3 game system, the Straw Hats should have won the game. However, this David competition is not a best-of-3 game. In each of the 3 games, you can choose one of the other team's crew members. Now the Straw Hats have won twice. In other words, the right to select crew members was reserved last time. This time, Sukang still chose to retain the right to select crew members. After all, Sukang and Luffy didn't have much interest in each other's crew members. There is only one last show left. It seems that we have to continue no matter what, Sanji said while smoking. We must win the last battle. Nami also cheered up the others. At this time, the host also announced the victory of the Straw Hats to the audience. Although he suffered some doubts, Sukang didn't care at all. He won the competition with his true talent and learning. Sukang, if I win again, I hope to choose one. Luffy told Sukang what he meant. Sukang was still a little confused at first, but after Luffy and Usopp told their story after finishing, Sukang also nodded to express his approval. It turns out that the reason why Luffy was able to participate in the David contest was because of an old man's white horse, so he planned to win the white horse after the next victory. Before the next game came, various preparations began in the venue. Everyone put on clothes with numbers on them, and the next game seemed to be related to skating. The third round, roller skating chase. This is a competition held on an outdoor track. The rules are very simple. First, when the first whistle blows, the scoring players selected by the 2 teams start. 20 seconds later, after the second whistle blows, the defensive players start. The task of the defensive players is to hinder the enemy players and support their own players. It doesn't matter what they do. Whichever team wins within 5 minutes, of course, even if it is one step ahead of the enemy, it is considered a victory. By the way, Itemimus will give you a live report in front of the starting line this time, the host said as he came to the starting line and then continued. Okay, we will be there soon. It's time for both armies to take the stage. Hehe, this guy not only runs fast, but he is also very sensitive to smells. You must have eaten something smelly, right? Foxy said. Each team has a coach and a manager. These two people cannot directly participate in the game. Each person can only be a scorer once. It was also a foul, and the team was eliminated due to a false start. Good preparations have been completed. The host then announced the participation information of both parties. Although Su Kang couldn't see it, he felt the vibration on the ground and knew that Luffy must have made a fool of himself. At this time, the host picked up the microphone and said, "There is another thing that must be paid attention to. If there is a retrograde motion or you are kicked out of the runway, you will be out on the spot." Jijijita, a man who looked like a leopard, approached Luffy, and after sniffing him for a long time, he felt that he was not a very normal person. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang's team began to discuss who was the coach and who was the manager. "Are you kidding? Why should I be dictated to by you?" Zoro was naturally not willing to follow Sanji. The audience burst into laughter while the Straw Hats were very nervous. Okay, with the shouts coming on the stage is the Straw Hats. "It's over now." Zoro also looked pale. He finally won twice in a row. Did he just fail? Of course. How can you be qualified to be a coach when you have green algae floating in your brain? Sanji also mocked. "If he is at a disadvantage in the first round, then our responsibility will be very heavy," Usopp said in a panic. Su Kang was also full of determination to win. "Oh, Straw Hat Boy and Miss Bulky, it started with a duel between the generals of both sides." The host also worked hard to lighten the atmosphere. Su Kang waved his hand and said, "These are not important at all, okay? This boring game should end as soon as possible." "Huh, I'm the coach and you're the manager, so it's natural. Besides, it makes sense for me to arrange this," Sanji said. "Okay, let's cheer each other up." Luffy or other companions all raised their right hands at this time. Sanji thought for a while and then said, "Let's do this. Let Luffy come in the first round. Miss Nami and Usopp can't bear too much burden. Miss Robin, I'm sorry, can you do it in the third round?" Su Kang's impatience made everyone smell the smell of gunpowder. The host immediately said, "Okay, it seems that Su Kang is very anxious. I will continue to announce the rules of the competition. You be ****D with curly eyebrows who exude stupidity all over your body." Zoro couldn't help but cursed. "Wow, ha ha ha," Foxy, Bulky and others also laughed loudly. "Great, it should be easy to win now." "What's going on? Luffy can't stand up at all. What awaits them is the strongest team, Foxy." First of all, the protagonist of the team is Miss Bulky, as well as the fast player Jijigida, the defensive expert True Four Corners, the fishman Zubai and Kururin. "Okay, I can run in any round," Robin agreed readily. Sanji arranged it for a long time, but he never expected such a result. Of course, the most important thing we can't forget is our boss, Coach Foxy, Manager Hamburg. This is really the most suitable and strongest combination. After the host introduced the two sides, the players from both sides had some basic exchanges on the field. "We will not lose," Luffy was full of confidence. Ouch. It seems like there was an extremely fierce collision from the beginning. The game is about to start. Foxy is also very confident. He is full of confidence. Although he has lost twice in a row, in order to win the last time, I don't know why I can still remain so confident. With him here, it is absolutely impossible for the Straw Hats and his team to fail. Luffy stood up with great difficulty, but when his skates slipped, Luffy lost his balance and fell to the ground again. But Zoro was naturally dissatisfied and asked, "Wait a minute, why do you have the final say? Did they just give up the game?" The host also questioned. "Where's Su Kang? Su Kang. Let's just decide like this. Luffy is in the first round, Miss Nami is in the second round, Usopp is in the third round, Miss Robin is in the fourth round, and Su Kang is in the fifth." Wheel. Sanji finally arranged everything in place. "What's going on? Wow." Luffy fell directly on the field because he had never tried roller skates before. "Ha ha ha." The audience's laughter could be heard everywhere in the auditorium. Luffy also stood up with great difficulty, and finally Luffy tried his best to stand in front of the finish line. Finally, both players are on the starting line, but can this be considered a competition? The competition starts soon. The host's tone was also full of doubts about Luffy's ability. Usopp supported Luffy and said, "Luffy, is that okay?" "There's no way." Who knew it would be so difficult? It's already difficult for Luffy to keep his balance, let alone to surpass his opponent in a speed competition. Nami saw this and said helplessly, "It's over, it's all over now. At this point we can only force it. We just follow him. Besides, isn't there Sukang?" Robin said, "Yes, although Luffy was the first to appear and seemed very unreliable, Sukang has the ability to turn things around alone. Everyone also hopes that the gap will not be too wide at the beginning." "Okay, then the game begins. Everyone is in your place," the referee said. The host warmed up. The third game, the roller skating chase battle. Will the winner in the first round be Straw Hat Luffy or our girl Porkai? "Everyone get ready," the referee finally blew the whistle. As soon as the competition started, the lithe Balky took the lead with her very skilled roller skating skills. Porkai Girl, a perfect start. In sharp contrast to her, Luffy was completely unsatisfactory and fell to the ground before even crossing the starting line. The host said. Sukang was also embarrassed and said, "You haven't even passed the starting line." "What a perfect joke." Robin was also stating a fact. "Such a crappy thing." Luffy was so angry that he almost threw away the roller skates under his feet. "Oops, if you take off your skates, you'll be out on the spot," the host reminded, and Luffy had no choice. Damn it! Although Luffy was very dissatisfied, he didn't know what to do right now. At this time, Sukang shouted, "Luffy, don't forget your own ability. There are no rules in this game, you have to run with your feet." That's right, everyone understood what Sukang meant. "Wow, so smart, I know, just grab it there." Luffy obviously understood. At this time, Porkai was very proud. Seeing that Luffy had been thrown far away, she said, "Oh, it's so easy." Soon 20 seconds passed, and then the host reminded. 20 seconds are up, now the defenders start running. Immediately afterwards, Luffy saw a huge person behind him pressing heavily towards him. "Square pressure," the man said, his whole body was like a weight. "Hey, he's going to get squashed, help him," Sanji immediately said to Usopp. "Stop joking," Usopp was helpless. Sukang originally wanted to take action, but he already knew that Luffy was fine, so he stopped. Sukang originally wanted to take action, but the opponent's speed was a bit fast, and his eyes had not recovered yet, so he would definitely not be able to catch up for a while. Second round, everyone is in position, ready. With a whistle, it marked the start of the second round. Sukang relied on his knowledge to determine the position of each shot very accurately. "I hope we will win. Although we have won 2 games, if the other party wins this game and chooses me and my friends don't choose me, then I won't be so cute." From the beginning, Nami relied on her very stable skills to dominate the competition. Dazzling Flower's big flying swallow grass. At this time, Robin also used his flower fruit ability. Many arms appeared on the field instantly, and the arms turned Luffy into a rubber balloon and rolled him backwards quickly. Then let's continue. The scorer in the second round is the ruthless woman, Nami the Navigator, and the opponent is the strong defensive expert, True Four Corners. How naive! Suddenly, another defensive player from the opponent moved in front of Luffy at high speed. Luffy's speed increased instantly. "Great, Miss Robin." Sanji also thought that victory was not far away. The fishman who had just attacked looked like he was watching a show and said, "Don't worry, my hand knife won't hurt him." "Don't say stupid things, hee hee." "Okay, take advantage of the moment. Usopp." Nami found the most suitable moment and then set off with Usopp kicking Luffy like a ball. At this time, Nami also had the mentality of fighting to the death. "I don't care, I can only give it a try." Disgusting, Miss Palky no longer interfered with Luffy, and she could only choose to compete seriously at this time. It turns out that Luffy inflated himself into a balloon, and the balloon bounced the opponent back. "No way, we were attacked." "How should I describe this kind of running?" "In an instant I approached Miss Balky very quickly," the host explained to everyone, "because everything happened so fast no one could recover." "What's going on? Real Four Corners are so slow, so slow." The ruthless woman Nami has left him far behind. At this time, Nami's thoughts were very complicated. "Out of bounds, are you okay, Luffy?" Nami and Usopp asked in concern. "Wow, this is really an unprecedented game." However, the Foxy team's defense is indestructible. After the host finished speaking, the huge weirdo appeared in the center of the track at some point. "If Usopp, Robin, and I don't win, we can only place all our hopes on Sukang." "What a nuisance." Flower Shuriken. At this time, Porkai also took the initiative to attack Luffy. However, it is also true that Luffy flew out of bounds. Immediately afterwards, a hand knife suddenly grew out of his arm, and then a hand knife hit Luffy's body. Since Luffy went directly out of bounds in the first round, the host also directly announced the winner. Since Luffy himself is a swollen balloon, he was directly reached to the audience's stand. "Wow, that's amazing." Straw Hat Luffy flew out of bounds. The host announced the result. It turned out that the fishman's hand knife was just a show. Human wall. The weirdo was about to press his body down and flatten Luffy again when Robin pushed Luffy into the air. "Just kick him away, Luffy, don't let him breathe," Nami said to Usopp while kicking Luffy. "The winner of the first round is Miss Palki, therefore Team Foxy gets a point," the host announced. "What a skillful high throw. Is it just a matter of time before I catch up with Miss Balky?" The host also kept everyone in suspense. Dang dang dang, the flower shuriken thrown by Balky was instantly blocked by Su Kang's shuriken. "What are you doing? That guy, do you want to compete or not?" At this time, Usopp was also looking at the player named True Four Corners, a little confused. Nami played very steadily, but she also became suspicious, thinking, what's going on? Is the other party planning some bad ideas? Usopp saw Nami's confusion and immediately shouted, "Leave him alone, Nami, hurry up and cross the finish line." Yeah, Nami also knew that there was no time to delay now and planned to cross the finish line. At this time, the whistle sounded again, which signaled that the interference players from both sides could play. At this moment, Usopp was startled. What are those guys doing? "Hell no. If you want to score, just do it." "Our defense is watertight," the opponent's troops gathered, obviously trying to interfere with Nami. "HMPH, don't be so confident, we are in the lead now," Sanji said. "What are you doing?" Luffy also felt that there was something wrong with these people, but he fell again while wearing skates. "It doesn't matter, Luffy, we will win if this keeps up." Usopp was quite confident. However, at this moment, Palki, who had just played for the first time, took out a bouquet of flowers. Then he said, "Flower hypnosis technique." Immediately afterwards, everyone was hypnosis. Everyone, including Nami, fell to the ground. Among the Straw Hat players, Su Kang was the only one who was not affected by hypnosis. Why? Of course it was because Su Kang covered his eyes. Su Kang's eyes were still recovering, which actually made him immune to the opponent's hypnosis spell. "Miss Palki, since it was you who made the first move, don't blame me for not being a gentleman this time." Su Kang has no eyes, but he can still see other people. Su Kang plays as an interfering player, so the opponent will definitely not get any good results. You can carry weapons in this game, so Su Kang has already pulled out Shura from his hand. The Crimson Shura combined with Su Kang wearing an eye patch has a charming temperament. Su Kang slashed out a sword energy which completely destroyed the opponent's path. "Quickly stop him," the other interfering players quickly rushed towards Su Kang. At this time, Su Kang quickly came to Nami's side with his index and middle fingers raised. "Luntai." Su Kang directly released the hypnosis state for Nami. This hypnosis state is actually not much different from being hit by Genjutsu. He stimulated Nami with chakra and Nami woke up. "Why is the arena like this? What's going on? What happened?" Nami was still confused. "Don't worry about anything else, just finish the race." Su Kang pushed Nami and Nami rushed towards the finish line. And the people on the other side obviously wouldn't let Su Kang and Nami leave so easily. Although it is only the second round, the outcome has become very important. The Fokker West Blue Thieves can no longer afford to lose. "Stop that girl named Nami, we can't let her reach the finish line." Foxy couldn't help shouting from the side. Those fishmen also rushed towards Su Kang with all their strength. Su Kang didn't pay much attention to them. He formed a seal with his hands and said, Earth style river. Earth style wall." Su Kang not only used Earth style to attack ninjutsu and hinder the opponent's progress, but also used Earth style wall to completely block the field. Nami and Robin set off immediately. The track that was originally damaged by Su Kang's sword energy was split into two. The deep ravine and Su Kang's use of the earth current wall meant that the opponent had no chance of passing through. "Everyone should be counting on me, right? Is there any way?" Usopp thought. "There is nothing. Forget it. I can only rush to the end in one breath." Before anyone else could react, Su Kang quickly moved to his companions and woke them all up. At this time, the Cheetah Man actually changed from running on 2 feet to running on all fours, and now he is on par with his opponent. "Wow, 1-1. Nami was very excited because 1 win and 1 loss, so it was equalized with the enemy. Usopp found that he had been exposed and was very helpless, so he had to bite the bullet. The pressure on him was not that great, but now it was 1-1. If he happened to lose here, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. After announcing the results, the host at this time said, "Next, the third round will decide the fate. The long-nosed man Usopp will face the fast player Gigi Zeta." "Damn it. You still can't win like this." Usopp was also a little unwilling, so he rushed forward harder. "Ready?" The referee blew the whistle directly. "So fast," Nami exclaimed. "You want to say that you have a disease that prevents you from participating in the competition? Forget it," everyone said in unison. "I said you can rest here," Palki said. "Before that, the racetrack still needs to be repaired." The host suspended the race. Usopp had already been surpassed by the opponent's player. Luffy, who refused to admit defeat, finally stood up on the skates after Zoro's careful instruction. Usopp looked up and found that there was no one in front of him, so he said happily, "Wow, I am actually in the lead." Actually, they used the fastest and best methods to tidy up the track, and in about half an hour, the track was restored to its original state. No one can match the speed of Jijijita. I won't lose to you, Luffy said, and Usopp also rode forward with all his strength. The speed shocked Nami. The person on the other side said very confidently, "Wait for me, Usopp." Luffy, as a defender, also quickly mastered the skating skills. However, as soon as Usopp ran around the corner, the opponent had already completed a lap. That way you don't even need a defender. At this moment, Nami also crossed the finish line directly. However, when he turned his head slightly, he found that the opponent's players were already on the other side. Isn't this guy just a cheetah? Usopp thought to himself. Hole, how will you know if you don't try? Nami was also looking forward to a miracle happening. The game started immediately, but Usopp showed a difficult expression. You were hypnosis by the opponent just now. It was quite dangerous just now. If the enemy was not competing with us but fighting us, your heads would probably have been taken off. At this time, the host said, "Okay, it's already 20 seconds, now the defensive players set off." Of course, Sukang also used Earth Style and Wood Style to help a little, but the chakra consumed was negligible anyway. Although Sukang said it in a joking manner, it had its due effect. Everyone couldn't help but sweat. In just a blink of an eye, they were defeated by the enemy hypnosis. If it weren't for Sukang, this round would have been impossible. Definitely failed again. Luffy was indeed very fast, but because he didn't learn to turn, he flew directly out of the wall. Unfortunately, Luffy once again fell out of the game and was eliminated. Jijijita has been in the lead for 4 consecutive laps. Mr. Long Nose, catch me quickly. Robin used his fruit ability to extend his arms. Usopp grabbed Robin's arm and Robin threw Usopp out. Can you use this trick to turn defeat into victory? The host also asked at this time. At this time, another interfering opponent of the opponent also took the initiative to attack. Jijijita not only changed its legs into 4 limbs and ran like a wild beast, but also used its tail to hook onto the railing when cornering, achieving a pendulum corner. Sanji immediately caught this loophole and said to the referee, "Hey, didn't that guy just go out of bounds, you black whistle? It's okay to go out of bounds in the air. It's okay to go out of bounds in the air." The referee blushed and did not dare to face Sanji. The host announced, facing the strong responsibility of violent coach Sanji, the referee ignored it. At this time, Robin thought to himself that if he didn't think of a way, he would not be able to catch up. At this moment, the disruptive player on the other side approached Robin and used his octopus tentacles to trap Robin. "You'd better not move, because the more you struggle, the tighter it becomes," said the enemy. Robin immediately used his ability to grow arms on the opponent's body, trying to fight back, but the opponent said calmly, "It's useless, my whole body is weak." Immediately afterwards, Robin was hit again. Foxy, the opponent's slow light, used this move on Robin and Robin was completely useless. "Good job, Zunbei, we've basically taken care of her," Foxy said proudly. "Damn it." Miss Robin was plotted. Sanji was also very nervous. "Hey, idiot coach, if we don't find a way to deal with that Jijijita, we will definitely lose," Zoro reminded. Sukang didn't say much. If he wanted to terminate the game, it would be too easy. Sukang didn't plan to take action until the last step. He tried his best to turn the tide every time, so what's the use of having a partner? Jijijita, could it be that? Then Sanji immediately called out, "Is Mr. White Horse here?" The old man in the audience was also very confused and asked, "Are you going to call me again?" "Where did the long cucumbers you gave Luffy come from?" Sanji asked. "What are you talking about?" Zoro didn't understand Sanji's purpose. "There, the cucumbers are wrapped around the vines." The old man pointed. "Green caterpillar, get that cucumber vine quickly," Sanji ordered. Hole. Is this the attitude of asking for help? Zoro was quite dissatisfied with Sanji's attitude. "This may be the only way to stop that guy," Sanji said. "Can we really stop him?" Zoro was not ignorant, so he naturally rode the old man's huge white horse to pick cucumber vines. "Although I don't know if it will work, it's better than sitting still and waiting for death," Sanji thought. While the competition on the field was still going on, the host said at this time, 4 minutes have passed, and Jijijita leads by a huge margin by 13 laps. 4.5 minutes have passed. Jijijita has already started the 15th lap. "This is almost completely hopeless for the Straw Hats," the host announced again. Sanji was very anxious, but Zoro didn't stop. It turns out that Jikijita was affected by the huge cucumber tree, so he was eliminated at the most critical moment. "Who are you talking about being cunning?" Naturally, Nami was not happy to hear this. "Get ready, start." The host has announced the start of the game. But why? Many people who didn't understand asked. Humph, there was nothing you could do against me just now, right? Zunbei said. The two of them rushed forward at the same time. That's awesome, Mr. Chef. Robin also praised Sanji here, and Sanji instantly felt embarrassed. Yeah, his idiot light is really difficult to deal with, Usopp commented. Sanji also explained it very seriously. Everyone's hearts are gradually becoming colder. It is obvious that failure has gradually become inevitable. So that's it, no wonder he cared so much about Luffy's smell just now. Nami also understood. Everyone was completely desperate, but they heard the host say, "What's going on, what's going on? What's going on with Jikijita?" Contestant Jikijita went out of bounds before the finish line. What an incredible ending. In the third round, the Straw Hats came back victorious, the host said. Usopp no longer knew whether to be happy or sad. Immediately afterwards, the host ignored Nami and announced, "The fourth round is about to begin." Okay, we don't have time to reflect on the last game. The fourth round is about to begin, the host said. 5 seconds left, what is that? Boom, the tree fell down and the referee's whistle also blew, but Robin ignored Zunbei. The host then announced. The Straw Hat team turned defeat into victory, so is it possible for the Foxy team to win the next game? At this critical moment, Zoro stepped on the big white horse named Shirley, then jumped into the air, pulled out his sword and slashed out. Who is Zunbei? He is the person who just used his octopus tentacles to entangle Robin. They have just had contact, and this time they naturally know each other well. Before the game started, Fishman Zunbei communicated with Robin. Cucumber is a plant from the Polygonaceae family, and I heard that all cats will react to the vines and leaves of the Polygonaceae family and become trance-like. Cheetahs are also cats, so I thought it might work. 4 minutes and 50 seconds have passed, and in 10 seconds the Foxy team will be completely victorious. The scorer in this round is archaeologist Nicole Robin, and the opponent is Zumb the Fishman. This will be a tough battle, the host said. Usopp's expression suddenly turned bad. Zoro looked at everything in front of him and sighed. What a critical moment. The host saw this scene and asked, "Ruthless woman Nami, what bad ideas are you thinking of? You have a cunning face that you will not lose to the boss." "Isn't this a good idea?" Nami asked. "He must be using that light again," Nami guessed from the side. "Usopp, put your ears closer." At this time, Nami thought of a good idea, so he shared it with Usopp and Sukang. "Let's do it this way, our side will definitely win," Sukang said. "You are such a bad guy." Immediately afterwards, the huge tree fell directly towards the auditorium. In the fourth round, Robin's speed was slightly faster than that of his opponent, the fishman Zomd. However, Zunbei did not feel discouraged at all. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of some conspiracy. 20 seconds passed quickly, and the defenders from both sides set off in unison. As a disruptor, Luffy also rode towards the track. Now he was more or less familiar with the skates. When turning, Luffy also used his rubber fruit ability to turn like a pendulum. Wow, Luffy is so handsome. Everyone was very touched. After all, even Luffy has adapted to the game. "When are you going to attack me? Just wait until I tie you up again." Zunbei was very proud and looked down upon Robin. "I won't let you succeed." Luffy had already caught up with Zumb at this time, which showed that Luffy was very fast. Bump, Luffy punched out, instantly knocking Zumb around the corner. "Oh, you finally showed your true strength." Straw Hat Luffy knocked Zumb away, the host announced. "Come on, Robin. Leave this guy to me." Luffy, as a disruptor, does not need to accompany Robin to finish the race. Understood. Robin also continued to maintain his speed, performed steadily, and turned beautifully. When Robin saw the interference player in front of him, he also used the flower fruit to throw his body out. Palki originally wanted to use flowers to bring hypnosis, but at this time, the baton had been taken away by Nami. "Hate, what do you want to do?" Balky was very frightened. It can be said that the other party's interference personnel have been wiped out for the time being. "Hey, I advise you to stay here." Luffy looked at Zunbei, who didn't dare to do anything. "Great, Robin of the Straw Hats is already 1 lap ahead," the host introduced. At this time, Silver Fox Foxy also showed a very embarrassed expression. "HMPH, let me show you how powerful I am, Hamburger." "We are ready to attack." Foxy rode Hamburger and began to prepare for tricks again. "Hey, Usopp, get ready." Sukang sensed Foxy's movements immediately and immediately reminded Usopp. "To tame people and fight with praise and blame, are you ready?" Usopp asked Nami. What the two wanted to do was actually quite simple. When the Silver Fox Foxy was about to use the dull light, Usopp immediately cursed. Foxy's heart is very weak, and if others say something bad, he will become very lazy. Nami took advantage of this. "UB*******D, are you trying to fire idiot rays again?" Usopp's words deeply stimulated the Silver Fox Foxy. Foxy was all bad. Ah, split head, idiot Ray, Foxy is sensitive and fragile. That's not the case, the boss is so awesome. Nami immediately praised him from the side. With such a compliment, Foxy naturally returned to normal. However, Usopp continued to curse. You're here, idiot Fox. I'm serious, I've fallen in love with you from the bottom of my heart. Nami immediately praised again. According to the best-of-3 game system, the Straw Hats won an overwhelming victory in this David battle. I was so confused by a kid like that. I didn't expect that it's the last round now. It's impossible for us to win again. Foxy has no courage anymore. Even if you lose, your side will not suffer any losses. The slot head, great. Splitting head. It's just that weird light, Zoro said. That plan, okay, win it back in one go. The opponent's team members were obviously fighting with their backs against the wall and their momentum reached its peak. At this time, Sukang put forward his own ideas to his teammates in the Straw Hats. We have a battle of praise and criticism. Usopp was also very confident. This is the whole content of this battle, but even if you know it, it won't help, ha 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 ha. Balky and Zunbei on the other side also laughed. In this round of competition, the Straw Hats once again won a great victory. After 5 rounds of competition, they lost the first round due to Luffy's problems, and now they have won all 3 rounds. According to the best-of-5 round system, the Straw Hats can actually win directly. In the last round, Sukang took action. Okay, since the Straw Hats have won 3 times, there is no need to play this game, but according to the research of both parties, there will be another battle after this game. The extra battle will definitely be this one, the pinnacle of this tournament. Sukang's proposal is like pie in the sky for the enemy, but for our own side, there is actually no loss. We can choose 2 people from the other side. Sukang didn't know what the strange move the other party was talking about was, but at this time, Sukang was absolutely sure of winning. Let's do this. Let's give each other a step down from the outside. This will be more interesting. Great. What's the trick? Sanji and others were also very confused. Usopp and Nami praised each other and disparaged each other, while Foxy was hovering between normal and abnormal. The host then said, okay, the 2 teams are at the starting line. The Foxy team kept the scorer Killalin and put the rest on the sidelines. Are they going to use that strange trick again? Everyone was still a little unhappy at first. After all, their side had already won, but Sukang was confident. He felt that he would never lose, so he told everyone his proposal. Before the final round, give a 5-minute rest period. The host said. Everyone was very happy at this time because before they knew it, the game was coming to an end. However, Usopp continued. Is it scientific that you will fall in love with that B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Foxy. In this game, if you win, we will play an extra game. Both of us will face off. You and I will PK alone. If I win, then our side will win 4 out of 5 games. If you win in the David battle, we will win. If you beat me during the PK, I will count you as the winner in the 3rd round. How about that? Okay, I believe Su Kang. Luffy and others knew Su Kang's strength, so they naturally agreed with Su Kang's very bold judgment this time. I really didn't expect that we could go to the final round. Listen up, this game we must win. Use that plan to guarantee victory, Foxy said. Oops, our boss has been defeated by rhetoric, Hamburger said worriedly from the side. Disgusting, you guys really know this. That's right. Using slow light to stop your opponent from advancing, even Su Kang, the strongest among you, can't resist it, right? Are we really going to have a playoffs? It stands to reason that there should be no need to compete at all, and the Foxy team's momentum is also extremely weak. At this time, Foxy's mentality was also seriously broken. Don't worry, we have a battle for praise and criticism, so Su Kang, just run with confidence, Usopp said. Don't worry, although Su Kang didn't say too many words, he was already full of confidence. Then it begins, get ready, let's go, the host announced the start of the game. Su Kang skillfully used the teleportation technique in the ninja world, not to mention super speed teleportation. With his speed, Su Kang almost crushed the opponent. When Su Kang turned a corner, he directly used his chakra to attach to his feet. In the eyes of others, Su Kang was quite weird. How is this possible? Player Su Kang's speed was so fast from the beginning. And his feet can actually be attached to the wall. What kind of anti-gravity setting is this? The host has seen many weird things, but he has never seen one as weird as Su Kang. At this time, in order to save his face, Foxy was ready to release the dull light from the beginning. Usopp and Nami naturally used the battle of praise and blame. Splitting head. So handsome. But this time, the other party obviously found a way to deal with it. No matter how the two people shouted, it had no effect. Slow light, Foxy still successfully released the slow light. Nami and Usopp were very confused and said, "What's going on? Why is the battle of praise and blame useless? What did you just say?" At this time, Foxy once again revealed the fundamental reason why he was immune to poisonous tongue. Wow, it turns out to be earplugs. The Straw Hats are helpless now, they are indeed our boss, said the host. Then Foxy also released the dull light again and again, but how flexible is Su Kang? With his knowledge, he naturally avoided all the light very easily. In addition, Su Kang's speed is already very fast, so it is not that simple for Foxy to target Su Kang. However, even if the opponent's player is accidentally hit by the slowing light, he will not be affected by the slowing down. That's why Foxy was so desperate to unleash his abilities. At this time, Foxy aimed at Nami and Usopp again, and both of them were also slowed down by Foxy's dull light. HMPH, I will slow down all your teammates. I don't believe that none of the members can stop you. Foxy finally made Robin also slow. In other words, except for Su Kang, Robin, Usopp, and Nami were all slowed down. Sanji and Zoro, a manager and a coach, can't play at all, let alone Chopper. Su Kang was alone, facing everyone on the other side. However, Su Kang was still not worried at all. Even though he was wearing a blindfold, he could easily avoid everyone's attacks. Su Kang has led many laps now, and almost no one can surpass him again. He just needs to delay time and not fall out of the field. In the last 30 seconds, Foxy once again slowed down Nami and Usopp, and then he also tried his best to slow down Su Kang. The opposing team members cooperated with Foxy and gradually blocked Su Kang's coming and going. In other words, Su Kang had to face the dull light. As long as you are hit by the slow light and then fall out of the field, you will lose. However, things are not that simple. Su Kang had never shown his abilities in front of these people. Therefore, Su Kang finally used his ability in this critical moment. Devil's Power. Demonic power swept through his body, and Su Kang transformed into a demon state. The wings on his back spread out, and with a gentle wave of his wings, a huge storm swept over him instantly. Dust was rising all around. Not to mention Foxy, who was using slow light, even the opponent's jammers couldn't capture Su Kang's position. It turned out that Su Kang relied on his wings to surpass the opponent in the air. Oh my god, Su Kang actually grew wings and flew. It turns out that Su Kang's real ability is the devil. He is indeed the devil. Su Kang, the host, was also shocked. There are only the last 10 seconds left, the host announced. If Su Kang is still not hit by Boss Foxy's slow beam, victory must be inevitable, the host said again. Oops, no, this guy is moving too fast. I can't let him keep running. Whether you are in the sky or on the ground, I will dull them all. At this time, Foxy also released his dull light, but this time something wasn't quite right. According to the original version, the light can only be linear, but now the light has become a 360-degree shape. Su Kang was also shocked. This time, the power of the opponent's light was obviously far greater than before. But this time, not only the members of the Foxy team were dulled, but also the surrounding auditorium, including the host, and everything around them seemed to be shrouded in dull light. What the hell? It doesn't seem to be the same as the plot. Su Kang couldn't care so much at this time. Everyone else had been dulled. He was still on the track, which was too stupid. Wood-style wood-locking wall. Su Kang instantly created a wood-locking wall and enveloped himself. And Su Kang could feel that there seemed to be no breath of life outside his wood-locking wall. What is this situation? Su Kang couldn't figure out the situation and was about to win this game. Just when the annoying Foxy was about to be beaten down by the Straw Hats, things unexpectedly changed again. Host, congratulations, you successfully signed in at Changhuando. Congratulations to you too. You have obtained Conqueror's domineering power. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. System, do you have to give me a reward at this critical moment? I am not in the mood to accept your reward, Su Kang said. Host, don't worry. After I appeared and talked to you, all time was still. However, I am curious what happened to you. Is this the first time I have seen you in this state? What's going on? The system was also very curious and puzzled. Foxy, according to the plot, was just a minor character. Why did he suddenly become so fierce now? Su Kang asked. I see, is this the reason for you? In the final analysis, it is you who makes things out of control. Think about it, your existence has already begun to change the plot itself. The reason why I let you join the Straw Hats is that I hope you will minimize the damage to the original work. Your companions' dependence on you will make them weaker, and your enemies' fear of you will make them stronger in desperate situations. Everything comes from you entering the world itself. Today's world may still develop in the original direction, but because of you, everything has changed. The power of the foxed fruit has also awakened. Su Kang naturally continued to ask. So in other words, this guy named Foxide has also been magically altered. Yes, that's pretty much what it means. He has obtained it, completely surpassing the ability of the original version, and now he plans to kill you, the system said. That's impossible. I'm afraid he will be disappointed. Su Kang also said calmly. Although Su Kang's eyes have not recovered yet, Su Kang's strength has not weakened because of his eyes. On the contrary, Su Kang, who has mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing, is stronger. Then this time, Foxy's best destination is still for you to kill him. However, don't forget your new ability. The system then talked about the reward just now again. You were very excited just now, so I don't know if you noticed that you have successfully signed in at Changhyun Island. Now I specially give you Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki has a CD time and cannot be released continuously. Of course, the power of the Haki will become stronger as you become stronger, so you have to take care of yourself. I can only help you so far. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared. Su Kang naturally accepted some methods of using Conqueror's Haki. Just 1 hour into the system, the wood-locking wall where Su Kang was standing suddenly roared and was completely shattered. To Su Kang's surprise, the person who took action was not Foxy, but some of Foxy's men. For some unknown reason, the strength of these subordinates has also made great progress. They seem to be possessed by demons, completely shattering Su Kang's wood-locking wall. "Demon Su Kang, you must confess here today," said the other pirate. "Do you know who you are? Do you know about the David contest? Do you know that the game is not over yet?" Su Kang also asked 3 questions in a row. However, the other party seemed not to hear it and rushed towards Su Kang quickly. It seems that the minds of these guys no longer exist, as if they have been modified. This matter is definitely not simple. Just because I changed the plot, it is too outrageous to become stronger. Su Kang also felt that the situation was not quite right, and there might be someone behind it controlling all of this. Rasengan, although Su Kang was approached, he was not in a hurry. He concentrated a shot of Rasengan and hit the opponent's body. The opponent's pirates are not as powerful as imagined. Although their strength has been enhanced, they are still garbage. While Su Kang used his sense of sight to quickly capture the opponent's position, he also used the teleportation technique to move quickly. Every time he appeared, he would knock the opponent's pirate to the ground. Su Kang chose to be merciful. After all, the original intention of these pirates was not to kill the Straw Hats. More and more pirates on the other side were demonized, and those people rushed towards Su Kang like a tide. Seeing this, Su Kang no longer hesitated. Facing so many enemies, he naturally thought of the ability he had just acquired. Yes, Conqueror's domineering, Su Kang's whole body was shaken and his aura immediately reached its peak and an indescribable power appeared around him. Bass. All the pirates in front of Su Kang lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Foxy just used the slow light, but why were his men not affected? Su Kang also felt a little confused. Su Kang also said breathlessly. Su Kang had no other choice but to use wood-locking wall again. "Foxy, what kind of hero is a sneak attack from behind?" Su Kang said with a vigilant look. If he had been slower just now, he would have been directly hit. "Ha ha ha. I lost to you this time, but don't think that I will leave just now. You will see me again later, Su Kang." "Haha, Su Kang, are you finally tired? In that case, I will give you a good death." Foxy's dull light shone towards Su Kang. Su Kang immediately stepped away. "Forget it, never mind. I can't avoid his rays for the rest of my life. The soldiers will come to block the water and the earth will cover them up. I don't believe that none of my abilities can block the dull rays." "Dull lights. What's going on with this guy? I don't even know how long he's been fighting for. How can he still hold on? Isn't this called magic reform anymore? Isn't this called a loser?" Su Kang could use his flexible body and super speed to dodge at first, but he couldn't dodge later because Foxy's light once again turned into a 360-degree light. "Since you know that I am a time traveler, then you are most likely a time traveler too, right? I'm sorry, although I don't know your identity, but you can't kill me this time." When did he use the substitute technique? Naturally, it was when Su Kang used the wood-locking wall. The reformed Foxy was punched away by Su Kang. "You only use others to fight me. What a coward. Such people are the most pathetic in the final analysis, right?" Su Kang said, looking at Foxy in front of him. Su Kang's chakra is also nearly unlimited, so he can use various wood styles unscrupulously to block Foxy's dull light. Foxy took out a knife and stabbed Su Kang. A sound of Chinese letter was heard and light waves flashed through. It turned out that Foxy had just planned to sneak attack Su Kang. "Don't worry, I'm here. You absolutely can't escape from this world." "Are you? You, when were you?" Foxy, who had been transformed by magic, was shocked. At this moment, Su Kang felt that something was wrong behind his back. "I never said I was a hero. Besides, do you think I am Foxy? Maybe my appearance is, but there is another magical power in my body now." Immediately afterwards, Su Kang was indeed stunned. Modified Foxy looked at Su Kang and couldn't help but laugh. What surprised Su Kang was that Foxy's light seemed to be endless, and he didn't feel any fatigue at all. Su Kang was also directly hit by the light. At this time, Su Kang seemed unable to move even if he wanted to. At this moment, Su Kang turned into a huge piece of wood with a bang. Foxy quickly used his enhanced version of the dull light to attack Su Kang. Su Kang said, "You don't need to know that what I learned from anime is not only the plot but also other things. Whether it is a wood-locking wall or an earth wall, they are all designed to block light." Haha, Su Kang, as a time traveler, do you think I can't kill you? I know you want to become the strongest. Unfortunately, you can't be my opponent, so go to hell. I don't know how long it took, but Su Kang finally felt tired. Huh, what happened? Su Kang also planned to burn the boat. He no longer used wood style this time, but rushed out directly. Foxy woke up at this moment. At this time, he only felt indescribable pain all over his body, but he was not sure what was happening around him. Others who were hit by the dull light quickly returned to normal. Neither the Straw Hats nor the Fokker West Blue Gang died, which can be considered a great blessing among misfortunes. At this time, the host also officially announced that the 5th round of competition was over and the Straw Hats had won. As for the battle with Foxy, Foxy felt very uncomfortable, so he cancelled the battle directly. When Foxy asked Su Kang to choose their companions, Su Kang chose to give up except helping the old man with the white horse to get a white horse. Just kidding, it would be too embarrassing if the Straw Hats suddenly had a member of the Fokker West Blue Bandit crew. Foxy saw that Su Kang was victorious but was righteous, and finally hosted a banquet for the Straw Hats on Long Island. Everyone's previous unhappiness immediately disappeared. After the Straw Hats and others obtained enough supplies on the Long Ring Island, they planned to set off again. However, Su Kang's heart became complicated. Su Kang called out the system again and had a very careful conversation with the system. "System, who is that person?" Su Kang asked directly. "I don't know who this person is specifically, but my database shows that this person seems to exist in this world. In other words, this person is from this world." Su Kang was a little surprised by the system's words. "No way, are you sure? This guy knows that I am a time traveler. Is it more likely that he is a time traveler?" Su Kang also felt very suspicious. If this time the incident of demonic modification of Foxy is related to this person, then the previous incident of Enel being demonized should also be related to that person. Enel's sudden fruit awakening was the Thunder Fruit's awakening. If it weren't for the fact that Su Kang's strength was too heaven-defying, let alone Zoro and Sanji, even if Luffy was included, they would not be Enel's opponent. The situation this time is likely to continue to occur in the future. Therefore, Su Kang also understands that his current strength should be strengthened. System, is it possible that this guy is a soul traveler? That is, his soul is a time traveler, but he has traveled to someone else's body. And at the same time, he also has cheat, which is like the ability to control other people's thoughts. Su Kang's guess is also very reasonable. The people currently being modified are Enel and Foxy, both of whom are considered villains in the plot. Maybe the opponent's ability can only be used on the villain. The system could not give Su Kang a clear answer at this time. "Okay, system, is there any way to improve my strength now?" Su Kang didn't want to slack off like before. After 2 such incidents, Su Kang felt the need to improve his strength. "I rarely hear you say that you want to take the initiative to improve your strength. This is the first time," the system then said. "Okay, I have a 3-color domineering training ground here. There is also a training ground for swordsmanship. In addition, you can continue to develop your devil fruit abilities. You must know that even your current devil fruit abilities have not yet reached the awakening standard. Of course, there's also some ninjutsu training from the Hokage world. And finally, there's Wanji training from the Shinigami world." Su Kang was quickly confused by the system. Due to too much training, Su Kang didn't know what to choose for a while. "Can you give me some advice?" Su Kang asked. The system was silent for a while and then said, "Currently, the strength of your fruit ability is at the elementary level. Information color, armed color, and conquerors are also elementary. The level of the Zanpakuto is Shikai. You have reached an advanced level in swordsmanship. From my point of view, you don't need any more training now. However, practicing Sage Jutsu is a relatively important thing at the moment," the system said. "Sage Jutsu?" Su Kang then asked. "Is it the Sage Jutsu that Naruto learned at Mount Myaboku in the Hokage ninja world?" "No, it's more than that," the system then said. "The 3 major Sage Jutsu is just one of them. If you want to completely learn Sage Jutsu and become a true immortal, all you have to do is complete the training of the 3 major Sage Jutsu. Of course, you still need to learn some basic knowledge before the 3 major Sage Jutsu. After learning Sage Jutsu, the power of all your ninjutsu will be increased. Sage Jutsu Chakra will also promote the fusion of your Indra and Asura bloodlines. In other words, you can awaken the Samsara Eye faster. So have you decided to practice Sage Jutsu now? Su Kang naturally nodded. Okay, now I will teleport you there. All you need to do is learn one of these Sage Jutsu. After the system's words fell, Su Kang's eyes lit up for an instant, and then Su Kang felt that everything around him became a little different. In front of Su Kang was pure white, and in the center 3 gates appeared. The first gate has a toad pattern painted on it, while the second gate has a Katsuyu pattern painted on it, and the third gate has a large white snake painted on it. If I'm not mistaken, these should be Mount Mayaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryucha Cave, right? The 3 great fairy lands. Su Kang thought for a while and finally decided to head towards Mount Mayaboku. Learn Toad Sage Jutsu first. Su Kang finally entered the door of Mount Mayaboku. After entering, Su Kang entered Mount Mayaboku, and the surrounding environment was very beautiful. Then a huge toad appeared in front of him. This toad is very huge and looks very old. The toad didn't know whether he saw Su Kang or not, and then he said, "Who is coming?" "A person from outside the world. It's been a long time since I've seen someone from such a distant place. If you want to come to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Jutsu to improve your strength, I understand your thoughts and I can help you. I hope that if one day you really come to this world, please follow the reincarnation of heaven." The toad who spoke was naturally Toad Wan, who was called the Great Toad Sage. "Shima Fukasaku, are you responsible for teaching him Sage Jutsu? This little guy will protect our Mount Mayaboku from being destroyed in the future." What the Great Toad Sage said was very mysterious, and Su Kang was assigned without saying a word. The old immortal is talking nonsense again. Shima Sennin did not give Great Toad Sage face. Fukasaku Sennin immediately said angrily, "Hey, damn my child, you should be more polite. Why are you so polite? It has delayed our cooking, and what will happen to the children without food? What if they starve to death? I still have to look for ingredients," Shima Sennin said. Su Kang took out a handful of things directly from his magical bag. These things were naturally the ingredients needed by immortal Shima. Wow, this guy is so good. Shima Sennin, who had the temperament of a housewife, was bribed just like that. Shima Sennin agreed to teach Su Kang Sage Jutsu with Fukasaku Sennin every day. And Su Kang also agreed to bring the best ingredients from the magical bag to cook for them every day. Su Kang also asked before, no matter how much time passes in this world, only 1 second will pass in the pirate world. Su Kang's eyes can obviously recover through this period of time. If I stay here for up to 20 days, my eyes will return to normal, and by then I will have eternal Mangekyo. Su Kang thought to himself. Then he told the 2 immortals about his time. The 2 immortals said that they would try their best to teach Su Kang. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang began to practice Sage Jutsu. In the first step, Su Kang sat in Mount Mayaboku and tried hard to feel the natural energy around him. To put it bluntly, Sage Jutsu is a kind of natural energy, but this energy is not stable after entering the human body from the outside world. If you can't control it well, you will turn into a toad. Although Su Kang used various cheats to make himself very powerful, it was also his first time to practice Sage Jutsu. Su Kang frequently encountered various problems at the beginning, and the 2 immortals stopped Su Kang's changes at the most critical moment. For several days in a row, Su Kang's progress was not very obvious, which made Su Kang a little desperate. However, don't forget that there is a cheating artifact in Hokage, the art of Shadow Clone. Because Su Kang has nearly unlimited chakra, he can use Shadow Clone unscrupulously. Even if the Shadow Clone turns into a toad, it can disappear in time. In this way, the Shadow Clone's knowledge and experience in the application of natural energy will be transferred to Su Kang's body. Originally, there was not much progress for several days, which made Su Kang a little depressed. However, through this bug, Su Kang was able to adapt to the natural energy in just one afternoon. However, absorbing and adapting to natural energy is only the first step in Sage Jutsu training. The next second step is the more difficult one. Su Kang needs to calm down, sit in a high place, maintain balance, and maintain the concentration of natural energy. Being able to freely absorb natural energy and successfully transform into an immortal state is the second step. Because of his previous experience, this time Su Kang directly joined hundreds of clones. After another failure, Su Kang quickly mastered the balance. Apply toad oil all over the body to absorb natural energy, then concentrate and distribute these natural energies. In the end, Su Kang's eyes turned into the pupils of a toad. Other than that, there are no other changes. Immediately afterwards, Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin were shocked. No way, it's so perfect. Even little Jirya couldn't transform Sage transformation so perfectly. The 2 immortals were obviously shocked by Su Kang. At this time, Su Kang didn't dare to touch these natural energies, because if he couldn't handle them, these energies would turn him into stone. Su Kang discovered that if there was too little energy, he would not be able to transform into Sage mode. If there was too much energy, he would easily turn into a toad. Su Kang has been working hard these days to find the most suitable point so that as much energy as possible can remain normal. After a few days, Su Kang was able to completely master the second step. The third step and the most critical step is to learn to use the power of Sage mode. Zio Su Kang, in other words, this time you need to adapt to your Sage mode and treat yourself like this as the norm, Fukasaku Sennin said. Su Kang understood what Fukasaku meant, so he used Shadow Clone again. Then, he directly turned on Sage mode and started fighting with his Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone also has Sage mode turned on. Su Kang was adapting to the natural energy while fighting his Shadow Clone. This kind of energy is in the body, and Su Kang must always pay attention to it, because once he uses it too much and leaks too much natural energy, he risks turning into a toad. The difference from before was that this time Su Kang was consuming natural energy while looking for ways to maximize his power. Su Kang fought day and night. It was not easy for Su Kang to deal with his own Shadow Clone. After all, the Shadow Clone also used Sage mode. Su Kang had been immersed in the battle with himself unconsciously and did not notice at all that Sage mode had been maintained for several days and nights. Little Su Kang, you are so strong. Logically speaking, the natural energy should have been exhausted long ago, right? Immortal Shima also asked in shock. I probably know that this guy has mastered the method of absorbing natural energy while fighting. If possible, this guy can probably keep fighting in this state. Fukasaku Sennin doesn't know what to say either. But can't the surrounding natural energy consume light? Asked Shima Sennin. No, can you feel that he is not the immortal chakra who transforms the natural energy around him and turns it into himself? Now he seems to be a part of natural energy. Everything has its own energy. But at this time, he gives me a feeling of endless life, as if he is not consuming energy, but rebreeding energy. Oh my gosh, it seems like his talent is far above that of little Jiraiya. It turns out what the old man said is true. Shima Sennin has not forgotten what Gamamaru said more than 10 days ago. This little guy will help our clan so that our clan will not be destroyed. When Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin went to Gamamaru and returned to Su Kang's usual training ground, they found that Su Kang had killed all the Shadow Clone. Thank you two immortals, I think I have mastered Sage mode now, Su Kang said. By the way, this is not a complete Sage mode. Shima Sage and Fukasaku Sage said. Only with the two of us is the real Toad Sage mode. You are a sage, we are toads. Fukasaku accidentally told a cold joke. However, Su Kang naturally knew that the two immortals actually had good intentions and then politely refused. This may not work, we do not belong to the same space, so using psychic techniques may not summon you. If I have a chance and I truly come to your world, I will come to Mount Mayaboku again. Thank you two immortals this time. These things are disrespectful. Su Kang once again took out many gifts that the toad liked from the magical bag and then disappeared. Where did Su Kang go at this time? Naturally, we returned to the Golden Mary. The companions on the boat were still talking and laughing, heading towards the next stop of the record pointer. But no one knew that Su Kang, the top expert on the boat, had unknowingly become extremely powerful again. At this time, Su Kang felt some changes in his eyes, including time it's almost there. Su Kang, do you want to take off your blindfold? Chopper asked. Yes, my eyes were injured before, but now they should have recovered. Why don't you come and help me? Su Kang said. Yeah, okay. Then Kaido helped Su Kang take off the blindfold from his head, and then Su Kang felt the light. My eyes feel full of life, Su Kang said. It's better not to open your eyes in a hurry. Let's get used to the light and then open them. As a doctor, Chopper naturally knows that there must be a transition when being in darkness for a long time, otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to the eyes. After a while, Su Kang adapted to the light and then opened his eyes bit by bit. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding blue sea and blue sky reappeared in front of Su Kang. Hey, Su Kang, are you okay? Chopper waved his hand. Su Kang smiled slightly and said, Very good, my eyes have recovered very well and I can see you very clearly. Zoro was training himself desperately, Usopp and Luffy were fishing at the bow of the boat, and Nami was standing on the deck observing the weather. Robin was holding a book and was reading it carefully. Is Su Kang's eyes healed? Sanji happened to take out a special drink for the lady and happened to see Su Kang regaining his sight. Really? That's great. Ever since you came down from the Sky Island, your eyes have been injured and now they are finally healed. Luffy and others were also happy for Su Kang. Su Kang was very touched. His friends all felt really good about him. Su Kang naturally wants to treat his partners sincerely. Later, when Su Kang went to the bathroom, he turned on Mangekyo Sharingan directly in front of the mirror. Now Sukang has opened Mangekyo Sharingan without the burden he had before. Very good. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with the Sage Jutsu learned from Myamu and Conqueror's Haki, the recent gains are pretty good. Sukang was very satisfied with his abilities. The journey continued and I don't know how long the boat drove. Not far away, Nami saw an island. Miss Nami, we don't have enough food. Can we stop for a while to pick some mushrooms and catch some prey? Sanji asked. No way. Did you finish the food you brought from Changhyun Island so quickly? Nami was also surprised. Yes, how could you finish eating so quickly? Luffy asked in confusion. Of course it's because there's a foodie on the boat. Sanji naturally squirted at Luffy. Moreover, don't forget, Sukang's appetite has also begun to increase, and now he is almost on par with Luffy. Actually, I also want to go to the island to find some medicinal materials which may be helpful for future adventures. Chopper said. Okay, let's all go down to collect prey. After careful consideration, Nami finally got off the boat to hunt with everyone after ensuring the safety of the boat. Since everyone went together this time, naturally no one wanted to quit, not even Usopp had any complaints. Then everyone started collecting. After walking for a while, Chopper asked, what's going on? I can see from just now that there is a long ditch here. Yeah, it's really strange to say it. Why do I feel like there are traces of a bicycle riding on it? Usopp naturally looked familiar to the traces. Hey. Hey, this is an uninhabited island. There are no people there, let alone any traces of bicycles, Sanji said. At this time, Robin couldn't laugh. She had a bad feeling. Okay, the collection is almost done. It's time for us to get out of the dense forest, Luffy said very excitedly, not knowing what he was excited about. It seems like I suddenly came to a very empty place, Luffy said, looking around. Ah, Chopper shouted and then ran forward quickly. What's wrong, that guy Chopper? He walked towards the rock. Is there anything over there? Zoro asked. At this time, Sukang's eyes had already seen a person's head. Ah. Does that guy Chopper want to monopolize that huge mushroom? Luffy also made a random guess. Wait, Luffy ran over quickly. Chopper accidentally bumped into the thing. When he looked up, he saw that it was a person. Under the sun, this man also wore a sleep mask. At this time, he looked lazy. Raccoon cat? The man looked at Chopper and said, I'm a reindeer, look, these are horns, Chopper corrected. Are you okay? Chopper, Luffy also arrived in time, saw the man and asked, who is this guy? What happened? Sanji and Zoro also came first. Who are you? The man asked very calmly. We still want to ask you, Luffy said. Who is this big guy? Usopp also asked curiously. Who is this person? Nami didn't know this person either. However, after Robin saw this person, his entire expression changed instantly. Ah, Robin finally collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Sukang immediately went over to help him up. Robin? Everyone saw something from Robin's reaction. Everyone also got the necessary information from Sukang's vigilant eyes. Okay, don't you want to be murderous? Brother, I didn't come here under any orders. The weather is nice, so I came out for a walk. The other party said nonchalantly. However, Sukang still said very solemnly. This person's name is Kyuzen. Kyuzen? Who is Kyuzen? Luffy asked again. Kyuzen, the name of Aokiji, one of the 3 marine generals. Sukang said very seriously. Marine, 3 generals. Everyone was stunned. The 3 generals of Marine, General Marine. That is the highest combat power of Marine. Why is Aokiji, one of the Marine generals, in front of the Straw Hats at this moment? Hey, you have grown into a beauty. Nico, Robin. Aokiji looked at Robin and said, no way, why would someone like him come here? Look for those big pirates who have a bounty of hundreds of millions, Usopp said. Huh, don't you know? The bounty on Sukang on your ship has already reached hundreds of millions. Huh? Aokiji looked at Nami and said, there is also a fascinating lady here. Are you free tonight? What are you doing? You stupid big guy, Sanji immediately scolded. Although Sanji is very horny, he will not allow anyone to be hornier than him. Wait a minute, really, you are the ones who don't listen well to what others say, right? Didn't I say it? I'm just here for a walk, don't be so excited. Besides, apart from Mr. Sukang, there is no one here who is worthy of my action. Aokiji didn't care much about the name of Straw Hat, but he mentioned Sukang alone many times. This guy, why is he so unreliable? Is this guy really General Marine? Robin, did you admit the wrong person? Usopp couldn't help but complain about Aokiji. Also, Aokiji's whole image looked lazy. He didn't even have the power of a soldier, let alone a marine general. Hey, how can you judge a person based on his appearance? My purpose as a marine is to uphold the righteousness of laziness, Aokiji said. It looks exactly like you. Everyone couldn't help but complain. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired from standing, Aokiji said and lay down on the spot. Let me tell you bluntly, I'm not here to arrest you, so you can rest assured. After the Alabasta incident, Nicole Robin disappeared. I just came to confirm her information, Aokiji said. It seems as I expected, she is indeed with you, Kyuzin said to everyone while lying on the ground. Sukang could feel that Kyuzin didn't seem to want to make things difficult for everyone, so he acted like he was harmless to humans and animals. The way he doesn't take anyone seriously is really like General Marine, Usopp said. However, I will still send a report to the headquarters. With her added in, your total reward amount has changed again, Aokiji said. Rubber, Luffy didn't quite understand at this time and was already preparing to attack Aokiji. Sanji and Usopp also tried their best to stop Luffy. We can't take the initiative to provoke. The opponent is the strongest marine, Usopp and Sanji persuaded. Are we supposed to hand over Robin without saying a word? Luffy's reaction was very intense. No, didn't I say that? Didn't I say that I wouldn't do anything? Kyuzin waved his hand and said, I'm going to beat you up. Luffy still planned to fight Aokiji, but of course, Usopp and Sanji stopped Luffy. At this time, a group of humans suddenly walked out of the surroundings. Isn't this an uninhabited island? No, they are probably passengers who drifted to this island from the shipwreck ship, right? There are reports that a cruise ship was missing in the nearby waters a month ago, Kyuzin said. Then Chopper checked the bodies of these ordinary people. How is Chopper? Luffy asked. Some of them are injured, but it's not a big problem. As long as they take my medicine, they will be fine soon, but everyone has not eaten for a long time, Chopper said. Sanji and Usopp just went to get food. As soon as Nami finished speaking, Usopp and Sanji came back carrying food. Just use the simplest cooking method, teppanyaki, to turn raw food into cooked food. Everyone then started devouring it. It seems that he is very hungry, Usopp said. Don't be so eager to eat, there's still a lot if you want to eat, Sanji also reminded kindly. It's so lucky that you can still be saved on such a great waterway, Nami said. At this time, these people said, we are the only people who were saved by being washed up on this island. Our boat was on a gourmet trip, and on its way back from the gourmet city of Butchier, we hit a big frog that was swimming freely. The whole ship was smashed to pieces. What? The big frog is swimming freely. Nami also heard strange things. A normal frog should swim breaststroke, right? Sanji reminded. It's so interesting, I want to see it too, Luffy said with great anticipation. Is there any problem? The refugee asked. Are you kidding me? Luffy was angry again and planned to attack Kyuzin but was stopped again. What should we do now? Are you just going to swim there with everyone and their luggage on your back? Luffy asked. It is impossible for him to take the initiative to attack Aokiji at this time because there is no reason to do so. Since you are here for a walk, don't take this road and get out of here quickly, Luffy said very domineeringly. After all, the other party's goal was Robin. That's Yokozuna, Kyuzin said next to him. Okay, I understand. I'll go back right away, but before that, you should leave quickly. Fortunately, there is an inhabited island not far from here. If you receive adequate treatment there, you will better, Kyuzin said. How is that possible? Kyuzin then walked next to Hade and put his hand into the sea. Is it us? Nami said. Is it time to laugh now? So you are the one, right? What is it? Kyuzin wanted to say something but forgot. It's fine. Hey, don't listen to his nonsense, he's a marine. Luffy's words left everyone speechless. Without a ship or a record, how can we know the island this guy is talking about? Usopp became suspicious. However, Robin's expression was somewhat indescribable. Really, I'm in a really good mood. You're easy to talk to. At this time, Luffy already felt that Kyuzin liked him very much. I told you I was taking a walk. Kyuzin still had no intention of fighting. The more you talk about it, the more outrageous it becomes. It's impossible to ride a bicycle on the sea, right? Usopp expressed his disbelief. If you move your hands occasionally, you will feel good, Kyuzin said. It turned out pretty harmonious. Nami also felt that things seemed to be going well. Indeed, this man can do it, Robin said nothing more, and everyone chose to believe it. Bang! Luffy was hit directly with a knife from Usopp. Sukang said nothing except for telling Aokiji's identity at the beginning. The Straw Hats and Aokiji actually took the initiative to put food and water into the boxes and tied them up for the refugees. Sukang couldn't believe this sight. No matter what you say, it's not convincing at all. Usopp became more and more skeptical of Aokiji. There's so much stuff that should be enough. This guy actually said he wanted to help everyone. Luffy pointed at Kyuzen and said, although we finally arrived at this uninhabited island after a lot of hard work, several months passed without stopping. Finally, someone came. Just when we were happy, when we took a closer look, the person actually came. Cycling on the sea. Yes, there is no other ship except us, Chopper said. Yes, this is good. For ordinary people, Marine is their own people, and we are the bad guys, haha. Luffy finally figured it out. Then the next thing we saw was a pirate ship. It's true, said the victims, that's me, Kyuzen admitted proactively. Did you read that correctly? Having said that, does this guy have a boat? Usopp questioned. You guys give in a little bit. Kyuzen's expression changed then, and he planned to use his ability directly. That's right, it's Logia's ability to freeze fruits. However, at this moment, a huge sea monster suddenly emerged from the sea. Wow, this guy must be the king of the sea in this area, Usopp was shocked. Everyone was frightened by the sudden appearance of the monster. This monster was about to swallow Kyuzen in one gulp. Hey. Run away, Usopp also said very worriedly. Danger, rubber, Luffy was ready to take action. Hey, Zoro also pulled out his knife at this moment, but Sukang didn't make any moves at all. It would be more interesting if this sea monster could hurt Kyuzen. Ice Age, Kyuzen said calmly at this time. Immediately afterwards, the entire sea that could be seen with the naked eye was frozen into ice in an instant. Yes, thousands of miles of ice. Luffy opened his mouth wide. Devil fruit, Zoro couldn't help blurting out. The Straw Hats and the ordinary people were completely shocked. The sea is frozen, Luffy couldn't believe it. This is the strength of Marine's general. Seeing this scene, Robin felt that it was natural. At this time, Aokiji's whole body was covered with ice and there was cold air all over his body. It was obvious that his whole body temperature was extremely low. Okay, this can last for a week. Kyuzen then turned around and walked over. Just walk slowly in this direction. You will find an inhabited island in 4 days. It will be a bit cold, so you should keep warm. Kyuzen then walked away without looking back. Am I dreaming? The people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. The sea has turned into the earth, so we can cross here. We can leave this island. Brother Marines, thank you very much. This is truly a miracle. It is truly a miracle. The people were very excited, and Luffy was also very friendly and looked at Kyuzen's back. Afterwards, the Straw Hats and the others said goodbye to these people. The people were very grateful to the Straw Hats and the others. After all, they not only healed their injuries, but also sent them a lot of food and water. Don't worry about it. This is what people call fate. Children, be careful not to catch a cold. In this way, the food will not spoil and can be stored for a long time. The Straw Hats said, okay, thank you. We will definitely remember this kindness. Thank you all, Straw Hat Pirates. The person on the other side waved his hand and finally left, and when the Straw Hats turned around, they saw Kyuzen. What's wrong? Luffy asked. How should I put it? You and your grandfather are exactly the same, Monkey D. Luffy, Kyuzen said. Should I say that you are unrestrained or that you are unpredictable? Kyuzen mentioned Luffy's grandfather, and Luffy showed a nervous expression instantly. Grandfather. The best proof is that as long as all the organizations related to Robin were destroyed, she was the only one who survived. Why, Nico Robin? Kyuzen asked. Why are you laughing? Kyuzen asked. How do you think about the meaning of D? Kyuzen, Sukang asked Kyuzen directly. I have been dealing with some lawless guys, so I think your future will be very scary. Kyuzen suddenly became very serious. Yes. Speaking of the past, there was a pirate hunter and female thief on our ship, Usopp also retorted. Sukang? Robin didn't understand what Sukang meant. Grandpa Luffy, Usopp looked at Luffy and said, what's going on, Luffy? Why are you sweating all over? I still think it's better for you to die here now. After Kyuzen said this, he immediately turned his back. Sanji, stop talking. Usopp immediately stopped Sanji from continuing. Interesting. Besides meeting Monkey D. Luffy and Nico Robin, I also have one more thing to do. Nothing, that. Luffy was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. I thought you couldn't speak at all, Demon Sukang. At this time, Kyuzen also looked at Sukang and said, At this time, Kyuzen finally focused his attention on Sukang. Just to see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. What on earth do you want to say? If you want to catch me, just do it. 30 rounds. Although there are not many in number, when dangerous people like you gather together, it will become more and more troublesome in the future. From the time when you were first wanted, until now, your actions have grown so fast. I am deeply cared for by your grandfather. I came here for 2 things. The first thing is to see Nico, Robin, and you, Kyuzen said. Ha, Sukang couldn't help laughing. Although the government doesn't pay enough attention to you now, if you look closely at your experiences, you will find that you all have a lot of backbone. So when you were 8 years old, you became a prisoner with a bounty of 79 million. Although you were a child, you survived cleverly, betrayed and fled, fawned over people, used people, and relied on your cleverness to you have survived in a dark society so far. So the hiding place you chose this time is this group of people, right? It's more important now than before, Sanji also said with great momentum. I don't have any grudges, but if we talk about friendship, he escaped from me once before and that was all in the past. You will understand soon, and you will regret bringing such a troublesome woman with you soon, Kuzan said. Sanji immediately scolded. Stop saying such unpleasant things, what grudge do you have against Miss Robin? I see it seems that you have already developed a deep friendship with them, Kuzan said. Before Robin could take action, Su Kang was already standing in front of Robin, blocking her sight. Imagine Su Kang, do you have the strength to match Shichibukai? Wait a minute, why did you say that suddenly? Didn't you just say you were just here for a walk? Usopp felt that something was suddenly wrong in the atmosphere. Hey, you really are here for Robin, watch me beat you up, Luffy threatened. Robin's heart was naturally getting weaker and weaker after being told by Kuzan. Robin is our important partner now, don't speak ill of our partners. Chopper also stopped him. The atmosphere suddenly became very uncomfortable. The reason why I feel particularly dangerous is you, Nico Robin, Kuzan said looking at Robin. The size of the bounty not only indicates the prisoner's strength, but also the threat that person poses to the government. Shut up. What happened in the past has nothing to do with the present, Luffy scolded. I'm laughing at you, you don't even know what justice is. With no ability and identity, you can only become an accomplice of evil in the end. Su Kang then said, what do you think Sarong insists on? You guy, Luffy was naturally very excited when he saw that the other party was not only here for Robin, but also wanted to take action against Su Kang. Luffy, this guy is not easy to deal with. The rest is up to me. You should leave as soon as possible. Su Kang said, that's right, Luffy, let's leave it to Su Kang next. Even if he is a general, he must be able to deal with it. Usopp was very afraid of the general, but also believed in Su Kang's strength, so he said this. Others also agreed with what Su Kang meant. However, Luffy didn't want to abandon Su Kang. After all, Su Kang was also one of his important partners on the spaceship. Oh, it seems that you are deeply trusted by your companions on the ship. Don't worry, just kill them all when the time comes. After Kuzan finished speaking, ice air came out of his body, but part of his body turned into ice. After obtaining the form, he approached Su Kang fiercely and said, the freezing moment. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang felt a coldness pass from Kuzan's body to his own. Su Kang was not slow to react. When encountering this situation, he immediately used his own protective ability. Susanoo, Su Kang's eyes were directed towards the eternal Mangekyo, who played an important role at this moment. Around the body, there were faint ribs of a skeleton protecting Su Kang's body. Immediately afterwards, a scene that surprised Kuzan happened. Even though the moisture in the air was frozen, Su Kang was still able to escape death. These are ribs, they can actually resist my power. It's really amazing. I just don't know how long you can resist it. Kuzan's whole body turned pale again, and then an ice sword condensed in his hand. When Su Kang saw this, he really didn't want to affect his companions, so he directly formed a seal. Wood-style wood clone technique. After Su Kang used wood clone, he also used Susanoo to protect his companions. Don't leave me, otherwise you will be frozen by Aokiji's frozen fruit. Wood-style Su Kang said. Okay, Usopp and others finally chose to watch the battle quietly. A battle between the top Straw Hat Master and Marine's highest combat power, the General. Dong dong dong. Aokiji did not stop attacking at this time because he did not know Su Kang's ability, so Aokiji used the ice sword in his hand to chop Su Kang's Susanoo's ribs again and again. It has no impact at all, this defense is really amazing, Aokiji also said in surprise. Aokiji's attacks mainly come from Logia's frozen fruit. Su Kang, who uses Susanoo, will naturally be immune to this physical attack. My power doesn't stop there. Su Kang knew that Kuzan didn't use his true ability, so he directly improved Susanoo's form. Susanoo's shape, which was originally just a rib, quickly became complete. In addition to the entire rib, the shape of Susanoo's skeleton was born. Immediately afterwards, a lot of muscles appeared outside the skeleton's body, and then a lot of armor was put on outside the flesh and blood body. At this time, the surprised person became Kuzan again. Immediately afterwards, he said with a serious face, such a cone mouth. Bug, damn it, I didn't expect that I could even learn armament Haki. The next battle looks to be very difficult. I have to use all my strength. At first, I thought his strength was at the Shichibukai level, but now, he can actually deal with General Marine. In order to be able to reach Logia's Esper, Sukang directly used the weapon color hardening on Suzunu's body. However, Wood-style Sukang said, "Don't worry, my main body shouldn't take this level of attack lightly. I can't tell how powerful my main body is. At least I didn't use all my strength. Aokiji can definitely block it." "How is it?" "Am I as strong as Shichibukai?" Sukang asked with a smile. Finally, Suzunu finally entered the form of armor. After being immune to all attacks, Sukang was a little fed up. Once this form was used, everyone present was shocked. Just by looking at it, they could tell how terrifying this move was. That strong sense of oppression and super momentum are obviously the strength of the world's top masters. Sukang then activated his Devil Fruit ability, and the entire Suzuno plus Devil form plus weapon color turned into a brand new form. I wonder who is stronger between Sukang and Shanks. Shanks is one of the 4 emperors. Luffy was very excited watching the battle between Sukang and Aokiji. Sukang, no matter Nami, Robin, or Luffy, everyone's hearts were in their throats at this time. Such evil energy. Even if seeing, hearing, and color is not my strong point, I can still feel the evil coming towards me. It seems that I still underestimated you, Sukang. Aokiji then pointed his hand at Sukang. Oh my god, I know Sukang is very strong, but to what extent he is strong has never been confirmed. As a marine general, he had to deal with too many masters, but Kyuzen asked himself that he had never seen such a strange person before. Even General Marine felt a little overwhelmed at this time. He originally didn't know what he was facing, but now he knew it. The energy of the frozen fruit was concentrated in this move, and it rushed towards Sukang with extremely strong impact. Isn't it just fancy but useless? Kyuzen also said sarcastically. I don't know what you're thinking, General Marine. An attack of this level is of no use to me. I will keep draining his energy. By then, he will naturally no longer be able to use this move. Aokiji also made his own plan. This move is already considered a little trick for Kyuzen. The defensive power of this move is so powerful that it is absolutely impossible to use it infinitely. What? Nothing happened even after being hit directly on the cone mouth at close range. What kind of move is this? An ability user. At this time, Kyuzen was also a little at a loss. You mean, Sukang's strength is already comparable to General Marine? 2 spine spears. No, if this continues, Sukang will throw me off several streets. I must become stronger. Luffy looked at the battle in front of him and set countless flags in his heart. What's more, he was hit head-on at close range. Okay, you've warmed up enough, now let's get into the key part. Let's fight with all our strength, okay? Sukang then changed his form again. Sukang's Suzunu's body was still standing tall. The Straw Hats and others were once again shocked by Sukang's strength. Among the people around him, Sukang was probably the strongest. Kyuzen then began to fight Sukang in various ways, and numerous long-range attacks attacked Sukang from a distance. You will know if you try it. This was the first time Sukang entered Suzuno in the state of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sukang could also take Suzunu's power further and transform into the final complete form, but at this time Sukang felt that it was not necessary to do so. The current state is enough to beat Aokiji. And Aokiji looked at Sukang's shocking appearance in front of him and said, Nicole Robin, it seems that you have also found a strong partner. Then you're welcome. Ice Age, Aokiji said calmly while still putting his hands on the ground. Ice Age is Aokiji's strongest special move, able to freeze the sea surface for more than 2 weeks. And not only the sea surface, but also any place with moisture around it can freeze directly. When this move was used, Wood-style Sukang immediately flew into the air with his friends. Because the ground is frozen, the air may be relatively safer. As for Sukang's original Suzuno, he originally planned to do something, but in order to prove that his strength had far surpassed the current Aokiji, Sukang did not even run away. Immediately afterwards, Sukang's huge body was frozen. Of course, it was just Sukang's deliberate move. While Sukang was frozen at first, Aokiji also breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it would be difficult to deal with, but it turned out to be solved with one move. Logically speaking, it should be like this. Although there was nothing on the surface, Kyuzen was very excited inside. Sukang, Luffy and others couldn't help but become worried when they saw Suzuno Sukang was frozen, and they were about to take action. However, Wood Clone Sukang shook his head and said, Don't worry, I didn't disappear, which means Kyuzen's attack did not hurt my body at all. Oh, really? Of course it's a lie. Straw Hats and the others, you must die here today. Aokiji was also preparing to approach the Straw Hats and the others. At this moment, Sukang's body suddenly made a sound. Boom. Then in the thick ice, a very mysterious black flame began to burn, and in just a few seconds, the surrounding ice melted. Not only that, Sukang's body struggled slightly, and then the entire ice completely shattered. Kyuzen looked at Sukang in shock with his mouth wide open. How is this possible? This guy broke away from my ice age so easily. That's my special move, I'm a marine general. I used my special move with all my strength, but it lasted for a few seconds before I broke free. Who is this guy? Aokiji felt that his outlook on life had been shattered by Sukang. That black flame, what is it? It can even melt my ice. Even if I burn the fruit, it won't melt for a while. You're not injured, are you? Chopper asked, and then he walked over and looked at Sukang. He was relieved after finding no injuries. Wow, after having Sukang, it seems that we no longer have to live that kind of fearful life. Ha ha ha. Usopp and Nami were also very happy at this time. Impossible, I can't take action every time. What's the point of taking risks like that? I will only take action when my life is seriously threatened, Sukang said. It's so strong. Sukang can defeat General Marine who goes all out. Does this mean that Sukang has the strength of General Marine? Usopp also speculated. So Sukang now has the strength of the four emperors, right? Okay, Aokiji, for Robin's sake, you should get out of here. Sukang then took out a Magatama-shaped object and threw it towards Aokiji. Frozen time capsule. Although Kyuzen was frightened, he still knew how to resist the attack. Aokiji was completely at a loss at this point. However, Sukang's 8-foot Magatama directly broke through Kyuzen's attack and then sent out a very mysterious shock. However, Sukang brought them back to reality with one sentence. Not only is your sword strong, I didn't expect it to be so strong without a sword. You can even surpass a general. I really don't know how strong you are, Zoro also sighed. You guy, Aokiji, as a marine general, it is impossible to say that you are better than me. All of this prevented Sukang from killing him, but if he encountered Sakazuki one day, he would have to kill him directly. At this time, Dekuzen was like a 3-year-old child, being easily blown away by Sukang with the 8-foot Magatama. 4 emperors, what is that? Chopper was still a little unfamiliar with 4 emperors. So strong, Sukang. You are so powerful, Luffy praised. At this time, the companions have all become Sukang's fans. Kyuzen took the initiative to rescue Robin 20 years ago. In fact, he still had doubts about Marine's justice. According to the information in the original work, Kyuzen eventually joined the Blackbeard pirates for unknown reasons. At this time, Sukang could no longer see Kyuzen, and then he released his Susanoo Mangekyo and demon status. Logically speaking, the 4 emperors should be slightly stronger than the general. The 4 emperors and their deputies are as strong as the general. Sukang has no intention of killing the 3 generals Aokiji and Marine. If one of them is suddenly missing, the situation in Dahai will change suddenly. When Sukang said, I haven't used all my strength just now. But Aokiji knew in his heart that Sukang's strength had surpassed his own. I see. Even if the general himself wants to defeat the general, I guess it won't be that simple. Then a discussion about Sukang's strength began. Everyone then boarded the melee, but they were still discussing how strong Sukang's strength was. Sukang, thank you very much. Robin meant to thank Sukang for saving Kyuzen's life. In fact, to be honest, Robin could also guess the reason why Kyuzen appeared. Aokiji, how about it? Why don't you give me an evaluation of my strength now? Sukang asked, looking at Aokiji with a smile. Because so far the opponent has not attacked except defense. Okay, my mission is over. Wood-style Sukang saw that there was nothing else to do, so he disappeared. The 3 major forces in the second half of the Great Channel are Marine Headquarters, 7 Warlords of the Sea, and 4 Emperors, Sukang explained. Everyone was no longer surprised. They had become accustomed to Sukang's powerful strength. This shock obviously won't hurt others, but it can knock them away. Besides, Kyuzen actually came this time not to kill the Straw Hats, but to test their ability to become Robin's partners. Because the power of the 8-foot Kyong Magatama was so terrifying, Dekuzen didn't even know where he had flown to at this time. Where is this? Kyuzen finally woke up at this time. His head hurt, and then he remembered that he had been beaten away. If he hadn't used the ability of the frozen fruit the moment he fell into the sea, he would have sunk into the sea now. This guy. I didn't expect to hide it so deeply. I can see that he is in a state of ease, but he doesn't seem to be using all his strength. Damn it, I didn't expect that a young pirate would have the strength to defeat me, General Marine. In this case, I won't make a report this time. I must inform the headquarters of Sukang's threat as soon as possible. Kyuzen then found his bicycle, and then rode his bicycle back to the Marine warship. Immediately dialed the phone number of Marine headquarters Ma Linfin. Bulu 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 tilde, that's the sound of the phone bug ringing. Hello, Kyuzen, what's going on? Aren't you on vacation? The person who answered the phone had a rough voice and was obviously a rough-edged person. Lieutenant General Garp, is that you? Aokiji asked. Yeah, what do you want from me? Garp asked. I just found Sengoku Fleet Admiral. I guess he may be with you. I have important things to report to him. Kyuzen's voice was a little serious. This was the first time Garp saw Kyuzen now. What's going on? It sounds like your breath is a little uneven. Who did you fight with? Could it be the four emperors? Haha. Although Garp appears to be calm, he can only rely on the phone to watch the bug. The phone bug can simulate the expression of the person receiving the call. You know that Kuzan is in a bad state. Well, in that case, let me just say it. I was defeated, Kuzan said. Defeated by whom? Forget it, let's let Sengoku answer the phone. Garp then gave the phone to Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku also saw something unusual from Garp's expression. Say, General Kuzan, Warring States answered the call. I was defeated by a pirate whose strength far exceeded mine. Although it was embarrassing, he only used one move and I was knocked away. Although I don't know why he spared my life, if he hadn't spared my life, I would have died. Kuzan usually likes to joke and be lazy, but his current state has completely changed. Although Warring States knew that Kuzan didn't seem to be joking, he immediately said, "What? Are you kidding, Kuzan? You are General Marine, the most powerful Marine, and you are a Logia user. Besides, you didn't go to the New World, you just went to the Paradise. Who can defeat you with one move? Could it be a golden lion?" Warring States began to make random guesses. No, it's a pirate named Sukang. He is called Demon Sukang. Kuzan then said, "This guy is the #1 master among the Straw Hats and the deputy of the Straw Hat Pirates. Captain." The Straw Hat Pirates, I understand. The captain's name is Monkey D. Luffy. Is he Garp's grandson? Sengoku also had some impressions of this pirate group. How is my precious grandson? You won't kill him, right? Garp didn't worry about Luffy at all. He knew that Kuzan would not kill Luffy due to emotions and reasons. Of course not. I used all my strength to fight Sukang but was defeated with one move. These are all true. Kuzan once again confirmed what he said. Well, defeated the general, and he was still a young man. Such talent and strength can no longer be called a genius. Perhaps it is more appropriate to describe him as a monster. What's even more frightening is that such a monster is actually an enemy of our marine. It's such a pity, but Kuzan, can you imagine why he would let you go? Sengoku found this very puzzling. I don't know this either. Kuzan shook his head. Kuzan was not lying about this, but he didn't know why Sukang let him go. Logically speaking, if the pirates had the chance to kill General Marine, they would definitely kill him decisively with a knife in hand. There seemed to be no one else like Sukang. Okay, what else do you want to report? Warring States asked. This is the key point. It's best to increase the reward for this guy so that he can defeat me. This kind of strength and threat can no longer be described in words. Before this guy even enters the Grand Line, he can tie up with Mihawk, the world's best swordsman among the Shichibukai. Then he destroyed Crocodile among the 7 warlords of the sea. And now he defeated me. His growth rate and strength are all amazing. And this guy also told about Sorrow and D, although he didn't go into details, it seemed that he knew a lot. It can be seen that he cares about Nico Robin very much. Maybe, this guy, Kuzan didn't finish his words. At this time the Warring States period also knew how terrible Sukang was. This kind of fear is not only in terms of strength and potential, but also the unknown information he has. I understand. Warring States then hung up the phone gently, then he said seriously, Garp, it's all your grandson's fault. If it weren't for him, this guy wouldn't have appeared. What the hell, Garp? Don't you know that every once in a while a group of heroes will appear in the sea? What does it have to do with my grandson? Garp continued to eat senbei without much concern. Well, I think it's better to inform the 5 elders about this matter. If Sukang is really like what Kuzan said, I'm afraid there will be another 4 emperors in the sea, Warring States said earnestly. In that case, the balance at sea carefully maintained by the 5 elders will be broken, and the strength of the marine headquarters will also be weakened. Garp said, yes. So to deal with Sukang, we cannot just let our marine headquarters come. If Kuzan is defeated by one move, the other generals may have the same result. Instead of doing this, it is better to let others deal with him. Here comes someone. The bounty for this pirate named Sukang has been increased. Let me think about it, how much is appropriate. Not too much, not too little. I understand, let's just use this number. In the end, the Warring States period raised Sukang's reward to a certain number. At this moment, Sukang was riding the melee, which was heading towards the water capital. At this time, Newsbird just started delivering newspapers, so Nami bought a newspaper which included the latest reward list. Oh my god, oh my god. Everyone asked with concern, what's wrong, Nami? Our bounty has been increased. Really, that's great. I finally showed my face again, Luffy also jumped up excitedly. This, Sukang, your bounty, Luffy was also stunned. What happened to my bounty? Sukang felt that all the partners on the melee were a little strange. But when Sukang saw the latest reward, he was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that this was normal. After all, he had knocked General Marine away not long ago. Whether it was his strength or Marine's regard for Su Kang, he was certainly worth the reward. 1 billion Baileys, it's just in the first half of the Great Channel. I didn't expect that I would have such a high reward. Should I be happy or should I feel scared? Su Kang had mixed feelings in his heart. Su Kang's bounty is very high, but the strange thing is that the bounty of his partners has not increased so much. Everyone only increased it a little symbolically. It should be that Aokiji thinks that the other people don't have the strength to hold so much bounty for the time being. Except for everyone on the melee who saw the latest reward, the entire world gradually received Su Kang's reward list. Somewhere along the Grand Line, Su Kang, you are a young pirate, you have such a high bounty and you have done something extraordinary, la la la. A huge man was injecting fluids and drinking at the same time. Hey dad, your body is like this and you still drink. The person who spoke was the Captain Margot, who was called the Phoenix. As for the person looking at the bounty at this time, it is naturally Whitebeard among the New World 4 emperors. What are you afraid of? My body won't collapse for the time being. Leazi has a white beard, blah blah blah. This little guy has a bounty of 1 billion and we haven't heard of him in the New World. How can you be so taken seriously by Marine and the Paradise? How amazing! Is this the new era of pirates? Whitebeard smiled slightly and poured a sip of wine down his throat. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, a man with rhombus glasses saw the latest bounty and gave a very evil smile. Phew phew foo foo tilde, it's really interesting. The sea may be more lively. I don't know how much this reward is worth. 1 billion newcomers, it's fun. The other 4 emperors also laughed looking at the bounty. Ha ha ha, this is the right thing. I wonder if this demon named Su Kang is willing to become my subordinate. Although my subordinates are all animal type, he is a demon, so he should have some abilities, right? The speaker's muscles all over his body exploded. He was very tall, and his beard looked like fish whiskers. He was Kaido, one of the 4 emperors who ruled the world in the New World. Jack, when this guy arrives in New World, be sure to see what he means. If he doesn't join, kill him. It can be seen that Kaido of the 100 Beasts is also a ruthless person. The 3 major disasters under his control also have bounties of more than 1 billion. The scene in another place was completely different. At this time in the ice and snow, a red-haired man was holding a banquet. Boss. The newcomer who tied with Mihawk suddenly has a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, Ben Beckman said. This guy must have done something recently. No one has confirmed his tie with Mihawk. Now that he has such strength, it should be a certain high-level official who has confirmed his strength. Luffy, it's really interesting. Your companion on the ship is actually more interesting than you. I'm waiting for you to come to the New World. The person who spoke was the youngest of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. Naturally, the remaining 4 emperors, Big Mom, also received this message. Mom, this is a very explosive message. A new pirate who has not even entered the New World actually has a bounty of 1 billion and he is still a teenager. The most important thing is that he and Mihawk were tied and killed Shichibukai Crocodile. The speaker is Prospero, who has a long tongue. He is the eldest son of the Charlotte family and the minister of the Big Mom Pirates. At this time, a huge middle-aged ant also yawned and said, Mom tilde, that's right. When he enters the New World, let's recruit him and see if he really has real talent and learning. If so, if you can, just find a daughter to marry him. In front of the ant, the daughter is a political tool, all to strengthen her own power. The ant even has several husbands and hundreds of children, so naturally he doesn't care about so many. Su Kang never imagined that after his fight with the general, the great pirates in the whole world would pay attention to him. The reward amount of 1 billion is not low at all. At least it can be ranked among the top 30 in the entire sea. One Piece Roger is dead, so the bounty has disappeared. The world government deliberately said that all the companions on Roger's ship were dead, so the bounties on all the companions on One Piece's ship have disappeared. In addition to the 4 emperors themselves and the deputies of the 4 emperors, the rest is at Su Kang's level. Emperor and vice-level pirates are already very rare, let alone a rookie pirate who has not even entered the New World. If he develops well in the future, he will have a chance to become a 4 emperors level figure. However, Su Kang didn't pay much attention to this. If based on the true level, Su Kang would have already had the ability to surpass the general level. Such a reward may be very high in the eyes of others, but in Su Kang's eyes, but it still cannot represent his strength. But at this time, everyone suddenly discovered something interesting. Look, what is that? The friends pointed to the sea. It turned out that in the sea, a frog was swimming freely there. The green ... frog is swimming freely. Zoro also saw something amazing. Hurry up! Luffy was very interested in a frog, so everyone chased him relentlessly. Nami took out the telescope and saw the lighthouse not far away and asked, why is there a lighthouse in that kind of place? Is there anyone there? Very good, the frog has stopped. Let's catch up in one go. Luffy was also full of energy, but at this time the Mary seemed to have hit something, and then you can hear a tinkling sound similar to an alarm bell. Back, back. Make a 180-degree U-turn. Nami reacted the fastest and immediately felt something was wrong. What is that? Sanji looked at something not far away and was shocked. Don't ask so many questions, just turn around. Hurry up! Under Nami's repeated requests, everyone also turned around desperately. At the critical moment, everyone still successfully avoided the thing that suddenly rushed out. What is that? What is that big piece of iron? Everyone was very unfamiliar with that thing. Impossible, how can something with this shape travel on the sea? Nami was also very shocked. This thing is called a sea train. Sukang did some science research. Sea train, look, the frog is going to be hit and killed. Luffy immediately shouted, Hey, run away, frog, what are you doing? However, the frog was obviously waiting for the sea train. In the end, the frog was easily knocked away. Everyone opened their eyes wide and felt very surprised. However, when the sea train passed by, everyone saw the whole station. Isn't that thing really a ship? Chopper said in surprise. At this time, a little girl came out of the house and said, Pirate, mother-in-law is a pirate. What really, Kimon? Okay, bring the phone, bug. The mother-in-law fell to the ground after saying this. Zoro looked like he was facing an enemy and said, Oh no, it seems that someone came out of that house and seems to be planning to call for reinforcements. Zimoni took out the phone and then the mother-in-law took the phone. Hello, I forgot what I wanted to say. Drunk, Usopp complained. It turned out to be an old woman who loved to drink, Nami said. Then everyone gave some gifts to Zimoni and the mother-in-law. It's really good. It's great as a snack. The mother-in-law looked obviously drunk. Kimoni then introduced, My name is Kimoni, this is the kitten Kunbei and Granny Cockluo. Granny Cockluo asked, Are you not train robbers? My name is Luffy and I want to be the man of One Piece. Luffy said, Ahaha, what an interesting man, Kokoro said. Grandma Cockluo, that was the sea train just now, right? Sukang confirmed. That's right, even if you search all over the world, you can only find it here. This sea train is called Smoking Tom, Zimoni said. It uses steam power to push the ship along the track on the sea. Zimoni explained. Orbit? Usopp asked confused. Yes, just a little below the water, the train runs in the same section every day, transporting passengers between islands as well as ships and some mail packages. Really? There really is a track, Luffy said after observing it. Is that the one we just hit? Zoro asked. Yes, there are both buoys and signal lights and you are really careless to break in, Zimoni said. I said you should put this signal light upside down so no one can see it. Usopp pointed at the signal light and complained. No matter how much you talk about danger, that guy doesn't understand. It's too much to knock it away. It's obviously our prey. Luffy also said a little frustrated. The guy you are talking about, do you mean Yokozuna? Kimon asked. Yeah, freestyle frog. That kind of impact can't kill it. It's the source of trouble at this SIF station because he likes to compete with others and always thinks about when he can beat the sea train, so he will definitely appear again. Chi Money said. Comparing strength, no wonder that guy didn't avoid it. He was very perseverant. Luffy praised. Are you kidding? We are very troubled. He has broken the obstacle remover several times. Every time that guy appears, he always causes a lot of trouble for the passengers. Zimoni said, So that's it, okay, I won't eat him anymore. I won't eat the guy who works hard, Luffy said. Maybe Luffy can understand, Sukang said jokingly. Grandma Kokoro is such a good person for thinking about us like this, Usopp praised. Not only that, it's a place where the world's strongest ship repairers and shipbuilders gather, Granny Cockluo said. Really, it would be great if we could meet again. Luffy was a little reluctant to leave the enthusiastic Granny Kokoro. Wow, so there are super powerful ship repairmen there? Luffy asked. Usopp, okay. I've decided let's go there and find a ship repairman to be our partner. Luffy was very excited. I'll introduce it to you, wait a moment. Granny Cockluo entered the house and then took out some things. Wow. On the same level as Luffy, Chopper said in surprise. Where is it pointing now? Zimon asked. That's a city with a very developed shipbuilding industry. The shipbuilding technology is the best in the world. The ships built are all for the exclusive use of the world government's dignitaries. How awesome, Granny Cockluo said. Luffy naturally wanted to go to Food Town, but Nami said first. We have a boat, so we don't need to take the train. Just follow the record pointer and sail. You should have thought this way from the beginning. Why eat frogs? Nami said. Really? Let's go to Kishui, this place. Granny Cockluo said immediately. The diary requirement in the water city is 1 week and you can spend your time there. We will return to the water capital soon, Zimoni said. We were so lucky to arrive at the station first. They also drew a map for us. As long as we go to the place on the map and find a person named Bingshin. Nami then opened the map. So where are you going? Granny Kokoro asked. What if someone related to the government has another special train? Granny Kakaleo introduced it. This is a simple map of the island and a letter of introduction. Give him to a man named Bingshan and ask him to help you repair your ship. The water city is very big, so don't get lost. That's right, if we meet, I'll treat you to a drink at my usual shop, haha, Granny Kakaleo said. Can you understand this kind of thing? What a comfortable wind, maybe we can reach the water capital soon. Nami also felt that there was nothing unusual about the weather. Great. Will there be new partners joining? Chopper also looked expectant. As long as he has good skills, it doesn't matter to anyone. The question is whether he is willing to board this pirate ship, Zoro said. Grandma Kakaleo is very kind, which makes everyone like her very much. If you take the sea train from here, the capital of the Queen of Spring, St. Bayan, the food town, Buchi, and the carnival town of St. Falth are all very good. Ah, thanks, very good, let's get ready to set sail together, Luffy said excitedly. Then everyone set sail and headed towards the water city. Nami looked at the record pointer on his wrist and said, From here to the east. Then he threw the map on the ground. Idiot, that's a ship repairman. Of course he's a man who looks like a mountain. He must be 5 meters tall, Luffy said to Sanji. Thank you for telling us so much, Kokoro Pazamoni, Nami also thanked her. But let me tell you, if it's too big, I wonder if I can live on this boat, Usopp said. Luffy, leave it to me to find a ship repairman. I'll find a super beauty for you, Sanji said. The train just came from the blue station on the island. It's called the Water City and it's a good place. Luffy, it's weird if you understand. Nami was also very speechless. Coincidentally, at this time, Luffy also drew a picture of a ship repairman based on his own request. Sukeng compared the two and found that they were both paintings of the same level. If there is such a person, I will run away first. Usopp couldn't bear to look at this painting. Well, me too. If there is a boat, I will definitely escape to the sea first, but it seems that he has the blood of an octopus, so he might chase him to the sea, Sanji said. What are you talking about? Zoro did not participate in this discussion at all. Robin looked at his companions on the boat and smiled lightly. Okay, everyone come here. I will give you the pocket money for a week's stay. Nami took the initiative to provide pocket money for everyone. But after a while, Usopp hugged the mast and said, I'm still very excited to think that the Mary will be repaired soon. The Mary has been through battles again and again, and the burden is very heavy. There are many places on the deck and bottom of the ship that are leaking badly. If we leave it alone, it will be quite dangerous for us and the ship, Sanji said. Ah, but now we have a lot of money. Not only can we repair it as perfect as new, but we can also increase its power, Luffy said without thinking. Yes, how about adding more cannons? Usopp and Luffy also spoke freely together. Why are you here? At this time, Zoro noticed the silent Sukeng who was standing alone at the bow of the boat. What are you thinking about? Is it about the bounty? Zoro asked. No, I'm worried about Usopp and the Mary, Sukeng said. Why do you say that? Zoro didn't understand and asked immediately. I said if the Mary cannot be repaired, it needs to be dismantled. How would Usopp feel? Would he be willing to change to another ship? As the captain, Luffy can finally figure it out, but what about Usopp? After Sukeng asked, Zoro was also silent. He didn't expect Sukeng to think so far into the problem. Are you saying that the melee is really in trouble? Zoro knew that what Sukeng could usually say would be correct 9 times out of 10. Okay, let's talk about it then. What if the melee can still be saved? Look, we are almost there. Sukeng's last words were loud, attracting everyone's attention to the water capital. Wow, I saw the island. Very good, everyone speed up. Luffy was very excited. After staying on the sea for a long time, he naturally missed islands like this, not to mention that this time he was looking for ship repair partners to repair the Mary. The wind is strong enough, don't waste your efforts, Sanji said. The melee was getting closer and closer to the water capital, and within a short while, everyone saw some of the buildings in the water capital. Wow, that's great. It's so beautiful. A huge fountain-like building appeared in front of everyone. In fact, this huge building allows the sea water in the water city to circulate. Just by observing it from the outside, you can see that the drainage system of the water city is very advanced. What a huge fountain. Well, this is really amazing. It deserves to be an industrial city. No wonder the sea train also stops here. It's amazing, there's so much water. Where does it all come from? It's so interesting. It seems to erupt from the fountain, pass through the water tank, and then flow into the sea, Robin said. Hey, do you want to have a race with that water slide? Luffy said. Idiot, stop talking nonsense there, you are obviously a landlubber, Zoro said. By the way, what do those numbers mean? Zoro asked. I don't know, did I say that was the wall or? It is the first time for everyone to come to the water capital, and everything here feels strange and interesting. Is there a station directly ahead? It says Blue Station. Where is the port? Nami asked. On the other side of the city, right? Usopp also made a random guess. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, you guys, it wouldn't be good if the pirates entered the city from the front. It's better to go around to the back streets," the enthusiastic citizen reminded. "Okay, thank you." Nami then led the melee towards the so-called back street. "It's amazing, the city on the sea." Nami was shocked again. "Awesome. It's so nice here, what a beautiful city." At this time, Luffy was also attracted by a charming city. Venice is the prototype of the city of water. Therefore, Su Kang had a different feeling when he came here. At a certain moment, Su Kang felt that he was not in an anime but in Venice in the real world. The whole city is immersed in water and the houses are about to sink into the sea, Chopper said. "No, this is a city built on foundations that sunk into the sea," Robin explained. "Look at the foundation stones under the house." "Really, the house is built on two high pillars," Chopper reacted. "I see, that's why it's called the Water City." Sanji is also very interested in everything around him. "Wow, let the ship dock quickly." Luffy was even more excited. At this time, another enthusiastic citizen said, "Hey, pirate ships are not allowed to park here. What are you doing here, robbery?" Luffy responded, "No, we are here to repair the ship. In this case, there is a promontory in front and you can dock the boat there," said the enthusiastic citizen. "Yes, thank you." Everyone had no choice but to sail the boat again and sail towards the other side. After a while, everyone finally found the location. "Isn't this area nice? But it's really a place to enjoy the scenery." "Okay." "Lower the sail," Luffy said. Later, when Zoro lowered the sail, the mast was pulled directly off. It can be seen that there are more and more injuries on the melee. "Wow, what did you do?" Usopp also complained. "I just pulled the rope." Zoro was also very innocent. "I'm scared to death. I didn't expect that the melee was actually in such bad condition." Zoro was doubtful about Su Kang's words at first, but now he gradually believes in Su Kang's words. "By the way, why aren't the people on the island afraid of pirates?" Nami asked in confusion. "To the shipyard, pirates are also guests," Zoro said. "No, that's because the shipbuilders in the Water City are all masters." Su Kang told the truth. But Su Kang did not reveal their true identities. "This is normal after all, this is such a powerful city." Sanji thought it was normal. "But isn't this bad?" Usopp was a little worried. "What's wrong? We are guests," Sanji said. "Okay. Let's go." Luffy then planned to run directly to the Water City, but was stopped by Nami. "We should first find a person named Bingshin with a letter of introduction from Granny Kokoro," Nami said. "Please ask this person to help us arrange the repair of the ship, and then we must find a place where the gold can be exchanged for bully." Nami's thinking is very clear, and he knows that the purpose of this trip is to exchange for Bailey, then find icebergs and then repair the ship. Finally, Luffy, Usopp and Nami put the gold on the tricycle and walked towards the water capital. Zoro, on the other hand, was repairing the mast that had just fallen. There is no chance to go with them now. Chopper was also a little disappointed at this time, but then Robin said, "Well, let's go to the island together later." "Oh, really? Will there be a bookstore?" "There will definitely be one," Robin responded with a smile. "Mr. Su Kang, why don't we go out for a walk together?" Robin took the initiative to invite Su Kang, which surprised Su Kang. "Okay, but I'm worried about the safety of those three people. If something terrible happens, it will be terrible." Su Kang then directly put his hands together, condensed the wood-style chakra, and then easily used the wood-style chakra. Style wood clone. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang sent wood clone to follow Luffy and others. "Su Kang, why are you here too?" Nami asked. "Well, I am Su Kang's wood clone. The main body asked me to come with you so that if anything happens, I can take care of you," Su Kang's wood clone said. "Okay, now that Su Kang is here, our safety will have another layer of protection." Nami recognized Su Kang's strength. Then not far ahead, the four of them saw an entrance. The words Blue Rental House are written on the entrance door. Of course, no one had ever seen Blue, so they were very confused. "What are you renting here?" Nami asked. "What is Blue?" Luffy was also confused. "I don't know, is it a bulldog?" Usopp also made a random guess. "Let's go and have a look, we need this thing very much." Su Kang wood clone has Su Kang's memory and naturally knows that Blue is a creature that travels on the sea. Especially in the water capital, the waterways are developed and complex, and taking the Buru is the main means of transportation here. When entering the store, the boss put down the newspaper and asked politely, "Welcome, do you want to rent Blues?" "How many people do you have?" the boss asked. "4 people, Su Kang said. "What kind of blue do you want?" the boss asked. "The types include Yagala, Labunka, and Kengu." The boss talked a lot, but it was the first time for everyone to know about brew, let alone which type to choose. Forget it, if there are 2 or 3 people, 2 swordfish are enough. The boss then dragged out 2 small boats that were large enough for 2 people. After chatting with the boss for a while, the boss immediately said, "So, you came here according to the record pointer, so this must be the first time for you to see blue." Everyone nodded. Even though Su Kang understood the plot, he had never observed this magical creature called blue at close range. Actually, it's very simple. There are Yaga laboons everywhere on the streets. There are many Yaga laboons swimming out of the water in this area. This is a water city, so there are more waterways than land. So brook is essential to normal life for residents, but also for people visiting the city. The boss explained it to everyone carefully, and then Nami asked, "So in the final analysis, are those blues pulling the boat?" Rather than pulling it, it's better to say that they are carrying the boat. Anyway, it's like driving a carriage on land. Then the boss said, "There is a fish pond over there. Why don't you try it? It's very comfortable." The total cost of renting a Yaga Laboonru for 2 people is 2,000 bali. The small fish pond mentioned by the boss is actually the place where Blue rests and waits. Su King also found such an opportunity to have close contact with Blue. "This fish looks really like a horse," Luffy sighed, and then Blue licked Luffy. "UB ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* very much, otherwise just choose it. Then under the boss's suggestion, all 4 people made their selections. Luffy still didn't believe in Blue's ability and then asked, "This guy should have no problem carrying heavy objects, right?" "Don't worry, they are so powerful, they can even be used for moving houses," the boss said. "Is this luggage?" "What's in it?" the boss asked casually as he helped everyone put their things away. "Gold." Luffy told the truth straightforwardly. "Haha, as long as you're happy, it'll be fine no matter what." The boss obviously didn't believe it, and Luffy didn't say anything as he opened the bag directly, revealing the golden gold inside. "Wow, gold, give it to me," the boss said with a keen eye for wealth. "Who will give it to you?" Nami couldn't help complaining. "This uncle is really honest." "Don't show gold to others so easily," Nami also scolded Luffy. "Okay, then the 2 blues are worth 2 million Baileys in total." When the boss knew that Su Kang and others owned gold, he naturally doubled the original price many times. Of course, the Straw Hats could still see the boss's little thoughts and didn't say much. Then Nami asked, "Is there a place near the boss where I can exchange gold for Bailey?" "Oh yes. There are many bank stores nearby where you can exchange for Bailey. However, the stores nearby may not have enough money, so it is better to go to the center of the shipyard." Where is the center of the shipbuilding island? As a newcomer to the Water City, Nami was naturally very interested in these things. "It's right there, take it." As he spoke, the uncle threw a map to Nami, and Nami couldn't wait to open the map. Then he planned to leave here very happily. "Master, is the shipyard also there?" Luffy asked. "Ah, the #1 shipyard in the world." It was obvious that the boss was very proud of the shipyard. "That's great. By the way, after changing the money, we can go to the shipyard right away." "Yes, this way the Golden Mary can finally be restored," Usopp also said very excitedly. "Yes, the ship repairman was found too." "Very good, come-ons." Yaga Laboon, Luffy was also very excited at this time. "Thank you for your patronage, please be careful." The boss said goodbye to everyone thoughtfully before leaving. The 2 blues also traveled through the waterways of the water capital at extremely fast speeds. As he gets closer to the island itself, Luffy becomes more and more excited. "Please," Luffy said to his Debru. But Blue himself was very free and easy and smiled at Luffy. The method at this time is that Usopp and Luffy become a blue, and Sukang gets Wood Clone and Nami to become a blue. After riding Blue, Usopp also felt very comfortable. At this time Usopp said, "It's really amazing, I didn't expect there to be such convenient creatures in this world." "Yes, and it won't sway around. It's very comfortable." After entering the hinterland of the Water City, everyone saw some humanistic scenes. Some pedestrians around them were so close that Su Kang, Luffy, and others suddenly became interested in everything around them again. "How interesting," Luffy laughed. "Yes, this neighborhood should be a residential area, right?" Nami saw that everyone was confused about the situation, and then looked at the map that the boss just gave him. It's really an urban structure centered on waterways. The map Nami got this time was not a child's play given to them by Granny Cockaloo. "Hello, hello, where are you going?" Sightseeing, there were many residents of Deshui City around who greeted everyone on the boat cordially. "We are going to the shipyard," Luffy also replied. "Well, then we have to go to the commercial street at the back first." Unexpectedly, there are quite a lot of enthusiastic citizens in the Water City. "Is there a commercial street behind?" Nami can understand all kinds of maps and charts instantly. "Turn right ahead," Nami said. Everyone then listened to Nami's command and headed towards the correct place. Then he walked into a waterway and someone saw Nami around him and then took the initiative to ask her out. "Charming lady, can we have dinner together tonight?" Immediately afterwards, the man was domestically abused by his wife. "Don't mind, it's just the way men in this area greet each other," the man's wife explained. Nami still managed to smile. "I really don't know whether to call this city hospitable or informal," Usopp also said. Later, someone made a joke about Usopp's nose. Soon, everyone came to a fork in the road and Usopp asked, "How is it? We've reached a fork in the road. Is there no problem with the flow in different directions? Can we go up?" Then I just heard Blue's cry, and then he went directly to the left. "Wrong, wrong, it's the right side," Nami reminded him immediately, but Blue ignored Nami's words and rushed forward in anger. Finally, Blue reached the top of the slope and finally rushed down in a rush. Nami and Usopp were almost not frightened to death, but Su Kang said it was harmless. The roller coaster ride in his previous life was not in vain. "It's really interesting," Luffy said very excitedly. "It's interesting, quite exciting." Su Kang thought to himself if Robin came, he would probably find it fun too. Luffy and Su Kang were happy, but Nami and Usopp were almost scared to death. Finally, Blue rushed down and landed on the water and Nami cursed, "Don't get too carried away," and then beat Blue underneath him. However, when he looked up, Nami saw that he had arrived at the commercial street. The surrounding waterways have become very wide and very dense, and it seems that many vendors are doing business. On the river bank, there are also many people setting up stalls. Of course, there are other reasons why Robin is close to Su Kang, which Robin himself has not figured out. "I'm sorry, you are actually very smart," Nami immediately apologized for misunderstanding Blue. The reason why Robin got close to Su Kang was also very simple. That is, she had truly fallen in love with this group of companions. Naturally, Su Kang would not treat his Bulu badly, and he would feed Bulu very generously. Immediately afterwards, the door was closed, and then it seemed that some kind of machine injected seawater here, and then all the blues were sent up. On the merry ship Chopper, Su Kang and Robin had temporarily left the merry ship and headed to the water capital. The main purpose was to buy some books they wanted. "That guy is really scary. He's so big, could he be a king?" Luffy also asked curiously. When everyone looked at it, it turned out to be an oversized Debru. With its mouth open, Blue looked like a shark. No one quite understands the significance of the Watergate elevator. Su Kang has the strength to defeat the general and is her friend. "If we act together, we will naturally avoid unnecessary troubles." Nami and others are curious and looking forward to everything around them. "What is that? Is it a mask? It's so beautiful." Behind Big Blue was riding a parade similar to a float. "Is this also Bulu? It's so big." Su Kang suddenly saw a person riding a huge Bulu in front of him and then asked, "This guy probably wants to eat that food," Su Kang conveyed. "How interesting." "So that's it, this is the Watergate elevator. It's so soft. After everyone eats water meat, their whole body will relax as if they have turned into soft water." Although Su Kang understood it, he had never seen it before. Fortunately, when Nami, Su Kang, and Luffy Usopp arrived at the Watergate elevator prompted that it was ready for operation. "What kind of food is that?" Luffy licked his mouth. "Hey," at this time Blue's eyes were focused on a teppanyaki stall. Su Kang himself also brought some for himself and his companions. After everyone had almost eaten, Nami looked at the map and said, "Okay, now we should take the Watergate elevator. This is the fastest way to reach the shipyard." Then Blue nodded immediately. "You know, Robin will be instigated by CP9 people to rebel next. The closer Su Kang is to Robin, the safer Robin will be." Su Kang's body naturally has other things to do besides purchasing books. "Are we actually in the commercial street? Could it be that that was a shortcut?" At this time, Nami looked at Blue, who was very innocent. Wow. It suddenly became lively. Luffy also maintained his excitement and curiosity. It's rare to find good products. Robin is a scholar and a historian. She almost understands the personalities of everyone on the ship. After taking a bite, it was indeed delicious. However, only Su Kang was the same as me. Feed them meat and water, they should eat this the most. Su Kang then didn't need to say anything at all, and Laboon Lu rushed to the door of the stall. "It's 50% off starting now." At this time, Nami noticed that there were many people wearing masks on the street, which seemed a little weird. They were the only things that were not in harmony with the city. Not only water and meat can be eaten by Blue, but it is also a rare delicacy among humans. As a foodie, Luffy naturally eats it with big mouthfuls, and he and his Blue are also blessed to share it. When the door of the Watergate elevator opens, it's a whole new world. Here we are. This is the world's #1 shipyard, the central street of the Water City. Luffy was also very excited. While going up in the elevator, the commentator has already introduced some knowledge about the Water City to everyone. The most prosperous area of any city is often its center. Center Street, is the center of the water city. There's a lot of land here, right? It's indeed the center street. Usopp said. Everything is huge, Luffy also sighed. Sukang was admiring the surrounding scenery and thinking that it would be interesting to have a carefree vacation in this city. This is my first time seeing such a big city. Usopp also became excited. That fountain will be even bigger if you look closer. Nami also sighed. Not long after driving, everyone saw a huge crowd of people gathering on the shore. What happened there? Let's go and see. Then the two blues drove the four people over. Luffy randomly approached a passerby and asked, "Hey uncle, what happened?" The people in the water city were very friendly, and then they explained enthusiastically. I heard that pirates came to cause trouble again in this dock, but of course they were defeated by the boatmen. There is an endless stream of fools. Boatmen, have you defeated the pirates? Luffy confirmed. Are you a voyager? The uncle asked. Those guys are also here to join in the fun. The boatmen of Carrera Company are the idols of the residents here. They are strong and have superb craftsmanship. They are the pride of the water city. The uncle is obviously a fan of the boatmen of Carrera. Okay, let's exchange for gold quickly. Nami didn't want to join in the fun. After all, there was always a risk when they were carrying a bag of gold. At this time, Sukang's body was already walking with Robin. I didn't expect that there would be a small alley commercial street here. It's so lively in a small alley. There are also places to walk. The water is clear and the streets are beautiful. I wonder what it would be like to spend time here on vacation. Sukang also exhaled happily. Mr. Sukang, it's rare to see you so relaxed. Robin noticed Sukang at this time. Really, sometimes I'm very nervous after being nervous for too long, but it's very tiring. Sukang said truthfully. Since entering the world of pirates, Sukang has almost never stopped. He followed Luffy and completed many plots. Of course, he also made many sign-ins and received many rewards. At this time, it is very rare to be able to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Later, Sukang noticed some people wearing masks on the street. Sukang didn't feel anything about his appearance, so he didn't show it. However, there were many men on the street who greeted the beautiful Robin very directly. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. I have never seen such a beautiful girl within 100 miles around here. Many perverts' eyes turned into hearts, and Chopper also complained. There are a lot of Sanji here. I said, what happened to the pretty young lady? This is mine. Sukang didn't intend to say anything to these enthusiastic citizens at first, but for some reason he suddenly said this. What did you say? Mr. Sukang, let's just leave as soon as possible. Robin didn't want to cause trouble. Sukang smiled slightly and found that the perverts around him actually had the heart but not the guts. Sukang was so strong that he felt exhausted. Look, it's a mask shop. Robin saw the mask shop and seemed a little interested. There have been a lot of people walking around wearing it just now. I heard that the island where the sea train passes, Saint Fault, is holding a carnival mask festival for several days in a row. Robin started chatting. Oh, Robin, how did you know? Chopper asked curiously. Because the pedestrians on the road are talking about it. You actually heard it all. This is my habit because since I was a child, I have to look at people's faces and listen to what they say to survive. Robin said. Sukang didn't know what to say when he saw this. It was useless to say it lightly, but it was too serious to scare Robin. However, although Sukang is called a prophet, he cannot predict other people's psychology. Miss Robin, so what do you think of these partners now? Sukang asked. I regard you as my partners, Robin said truthfully with a warm smile on his face. Robin, you are so awesome, Chopper thought to himself. At this time, Robin did something that Sukang could not imagine. Sukang didn't know what happened. He only felt that his vision was blurred, his head was heavy, and he fell down. In the end, Sukang could only see Robin disappearing from his sight. But now Sukang is right in front of Robin, and Sukang can be said to be Robin's most trusted person. Sorry, Mr. Sukang, I have no choice. CP9, they will not be my opponent, Sukang said. It all seemed so wrong, but it actually happened. She kissed Sukang hard on the lips on the street. Robin. I'll go in first. Robin didn't seem to hear Chopper's words at this time, and Robin's face looked a little pale. Go, Sukang and Robin both said with smiles. Can I drop by and take a look? Chopper asked very politely. At this moment, Robin was completely stunned. At this moment, a man wearing a mask passed by Robin Sukang. Sorry, Robin was about to turn around and leave. The reason why he did that at that time was because Robin had no power to fight back against CP9. In addition, people like World Government and Buster Call. All these things could have caused everything that happened in Robin's childhood. Sukang is so strong, so it stands to reason that Robin should choose to work with Sukang and solve the upcoming troubles with his friends. From Alabasta, Sukang believed in Robin and recognized Robin as his partner from the beginning. According to the original plot, And according to Robin's thoughts, he probably didn't want to implicate his partner, so he temporarily betrayed his partner. I saw the bookstore, Su Kang said, however Su Kang grabbed his arm. Mr. Vice Captain, I have to leave temporarily, I still have things to deal with. Su Kang had not yet appreciated the slightest bit of Robin's beauty. At this moment Su Kang felt dizzy, then Su Kang heard the conversation between the two very clearly. The second round of flowers blooms. I am CP9, after the man finished speaking he disappeared. This scene happened so fast that Su Kang understood countless things in an instant. Did you hear that? Robin looked at Su Kang and didn't know what to say. Really? At this time Chopper also rushed over quickly. I'm sorry Mr. Vice Captain, hey Su Kang. Hey, get up. Su Kang seemed to have had a dream from which he could not wake up. He felt as if his whole body was weak, and a familiar voice woke him up. Su Kang slowly opened his eyes and saw Kaido. You're awake, Su Kang, that's great. Kaido was naturally very happy after seeing Su Kang awake. What's wrong with you, what just happened, where is Robin? Chopper asked. Su Kang slowly shook his head and said, Robin, I remember she must have knocked me out right. What, are you sure it's Robin? Chopper was also a little surprised. Robin was already everyone's partner, so how could he attack Su Kang for no reason? Well, Robin did nothing wrong and we shouldn't blame her, she wants to bear her past alone. Su Kang then told Chopper, she knew that I would try my best to keep him so she had no choice but to do so. Made me faint. I'm afraid she is also afraid that she will harm us. Su Kang has basically determined Robin's psychology. But we are all very strong, especially you, Su Kang, who can defeat even generals. Shouldn't Robin be so afraid? According to Chopper's understanding, Robin's actions were naturally a bit inappropriate. However, this just shows how much Robin values his partners. Su Kang can defeat the general, so what? Because as long as she is with Nico Robin, she is definitely the mortal enemy of the world government and marine. One general cannot defeat Su Kang, but what about 3 generals? What if the entire marine is mobilized? What if the masters of world government appear at the same time? Moreover, Su Kang is strong enough to protect himself, but what about others? Robin was worried not only about Su Kang, but also about the other partners on the entire ship. If according to the past, Robin just wanted to find a place to stay and was betrayed by the owner of the place, he naturally didn't have much sense of belonging. But now, dreams, adventures, pirates, friendship, all of these are what Robin values. You can't be without a partner forever. Go ahead, go to the sea over there, find a partner and find a way to the future. This is what Robin's dead friend Sorrow said. Therefore, the reason why Robin knocked Su Kang unconscious was for the sake of Su Kang and his friends. Su Kang understood this, so he told Kaido. As for the kiss just now, Su Kang still had some unfinished thoughts. I see, did you take advantage of my most relaxed moment, or was it a gift before we parted? Su Kang still felt that this kiss was a bit unlike Robin's style. However, now that it has happened, Su Kang doesn't need to think about anything anymore, because Robin will be chased back by the big guy sooner or later. Then are we going to look for Robin? Chopper asked anxiously. I don't think it will be necessary for the time being. Those people from CP9 may take advantage of Robin, so I won't do anything to Robin for the time being. And Robin doesn't want to face us now. Even if he faces us, he won't leave with us. It's better to wait for the opportunity and think of a solution then. Su Kang doesn't plan to look for Robin for the time being. Now he needs to wait for those from CP9. Surface. On the other side, although Su Kang fainted, it did not have much impact on Wood Clone. At this time, Su Kang, Wood Clone, Luffy, and Usopp were exchanging banknotes in the bank. What do you want? Said the bank teller. We have some good stuff and want to exchange it for some cash. After Su Kang finished speaking, Luffy placed a large bag of gold on the counter. After the boss saw the reward list and the reward amount, he was so frightened that he almost fell off the sofa. At first, the bank teller thought it was some worthless stuff, but when he opened the package and found something shiny inside, the teller was immediately shocked and then hurried in to find the boss. Don't buy that kind of thing, Usopp said. When the boss heard about it, he immediately invited the 4 people to the VIP room. No, there is no such thing. The boss immediately shook his head. Wait a moment, boss, please look at me carefully. Su Kang was silent at first, but then he suddenly spoke. Yes, it is indeed worth so much money. It is excellent gold in terms of age and purity. The boss confirmed again, but his eyes were a little erratic. The boss also had a lot of psychological pressure. Wow, boss, that's bad gold. There's so much. Yes, take a good look at me. Do you think I look familiar? Su Kang asked again. You said, I am all ears. The boss is also timid at this time. Let Su Kang finish. Finally, there is someone who understands. Nami is quite satisfied with Su Kang. Relatively speaking, Su Kang is the most reliable person among the Straw Hats. If there is any money left, use it all to buy a bronze statue. Luffy had already begun to imagine the scene on the Mary. So, please keep your voice down. Usopp naturally planned to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. What 100 million Baileys, is there so much money? Luffy was shocked. Usopp then asked, you won't say these are all fake, right? So if you deceive me, a billion Bailey pirate again, you should know what the consequences will be, right? Well, that's great. If we have so much money, it will be enough to repair the Mary. Luffy's voice became much softer, but he still couldn't hold back his excitement. 1 billion Bailey pirates. The boss was a little scared. In less than a while, the boss set a transaction price of 500 million Bailey. It's a bit. I think I've seen it somewhere, the boss said vaguely. The pressure of Su Kang's 1 billion bounty was absolutely astonishing, and the boss immediately set the price honestly. Hey, Su Kang, don't scare the boss. Usopp hasn't figured out anything yet. Only Su Kang and Nami caught this small detail. As someone with 25 years of experience in appraisal, I can make a rough calculation and estimate that these are about 100 million Bailey. Will this guy really give us so much money? Luffy was also excited and overwhelmed. How much can I exchange for? Luffy asked. As a businessman, it's natural to want to make money, but if you treat us like fools, you don't treat me as a human being. Then the boss carefully observed the gold. Okay, if you decide, please sign here and I will prepare the money right away, the boss said. Is this up to you? The boss was also a little confused. Hey, Luffy, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know that we have so much money? Usopp immediately educated him. Su Kang then handed his reward list to his boss. Luffy also wanted to persuade him, but Nami naturally stopped Luffy. Are you in the pirate business? Su Kang asked. Su Kang was also shocked when he saw 500 million Bailey. After all, in the original plot under Nami's threat, the boss finally gave 300 million Bailey. However, the original plot is the original plot and this is not the pirate world. The gold brought out was slightly more, and Su Kang's oppression was stronger than Nami's. In the end, the boss gave a very conscientious price. In fact, even so, the boss is still making a steady profit. The only problem is that the profit is not that exaggerated. When Luffy Usopp saw 500 million Bailey, his eyes turned green. Nami actually loves money more. The reason why she didn't say anything just now was because she was preparing to bargain. However, with Su Kang bargaining, Nami naturally didn't have to say much. Now Nami is also very excited to hold up a lot of peel. The adventure on Sky Island finally paid off. I became a rich man, Nami said excitedly. It's us who are right. Usopp and Luffy corrected one after another. Besides, if it weren't for Su Kang, we wouldn't be able to exchange so much money. Usopp got to the point. Yeah, I didn't expect that the boss just said it was 100 million, but as soon as Su Kang took action, it turned into 500 million. Luffy also gave Su Kang a thumbs up. Haha, treat me to a big meal when you have time. Su Kang said. Since there is no information exchange between the wood clone and the main body, the two parties do not know each other's information. Unless Su Kang takes the initiative to remove the wood clone, or the wood clone is seriously injured, it may disappear. After disappearing, Su Kang's body will gain all his memory, experience, and knowledge. Welcome again. The boss sent the 4 people out of here very respectfully. As soon as he came out of here, Luffy talked about 500 million Bailey. At this time, Luffy took 100 million Bailey, Nami took 100 million Bailey, Usopp took 100 million Bailey, and Su Kang took one in each hand. 100 million Baileys, which adds up to exactly 500 million Baileys. And soon, because of Luffy, countless pairs of eyes around them were already staring at everyone. To be more precise, he was eyeing the box full of Baileys in everyone's hands. And next, everyone has returned to the boat on Blue's body. In addition to exchanging gold for Bailey, the next step is to find shipyards and icebergs. After a while, everyone finally docked. In front of them was a huge dock with the number 1 written on it. We are back, the entrance to the shipyard. Great, the crowd just now seems to have disappeared. Anyway, let's look for it first. What's that guy's name? Luffy asked. It's called Iceberg, Su Kang reminded. Yes, Iceberg. Who is he? Although my mother-in-law at the station said I could ask him to help me. Usopp was very curious about Bingshan's identity. Don't know, ask the prophet. Nami stuck out her tongue and looked at Su Kang cutely. Su Kanglau blushed and said, if you ask anyone about this guy, you will know his identity. Oh, Nami then actually asked a passerby and got the answer he wanted. Oh my god, this uncle named Bingshan is actually the mayor of the water city. And he seems to be the president of the shipbuilding company. What an important position, Nami also exclaimed. With such an important status, I don't know how my mother-in-law knew him. Usopp also couldn't figure it out. They must be friends, Su Kang said. Yes, so what should we do now? Where to find Mayor Iceberg? How about we go in first? Usopp suggested. At this time, Luffy was already planning to cross the fence and enter dock number 1, but was blocked by a man with a long nose. I said you are a foreigner, please tell me outside beforehand. Then the man came out and said, outsiders are not allowed to enter the factory. What business do you have at this dock? Asked the long-nosed ship repairman. Ah. It's Usopp, Luffy said, looking at the ship repairman in front of him. Idiot, I'm right next to you, Usopp immediately retorted. Speaking of which, this guy's nose is square. Nami was also surprised. In other words, he is square Usopp, Luffy said. Okay, stop joking. Hello, this is the first time we meet. You should be Mr. Kaku, one of the 5 major contractors at the #1 dock, right? My name is Sukang. I have admired him for a long time. Sukang was very polite as soon as they met. Sukang recognized the identity of the person in front of him. He was the second master among CP9 and the master whose strength was second only to Rob Lucci. Oh, Mr. Sukang, I didn't expect you to know me. What an honor, Kaku said without changing his expression. As a senior agent of CP9, Kaku has naturally been accustomed to hiding for a long time. Kaku was also shocked when he heard Sukang's name, a billion-billy pirate who had recently awakened. And I heard that he also defeated General Marine. Everyone who considers himself a master hopes to meet such a master, and now Kaku has met him. General Marine was defeated by the person in front of him. Such top-secret information is definitely not known by ordinary secret service organizations, but Kaku is CP9, so he is naturally well-informed. Usopp also felt a little confused. How old are you? Are you very old? Haha, Luffy laughed at Kaku's title. I'm 23 years old, so Mr. Sukang, what's the matter with coming here? Although Kaku's expression didn't change, he still had his heart in his throat. He could only see what Sukang's purpose was. We want to see Mr. Bingshin. Nami received Sukang's look and asked immediately, oh, Mr. Iceberg. At this time, Nami gave the letter of introduction to Kaku, and Kaku then said, so it's the letter of introduction from Granny Kokoro at Sift Station. So do you know Mr. Iceberg? Nami asked. Of course, Mr. Bingshin is the mayor, everyone here knows him. Besides, he is also the president of our shipyard and Carrera company, and he also manages the sea train, Kaku introduced. So where can we find him? Nami asked the key again. Well, where is he now? I'm not sure, after all, that man is a busy man, Kaku said. Can't you contact him? Nami was also a little discouraged. It's not that I can't contact you, are you anxious? Kaku asked. Now Kaku didn't reveal his identity, and seeing that Sukang didn't speak much, he naturally acted in this direction, as if he was really a ship repairman. Sukang didn't want to expose him. He needed Kaku to tell everyone personally that the melee was in trouble. Even if Sukang said it, and even if everyone believed him, they still felt a little lucky in their hearts. This is like a fortune teller saying that this person is going to suffer a bloody disaster. Even if what he said was accurate, no one may believe it. But when the doctor says with certainty that the person is dead, everyone will believe it, and the ship repairman is equivalent to the ship's doctor. Well, it's not urgent to be in a hurry. Nami knew that it would take a week to store the magnetic force of the recording pointer. Kaku smiled and said, you just want to repair the ship, right? Where is the ship parked? Well, there are a lot of rocks on the promontory, Usopp said. Okay, then I'll run over and check on the ship first. Kaku stretched his legs. This will make it easier to talk to Mr. Bingshin later, and we can also discuss the repair cost. What, you said you wanted to go and see it. Are you going by Yaga Labunru? Usopp asked. Ha 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 ha, if we do that, you will be impatient to wait. In short, just wait 10 minutes. Kaku said very confidently. 10 minutes? Nami also couldn't believe it. That's right, 10 minutes. Then Kaku whizzed past and his whole body was like the wind. Kaku was originally called Shanfeng, with amazing jumping ability and high-altitude landing cushioning. He is a master of the Marine 6-style Allen kick, and his kick strength is naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. Kaku seemed to be flying, rushing towards the direction of the Mary. But wait, there's only a cliff over there. Nami wanted to stop him, but Kaku had already jumped. Wow, is that guy okay? Luffy and others were also very surprised. Don't worry about others, that guy is not an ordinary person, right, Mr. Iceberg? Sukang turned around and saw the water capital market, which is called Iceberg. Indeed, there is no need to worry about that guy. That guy can run around freely in the city. People call him Shanfeng. He is the ship repair foreman of Carrera Company's #1 dock, Kaku. While Bingshin was talking, everyone turned back and looked at Bingshin carefully. Mr. Iceberg. Are you Mr. Iceberg? Nami also looked at the person in front of him in surprise and asked. Mr. Bingshin wears a light red suit with black stripes, has some stubble, and the color of his hair is slightly blue, and he looks like a water city. In order to quickly build a faster and stronger ship, it is too late for ordinary people's physical abilities. By the way, Khalifa. Bingshin looked back at his secretary. Sukang also looked at the secretary named Khalifa. This secretary has blonde hair, a good figure, wears fake myopia glasses, and a pair of good high heels. He looks like an ordinary secretary. But Su Kang naturally knew that this guy was also a member of CP9 and was an agent lurking around Bingshan. Khalifa raised his glasses professionally and then said, "Well, I have already investigated. Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, and Nico Robin, these three wanted persons, total 200 million. 39 million Bailey. The Straw Hat Gang was established in the East Daxia Sea and currently has 8 members. In addition, I would like to talk about this one in particular, Demon Su Kang. The latest bounty is as high as 1 billion Bailey. If nothing else, this level of bounty is already among the top 30 pirate bounties in the world." Khalifa looked at Su Kang and said, "Really?" Mr. Bingshan forced himself to hold back the shock in his heart, but he still sweated a lot. "Welcome, I am the boss of this city, Bingshan. And this mouse was just picked up, its name. By the way, let's call it Tyrannosaurus Rex." Bingshan didn't show any concern on the surface. "We have to prepare a cage for him," Bingshan said. "Everything is ready, Mr. Iceberg," Khalifa said. "That's awesome. You really deserve to be Khalifa," Bingshan praised. "Don't dare, compared to this in 10 minutes you have to go to," Khalifa said. "A lot of icebergs for a while." "I don't want it, Tilda," Bingshan refused arrogantly. "Then cancel them all." Khalifa obediently crossed out those trips. "Hey, is this okay?" Usopp expressed surprise. "I am the one who has such great power to do this," Tilda Bingshan said calmly. "Really? You are completely unqualified to be the mayor," Usopp complained. "What's going on when you face one of the few shipbuilding technicians in the world and call it this or that?" Khalifa got angry, and it looked like it was real. "Wow. What's going on? Is this the attitude of a man who has cancelled his job?" Usopp also expressed surprise. At this time, Usopp looked down at the money. Of course, to ensure that it was a letter of introduction written by Grandma Kakaliu herself, she also left a lip print next to her name. "I really want to be kicked by her," many men said willingly. Mr. Iceberg revealed his other half's face. It turned out that even he was accidentally injured by Khalifa. At this time, Khalifa suddenly launched an attack on everyone, but the attack fell on Su Kang and could not even splash a trace of dust. The whole person looked carefree. Su Kang didn't say a word, but Nami immediately changed the subject and was more respectful. "And this letter of introduction is actually just one sentence. Help them see the ship, signed by Coco Luo." A lot of melon-eating people quickly came around. "Anyway, you are Mr. Bingshan, right? Please look at this, it is a letter of introduction." Nami gave the letter of introduction to Bingshan. "Since you agreed, why did you tear up the letter?" Everyone couldn't understand. "You are the one who is more rude," Luffy and Usopp protested. "Yes, indeed," Nami also agreed. Bingshan also said, "Don't make Khalifa angry. If this woman gets angry, she will become our enemy." "Sorry, I lost my mind accidentally," Khalifa then explained. "However, Mr. Bingshan is respected by the citizens, so please don't be too rude." "What a willful guy, but isn't this what the mother-in-law said?" Luffy reminded. Su Kang felt a little nauseous, but Khalifa's looks and figure were indeed first-rate. As for Su Kang, he didn't move where he was. Mr. Bingshan then tore up the letter of introduction. Everyone thought they couldn't help repair it, but then Mr. Bingshan said directly, "Okay." Let alone Usopp, Su Kang found this iceberg very interesting. "Why take the initiative to attack?" Su Kang asked. "Anyway, I have a lot of free time today, so I'll show you around the factory," Mr. Bingshan said while picking his nose with his little finger. He was kicked even more seriously. Su Kang imitated Enel and picked his ears with his little finger. "You rude people," Khalifa yelled. Then Bingshan said, "Granny Kekaleo and I have been drinking friends for many years. This lip mark just makes me very unhappy." When we first met, Bingshan gave everyone the impression that he was an irresponsible mayor. Secretary Khalifa hasn't had an outburst in a long time. Then Usopp was kicked away, and Luffy and Nami were forced to kneel on the ground. "Anyway, Kaku has already gone to inspect the ship and the work is already in progress. Don't worry." Su Kang didn't say anything, and a few drops of sweat ran down his head. He thought to himself that this Khalifa is really a talent. I don't know if he is acting or if he is real. Hey, hey, hey! Usopp saw that Su Kang was still holding 2 boxes of money, but the money he had in Nami and Luffy's hands had long since disappeared. "What's wrong, Usopp?" Nami turned around and asked immediately when Usopp didn't follow. "Money, the money is gone," Usopp said timidly. "Isn't the money in Su Kang's hands?" Nami then noticed that except for the money in Su Kang's hands, all the other money was gone. "Look carefully, that's 300 million Bali." Nami was also horrified. If he had known this, he would have asked Su Kang to take all the money. "No, not anywhere. Hey, where is it?" At this time, Usopp discovered the figure of the box. Su Kang and Luffy also turned around. The two of them had already taken the box to the boat and were about to leave by boat. Hey, who are you guys? Why are you just taking other people's money? Hey, stop! Usopp shouted loudly to stop him. But they had already targeted the Straw Hats when they entered the bank to pay back the money. Of course, everything has been planned, so how can we get the money back so easily? At this time, Usopp and Luffy both chased them to the shore. Looking at the group of people who had already fled on the boat, they didn't know what to do. Did you give them the money? Luffy asked. How is it possible? These guys stole it, Usopp said. However, at this time, a ship repairman happened to be chased by his creditor. In the end, by mistake, he fell into the boat of the money-grabbing group and drove him into the water. Great, is that your company's ship repairman? Usopp asked. Yes, Mr. Bingshin nodded. Hey, thank you, that money belongs to us. After Usopp reminded him, the ship repairman's eyes immediately glowed with gold. At this time, another person appeared behind him, and Sukang also observed this person carefully. This man was wearing a top hat, but he was wearing a white vest, and there was a dove standing on his right shoulder. At this time, when Luffy was about to take action, he was stopped by this man. The dove on him suddenly opened his mouth and said, I'll go. Luffy was also very suspicious and said, Pigeon. Immediately afterwards, the man came to the boat at an extremely fast speed and taught his colleague a lesson. Of course, he still used the pigeon on his shoulder. Don't try to use other people's money to pay off your debts, you idiot. All this money was found. How dare you say that? I just happened to ride on this Yaga Labunru. Then the two of them took the boat and headed towards the No. One dock where Sukang and others were. Oh, great, Usopp. Luffy was very happy to see that his lost things were about to be recovered. Don't talk like it's my business, this is 300 million bali for us, Usopp said, pulling Luffy's face. Nami did not hesitate to give in and also taught Luffy a lesson. That's right, why didn't you rush over and grab it back as soon as possible? Then Sukang didn't take it back. Luffy also blamed Sukang for the problem. I didn't lose the Bailey I had. Sukang's words made sense, leaving Luffy speechless. Anyway, I'm sorry, let's leave it to our own people to deal with the idiots in our company. It wouldn't be good if you caught them, Bingshin said. Anyway, it's good that it wasn't snatched away by the French family, Califa said. Hey, who were those people dressed so strangely just now? Nami suddenly asked. The French family is engaged in the boat dismantling business, Califa explained. So once you become their prey, your body will be wiped out, Mr. Bingshin said. The implication is that there is nothing wrong with Lu Chi himself. Hurry up and apologize, Bari, Lu Kili said using the pigeon. Lu Chi threw Bari to the ground very easily. You really don't need to be serious. Nami thought Lu Chi had been killed. But it doesn't look like they are very powerful, Luffy said. Immediately afterwards, he was naturally knocked to the ground by Lu Chi with a hammer. If you really want to thank me, give me 10% of it, Bari said. So what, the one who hit me was Lu Chi? What, I really can't tell that they are such serious boatmen. As long as you can defeat the pirates who come to this city, you can get their pirate ship. After dismantling it, you can sell the usable wood at a low price. This is the business done by the Frankie family. Mr. Bingshin, he also explained it carefully. It's naturally different when the person you talk to is like an iceberg. What a bad thing, didn't the pirate group disintegrate as well? Usopp said. Thank you, Luffy said. However, when the smoke cleared, Lu Chi had already maintained a one-handed handstand. It turned out that he only used one hand to resist the impact just now. So, why is the pigeon talking? Luffy still felt a little incredible. It's so rude, guest. This guy owes a lot of debt because of gambling and he forgets etiquette when he sees money. Lu Chi said using the pigeon. You be *****D Lu Chi, you can say whatever you want, I can't bear it anymore. Rope manipulation, not holding. Bari took the initiative to attack Luo Chi and the result would be death. At this time the man came back with another man, but Sukang remained calm on the surface. Stop, Bari. Luffy then walked forward and said, I said the one wearing glasses, the one teasing you, and the one provoking you are all that pigeon. Are you going to take action? Bari then prepared to take action again, but this time he was stopped by Mr. Bingshin. That's because the pigeon couldn't move on its own, so that guy had to do it. Feed the pigeon, if you cause trouble yourself, you'll get into trouble yourself, Luffy shouted. Those are just subordinates, but don't underestimate Frankie, the head of the family who is behind them and instigating them. Mr. Bingshin warned. The person who used pigeons as a cover and used ventriloquism was the strongest person in CP9, Rob Lucci. Well, are you the owner? I helped you get the money back. Bari handed the money to Luffy. Yes, because their side job is bounty hunting. When they see pirates coming and going in the city, they will cause disputes. They are a troublesome group of guys, Califa explained. Sukang thought to himself, the disguise is really good, but it's a pity that the CP9 people discovered it in the end. This guy's finger poked into the ground. How did this guy do it? Usopp expressed surprise again. As for the person who grabbed the money along the way, he was also the ship repair foreman of number 1 dockyard, Bari. It's like being the spokesperson for that hat. Anyway, it will be great if the money comes back, Usopp said. What's going on with the ship repairman here? Punishment, catch it with one rod. Bari threw Lucci away and then hit the ground heavily. Wow. That pigeon is really good at talking, Luffy said in surprise. The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder then said, sorry, I've disturbed everyone. My name is Rob Lu. No, it's Pigeon Hadley. This is Rob Lucci. I work here. Please give me some advice. Well, when you spoke just now, did you want to say that you were human? Nami asked. That's right, I understand. It's ventriloquism. Nami finally guessed it. Luffy and Usopp beside them immediately applauded. Really? It's you who complained. Great, didn't notice at all. Don't be like this, it's not a big deal, Lu Killy said using the pigeon. Ha ha ha. This guy is a weirdo who never talks to people normally, Bari said with a smile while smoking a cigar. Wait, what's going on with you, woman? You're too shameless. You show too much of your legs. This is a place where men work and you're dressed like this, how unbecoming. Bari suddenly became nervous. Then Khalifa also stood in front of Bari. Bari calmed down. When Bari saw Khalifa, he was also shocked. His eyes noticed Khalifa's hip-hugging skirt and high heels and long legs, and he immediately started complaining mode again. Khalifa, you too, you haven't learned your lesson yet and you wear such flamboyant clothes. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand that you have to wear trousers and long trousers? Ha 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 ha, that guy is also a weirdo, Luffy also laughed. Su Kang didn't have anything to say about this, he just looked at everyone quietly. Okay, that's it, hurry up and enter the gate of opening, Mr. Bingshin said. He just agreed to take everyone to visit the number 1 dockyard. The door of dock number 1 was as high as a mountain. Usopp then asked, such a big door, isn't it manual? Can those two weirdos open it? At the same time, Lucci and Bari had put their palms on the door, and then pushed the door open. Wow, it's moving, Usopp was shocked. Even though they look like this, they are actually the only 5 outstanding ship repairers in the dock who can shoulder the title of foreman. Kaku just now is one of them. The ship repairmen here rely on their abilities. Although they have weird personalities, don't take it too seriously, Mr. Bingshin said. How strange. The door opened. Then Luffy and Usopp turned and walked towards the dock. Don't lose your money again, although there should be no thieves in the shipyard, Mr. Bingshin reminded. I was negligent just now and caused you trouble. Usopp apologized politely, which was considered as giving everyone a step forward. Su Kang, Luffy, you have to protect me. At this time, Usopp took 200 million and gave the other 100 million to Nami. Mr. Bingshin then introduced, this no. 1 dockyard gathers the main personnel of Carrera Company and specializes in accepting the most difficult commissions. Please come in. Wow, it's so big, Luffy exclaimed. Su Kang has never seen such a large-scale shipyard. The mere visual impact is enough for Su Kang to digest. Although it's a shipyard, it looks really bold when you get closer, Luffy commented. That's right, Nami also agreed. Countless workers were building a huge ship in front of him, which Usopp was also very interested in. Build such a big ship again, whose is it? There are boat repairmen everywhere, Nami said. Come here and invite me. Mr. Bingshin also led everyone to continue the tour. Everyone noticed the arrival of Mr. Bingshin and naturally greeted him very enthusiastically. Hey, Mr. Bingshin is here. The boss is here. Mr. Bingshin, good morning. Good mornings. Boss, can you help me take a look at the finished exterior panels? Okay, I'll be here in a minute. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Bingshin. Mr. Iceberg was very popular and Luffy couldn't help but ask. It turns out that Uncle Bingshin is so popular. Of course, in the past, only the shipbuilding industry was the most developed on this island. There were 7 shipbuilding companies competing with each other. At that time, he impressed the ship repairers with his genius shipbuilding skills. 5 years ago, these 7 shipbuilding companies were merged into one, which is Carrera Company. His passion and technology for shipbuilding have never changed, and the workers respect him. And the workers are proud of their skills, so they are not afraid of pirates and do not succumb to power. This is the place, Khalifa was explaining carefully. Luffy patted the iceberg and asked, Hey, uncle, I heard that you are a ship repairman. Do you want to be a pirate with us? What did you say? B asterisk 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 D. You rude guy, Bari and Khalifa were both furious and about to explode. Okay, that's what he is. Nami quickly stopped him. Don't you have a ship repairman on your ship? Bingshin asked. Yes, we came to this island not only to repair the ship but also to find a partner, Luffy said. I have a lot of ship repairmen here, but I don't know if any of them are willing to sail on a pirate ship, Mr. Bingshin said. If anyone wants to go with you, I don't mind. Bingshin said, really? Oh, Uncle is so easy to talk to. Uncle, can't you come with us? Luffy asked again. I can't, I'm the mayor. Bingshin refused. What does it matter? Luffy patted Bingshin, who was also startled, and then asked. By the way, is there really a woman named Nico Robin on your ship? Yes, she is very smart, hehehe. Luffy looked at Bingshin and asked, what's wrong with Robin? Nothing, Bingshin didn't say much. Hey, Uncle, can I get closer to the ship and have a look? Luffy asked. Well, no problem, Bingshin said. Okay, thank you. Luffy then happily rushed over to look at the ship. Bingshin looked at Luffy's figure and remained silent. What are you thinking about, Mr. Bingshin? At this time, Sukang slowly approached Bingshin and asked, Nothing, what's the matter, Mr. Sukang, you don't seem to talk much, Bingshin said. Well, that's right. If you talk too much, the agents around you will hear you, Sukang said calmly. What agent? Bingshin was shocked and then looked at Sukang. What do you mean? Bingshin deliberately lowered his voice. Mr. Bingshin, please make no mistake. As a big pirate, I am not a member of the world government. I am just kindly reminding you. There are a lot of agents around you, that's all. After Sukang finished speaking, he walked aside to watch the ship. Bingshin, who was sweating profusely, was left alone. What's the matter, Mr. Bingshin? Khalifa asked proactively after seeing Bingshin's expression look a little bad. Nothing. Wow, what a big cannons. Wow, it's a small Karuba cannon. So cool, so long, shiny, it's enough even once. I really want to try firing one. Usopp's eyes lit up when he saw it. Is that made of copper? I wonder if you can let me test fire it. Wait a minute. We have 500 million Baileys now. We should definitely be able to buy one of those cannons. At this moment, Usopp was attacked and disappeared. Under normal circumstances, Sukang would not activate his sense of knowledge for no reason, so no one knew about Usopp's disappearance. At this time, Kaku had also returned to dock number 1. Did that person just look at the boat for us? Nami asked. Well, I've finished reading. Mr. Bingshin, you are here, Kaku greeted. I already know the matter. How is the situation? Bingshin asked. That, Luffy, come down, Sukang. Nami called everyone aside, but Usopp didn't respond no matter how he called. Everyone couldn't find Usopp anywhere. Finally, a shipman returned the box to Luffy and others. Usopp, the money is not promising. Nami and Luffy then suggested loading this thing and that thing on the boat. Sukang, what do you want to pretend to be? Luffy and Nami asked. Mr. Kaku, I know a little bit about the situation of the ship. How is the condition of the keel? Sukang asked directly. Kaku nodded. If someone on the other side understands something, it will be easier to communicate. Since you know more or less, I'll tell you directly. Hey, what are you talking about, keel, and what's going on with the Mary? Luffy and Nami were both a little anxious. The keel has been broken. Your ship is called Mary, right? In other words, it cannot be repaired. Kaku said directly. Why, what's the problem with the broken keel? Nami and Luffy also asked very curiously. The keel is the most important part of every ship, just like the foundation of a house. However, there is no identical keel in the world. In other words, as long as the keel is broken, the core of the ship will be damaged, and nothing identical can be found to replace it. Yes, in this case, it is better to change a ship, Kaku said. Luffy, how many things do you think our ship has gone through? Sukang asked. Our ship flew into the sky, fell down, climbed mountains, and almost became a skewer. Many things happened. That's why we asked them to help repair it, Luffy said. That's right, I almost understand what your ship has been through, therefore even our craftsmanship cannot repair your ship. In other words, I'm afraid no one in this world can restore it. Kaku stated the facts clearly again, and Luffy and Nami were also stunned. Is the keel seriously damaged? Bari asked. Yes, it's quite serious, Kaku said. Sukang then told Sanji what happened. What, did Miss Robin join them on her own initiative? In order not to implicate us. Wait, how can you talk like that? Nami also felt very uncomfortable. Luffy wants to resurrect the Mary in another form so that the Mary can continue to survive. For example, even if it is repaired, the probability that it will survive to the next island is 0. But we have been sailing well all this time. Nami still felt that there was something unlikely that it could not be repaired. While Luffy Nami here was still digesting this fact, Sukang and Chopper had already met Sanji. Your ship is just a pile of blocks waiting to die, Bari said. That's absolutely impossible. If it's just similar ships, we can build them, but strictly speaking, no one can build 2 identical ships. There are no 2 identical ships in the world, Lu Chi said. Then the 3 of them drove in the direction of the Mary as quickly as possible. Sukang told Sanji and Chopper what happened, and both of them felt very uncomfortable. I don't accept it, Luffy said. However, the actual situation once again made Luffy feel discouraged. CP9 is the person we have to deal with this time, and Robin will definitely be fine. Instead of thinking about Robin's whereabouts, it's better to go and see the Mary, otherwise there will be no chance. No, I don't plan to change ships. Luffy already had deep feelings for the Mary. I don't care, but it's the truth, Bari said. Yeah, isn't it a good opportunity to either wait for it to sink or dismantle it quickly, or give up and buy a new boat? Our ship has the Golden Mary. As long as it is repaired, it will continue sailing. Luffy's attitude was very tough. I've said it before, it's hard for anyone in the world to repair your ship. I think it's a miracle that you can sail here in that condition. Luffy. Moreover, even if the same ship is made from similar wood, those of you who are familiar with the original ship will feel that it is different from the original one. Lucci also explained again. The Mary traveled north and south with us, and its keel was severely damaged. In other words, the Mary is completely out of service. If we insist on repairing it, if we insist on sailing, the ship will eventually be destroyed and people will die. Although Su Kang's body did not know the results of Kaku's inspection, Su Kang had basically anticipated the ending of the melee. No matter what, it was impossible for the melee to leave the water capital. The keel of the ship frame is the core of the ship. As long as it is seriously damaged, it cannot be replaced. Repairing it is like replacing a new ship. Guitars with the same appearance, obviously made of the same kind of wood, will play out differently. If that's the case, then please build an identical golden melee. Luffy is not stupid. If repairing it is difficult, making an exact replica of the melee is also a good idea. Aren't you very good boatmen? Money is not an issue, Luffy said. It's okay. It sailed very comfortably today, but you suddenly said that it can't continue sailing. Don't you have a lot of money? It sounds like your boat is a dhow, and sailing with this old-fashioned sailboat will be very hard in the future. Everyone started to persuade. So, is it true that the Golden Merly can no longer sail again? Nami asked again. I saw Miss Robin just now, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Aren't you with her? Why isn't she with you? Sanji asked. Who are you talking about in CP9? Sanji also asked with some excitement. In fact, what Lucci said is not wrong. Even if it is made according to modern assembly line methods, there will be certain differences, just like musical instruments like guitars. At this time, Luffy at Dock no. One did not accept this fact at all. Su Kang then told Sanji and Chopper what he knew about the plot. You don't even know how strong the Mary is, that's why you said that. Luffy said this not because he was being angry, but because he valued the Mary. Are you satisfied with riding it until it sinks? Mr. Bingshan also persuaded. I'm really convinced, you guy. Can you be considered the captain of a ship like this? I've said all that needs to be said. You think about it carefully. If you plan to buy a ship, come to me again. I will take care of you. If you want to buy a ship, I will take care of you. If all the 300 million bali are used, even the latest ships can be built. Bingshan then said. Khalifa then gave Luffy a list of various ships. Please take a good look at it. This is a product list ranging from new to second-hand boats. It can be used as a reference for prices, Khalifa said. Mr. Bingshan, there are guests at the door. At this time, a naked ship repairman said to Bingshan, there is no meeting appointment today. Khalifa also felt a little strange. It seems they are world government officials again. Do you want to send them away? The ship repairman said. Yeah, just tell them I'm not here, Bingshan said. However, your hair is really very curly, Lulu. Mr. Bingshan also felt that the ship repairman in front of him had an eye-catching hair. Sorry, I'm rude. The ship repairman named Lulu pressed one side of her hair and then it popped out on the other side. Mr. Bingshan originally planned to leave immediately before these officials arrived, but they still found him. Wait a minute, Bingshan, aren't you here? Haha, said the world government official in a black suit. Hey, hurry up and hide, Bari reminded. They are government officials. Luffy, Su Kang and Nami then hid behind the pile of trees. Hello, Corgi, I'm not here today. Mr. Bingshan looked at the man named Corgi and lied. No, you're obviously here. Really, I came all the way here by sea train. I hope you won't turn me away. Corgi then sniffed and said, it seems to smell like pirates. Forget it, I want to talk to you anyway, Corgi said. I hate you, get out of here, Bingshan said directly. Are you a child? Bingshan's move made Corgi feel a little confused. Don't be so stubborn, I have something beneficial to tell you today, at least listen to me. Come, let's go to a place where no one is around. Corgi then left here with Bingshan. That guy is really annoying. He comes here every time and doesn't know what he is talking about with Mr. Bingshan. Bari complained next to him. It has nothing to do with us, it's about power anyway, Lucci said using the pigeon. It's better to just shoot them away, Bari said. Assistant, the other party is world government, Kaku said. Luffy's expression was a little unnatural and Nami asked, what's wrong? I just realized when I was carrying the bag to hide it that it was really light, Luffy said. Why? Really? Stop joking. Nami also didn't want to believe it, but after finally opening the box, she and Luffy screamed together. Wow. How could such a thing happen? Isn't the 200 million bali what Usopp is holding? Su Kang said. The boatmen communicated with each other, and finally everyone understood that Usopp was likely to be with the Frankie family. "What is going on?" Nami asked. Lulu said, "Rather than being together, it is better to say that we were taken away." "Isn't that kidnapping?" Nami finally understood. "It should be the Frankie family's fault for capturing Usopp and taking away all 200 million Baileys," Sukang said. Seeing that Sukang said the same thing, Nami immediately said, "Then go quickly." Then Luffy rushed out of Dock 1 angrily. Give Usopp back to us, there is still money." "Really, where is the base of Frankie's family?" Nami asked. "It's better to say it's a base than their factory. It's on the northeast coast of the rocky promontory where you parked the ship. It's called Frankie's house," Bari said. Sukang, "We don't have time to find Luffy, just the two of us go together." Nami and Sukang then rowed the Yaga Laboon towards Frankie's house that Bari said. "What should we do with the remaining money?" "Forget it, let's put the money on the boat and use it to collect debts." "What if it is taken away again?" Nami then sailed towards the original location of the Mary. Blue, who was sitting on Nami, took full advantage of the sexual intercourse just now and ran with all his strength in the direction of the melee. On the way, Sukang saw a group of people watching something. "Nami, Usopp over there." Sukang could think with his heels that Usopp had been beaten and his money was taken away. Then the two came to Usopp's side. "Usopp, cheer up." "It's okay, Usopp." "Usopp, did Frankie's family do this?" Nami was also very impatient. "No, that's right. I'm too weak. All my money was taken away." "Nami, Sukang, I don't have the face to see everyone." Usopp burst into tears mid-sentence. "I finally had the chance to repair the Mary. It's so shameful. Damn." At this time, Usopp was desperate and in pain. The most important thing was that he hated himself for being powerless. Nami and Sukang looked at each other, both knowing that Usopp couldn't let Usopp know that the melee was not saved at this time. "I know, don't worry about money. We will take back whatever you lose, and I will definitely teach you a lesson for those who hit you," Sukang also said very reliably. "Okay," Usopp felt a little better knowing that Sukang was the strongest on the ship and also knew that Sukang had never spoken nonsense. "This guy is too seriously injured. I can only barely heal him. You quickly go back to the ship and find Chopper and the others." Sukang then used his Sage Jutsu and began to treat Chopper's injuries. However, Usopp was probably beaten to the point of internal bleeding, and even Sukang could only temporarily stabilize Usopp's injury. Naturally, Nami didn't want to waste a moment when he saw this. He immediately ran up and said, "Leave it to you, Sukang. I'll be back as soon as I go." At this time, Usopp had fallen into a coma. On the other hand, Sukang's true body has returned to the melee with Sanji Chopper. When Chopper and Sanji received the news from Zoro that the melee was indeed dead, they both showed sad faces. No matter how much money is spent, it can't be repaired. Chopper also felt very regretful. "So what is the fate of the melee?" Chopper asked again. "Who knows, in the end we still have to see how Luffy and the others judge after hearing the identification results," Zoro said. "They went to the shipyard together, they should already have the answer," Zoro said, leaning on the railing. "But things have gone too extreme, right? Look, isn't the boat still the same?" Sanji said. "No, although it still looks like a ship, in fact, it is already dilapidated," Sukang's body said. "The keel of the ship was seriously damaged. We sailed all the way from the East Daxia Sea and experienced a lot of things. We actually know it in our hearts, but we just don't want to admit it." Sukang also sighed and then said, "Yes, that's it. People will become stronger after experiencing wind and waves, but boats are different. All they accumulate is pain," Zoro said. "Even if you say this, it's still unacceptable." Sanji turned his head and said, "Besides, I don't know what that guy Usopp will say when he hears this." "I like the melee very much," Chopper said. "It's the same for everyone, but because the injury is so deep, there seems to be nothing we can do." Zoro easily introduced this fact. "Mary and Miss Robin are both worrying. It's been an uneasy afternoon for me," Sanji said. At this time, everyone heard Nami's shout. Nami came back alone. "What happened to Luffy and Usopp? And Sukang, your clone is not here either," Sanji and others also said strangely. "Miss Nami, what happened?" Sanji asked. Nami then told his friends on the ship what happened to Usopp. Immediately afterwards, Sukang asked, "What is the situation of my wood clone now?" "Usopp is being treated and he said Chopper must go there," Nami replied. "Understood, the troops are divided into two groups. One group goes to Frankie's family to get back the 200 million Baileys that were stolen. The other group goes to find Usopp." Sukang has already made plans. Immediately afterwards, Chopper Nami went to find Usopp. Sanji, Zoro, and Sukang went to Frankie's house. As for the melee, Sukang directly used his clone to guard it. At this time, Usopp was obviously seriously injured, but he still came to Frankie's house. It turns out that no matter how Sukang persuades, Usopp will get back the 200 million Bailey. Sukang's wood clone had no choice but to follow Usopp to the Frankie family. Usopp dragged his heavy body and fired a gunpowder star, blowing open Frankie's door. Damn it. How dare you come to trouble Frankie's family? These Frankie's younger brothers said one after another. The smoke dispersed and Usopp's figure emerged. Aren't you the weak guy just now? How can you still stand up? Give me the money back, Usopp showed a sharp look. You said you want to pay back the money, so brother, are you a subordinate of Straw Hat? Said a person hiding in the darkness. This man is obviously the head of Frankie's family, Frankie, and one of the future partners of the Straw Hats. That's right, brother, he was with Majin Sukang and Straw Hat Luffy. I thought he was such a powerful pirate. Frankie's younger brothers laughed. Totally vulnerable, ha 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 ha. Frankie's little brother mocked Usopp unscrupulously. Usopp said, Sukang, don't interfere. Next is my battle. Usopp then rushed towards Frankie and others with all his strength. However, Frankie gently lifted the box containing the money upwards, and Usopp fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. What is he doing? Frankie's little brother continued to laugh at Usopp. I appreciate your courage to ask for money and you want someone to take action. It's really good, but I can't give it back to you. Frankie didn't hate Usopp that much, on the contrary, he was very interested. That's important funds for repairing our ship. With this money we can finally repair the damage to the Mary. How could I leave it to you? Usopp also yelled. I see. It seems that you love your ship very much. However, I don't care what happens to your ship. The money is already ours. It's a pity. You will not be punished for stealing things from pirates. Anyway, it's the dirty money you stole from somewhere, haha. Give it to me or you cry and beg Marine. Anyway, you will definitely be the one who gets caught. Unfortunately, Majin Sukang and Straw Hat Luffy have a useless subordinate who can't even care about money. After Frankie finished speaking, he kicked Usopp away. Soon enough, Sukang would clone rushed directly towards Usopp. The distance of a few meters would have taken an ordinary person several seconds at least. However, Sukang caught Usopp in just an instant. Usopp is not our subordinate but our partner. There are less than 10 people on our ship, and everyone is an important part. You just mentioned me, right? It would be more accurate for Frankie to call you Frame. Sukang smiled slightly. Although he did not threaten Frankie, it put heavy pressure on Frankie. Sukang naturally knew that Frankie turned into a disintegrator in order to avoid being pursued by the world government. He changed his name to Frankie and was doing a completely different job from his senior brother Bingshan. In the eyes of ordinary people, these two people cannot be connected at all. However, at this time, Sukang easily handed over Frankie's real name. How could Frankie not be shocked? Who are you? Leazi's name is Frankie. Frankie looked at Sukang and said again, Frankie, just be Frankie. You can call your name whatever you like. However, I am a person who will never change my surname. My name is Sukang and you call me a devil, Sukang said. Sukang, who has a bounty of 1 billion, is that you? I don't think you're that good either, Frankie said. Ha, you can give it a try. Sukang also smiled and there was no need to use force to deal with Frankie. Kids, let's play with him. I'm going to use the money to buy something, haha, it's really exciting. Frankie then turned around and planned to leave, but in Sukang's opinion, Frankie seemed more like running away. Wind release great breakthrough. Sukang said nothing, directly formed a seal and used the wind release ninjutsu move. The move great breakthrough is in layman's terms a strong wind. But as for how strong the wind is, it still depends on who uses this trick. Sukang possesses the extremely terrifying chakra due to his previous fusion of super-powerful blood. The great breakthrough release now becomes a super great breakthrough. Frankie's younger brothers are just some stronger workers who dismantle the ship, and they are not marine generals. Therefore, when the hurricane blew by in an instant, just an instant, everyone was blown to the ground by the wind. Frankie himself was also shocked. He did not expect that many of his younger brothers could not stop Sukang for even 3 seconds. On the other hand, no one found Usopp there. Then Sukang saw the blood on the ground. This guy actually moved with a serious injury. It seems that my wood clone did not stop him, so there must be some reason why he had to go, Sukang thought. At this time, a human voice suddenly came and a figure finally fell into the waterway next to it. What's going on? Chopper and Nami both yelled. Help me, suddenly Luffy called for help from the water. It's Luffy, Chopper said. This guy. Sukang then stretched out his devil's hand and grabbed Luffy out of the water. I asked what happened to you. You ran away in such a hurry, why did you fall from above again? Nami asked. Well, I want to imitate the appearance of a ship repairman at a shipyard flying around looking for Usopp, Luffy explained. Are you okay? Chopper asked. Usopp was taken away with the money. Have you found Usopp? Luffy asked. As far as I know, he must have gone to Frankie's base. Usopp was injured and his money was taken away. He was unwilling to accept it. Maybe the guy still thought it was his fault, so I went to settle the score with the French family. Su Kang's estimate is 100% correct. Let's go, my wood clone has not been released yet. This means that Usopp is still being protected. If so, it means that they are still at Frankie's house. Su Kang then ignored all the etiquette and spread his wings directly behind his back, then took his companions with him, and then flew in the direction of Frankie's house. Frankie's house is not far to the northeast of the melee, so Su Kang found Frankie's house easily. But at this time, Frankie's house had been destroyed. Su Kang saw his wood clone, which was currently using Sage Jutsu to heal Usopp. Surrounded by a group of Frankie's men, all of them fell on the spot looking in pieces. "Thank you for your hard work," Su Kang said to his wood clone and then directly dismissed him. After all, the two are one body. Since the main body has already arrived, you can get all the memories of the clone by simply removing him. At this time, Sanji and Zoro had just arrived, and the Straw Hats and others gathered together. Usopp, at this time Chopper naturally went over to see Usopp's situation. "How is it? Is he still alive?" Luffy asked. "Although I completely fainted, I'm not dead yet, I'm fine. We can still be saved." Chopper's words made everyone feel at ease. Usopp was still holding the money box tightly in his hands. Su Kang knew that he snatched the cash box back after he had used Great Breakthrough. Because his strength was too strong, he shocked Frankie on the spot, so Frankie ran away directly. As for the money in his hand, Su Kang easily took it back. "Where's that guy Frankie?" Luffy asked. "He ran away. You should know the reason why my clone let him go." Su Kang didn't need to say too much, and his friends understood Su Kang's intention. At this time, Zoro put on the green hood, Sanji silently lit a cigarette, Chopper was also filled with indignation, and Luffy had a determined look in his eyes. "Of course, the reason for keeping him is so that we can fight him off. We can't keep that house, destroy it." At this time, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper formed a revenge team and opened fire on Frankie's house. Although Su Kang used Wind Escape and knocked many of Frankie's brothers to the ground, Frankie's house could not be torn apart by the strong wind. There were also some fish that were lucky enough to slip through the net and escape Su Kang's fangdun. At this time, the Straw Hat revenge team directly smashed the small door. Facing the Frankie family, the partners showed no mercy and beat the other side's younger brothers severely again. In the end, Frankie's house was directly destroyed. Everyone was quite angry. "Wait a minute. The reason why you are so angry is because of the money that wasted just now, right? But isn't the money already in your hands? Just let us go." Although Frankie's little brother said so, begging for mercy, but without any sincerity. Without saying a word, Luffy beat him again until he vomited blood. "We're not here for this. Stop talking. I will make your corpses disappear." Luffy was really angry at this time, and beating the other party was obviously not enough to relieve his anger. In the end, Frankie's house was completely destroyed, and there was no possibility of rebuilding it. The younger brothers have also been beaten severely several times, and they only have one breath left. "So are you going to chase Frankie now?" Su Kang asked. "Where to chase?" "I really don't know where that guy went," Sanji talked to Zoro. "There is no need to chase him, the money has been obtained and his lair has been destroyed. As far as I know, Frankie will not leave his little brother and run away alone. We just need to wait quietly, Frankie will definitely take the initiative to look for us," Su Kang said. "Wait here." "But even if you wait here, that guy probably won't come back so soon," Zoro said. At this time, Chopper was doing his best to treat Usopp. "Great, the emergency response is complete, we need to use a stretcher to carry it." "Come and help," Chopper said. "Let's go, it won't help us here now, let's go back to the Mary first," Sanji said. At this time, Luffy was standing at a very high place and then said, "As for the ship, I have decided to say goodbye to the Golden Mary here." It was also very difficult for Luffy to make this decision, but he had to make this decision even when it was difficult. After all, Luffy was the captain. Luffy didn't need to ask Su Kang's opinion at all, because Luffy knew that Su Kang's opinion must be the same. Sometimes it's time to make a decision, but everyone doesn't know how to tell Usopp. But all things must be faced in the end. Then everyone used a stretcher to get Usopp back to the Mary. A morning passed, and in the afternoon, Usopp finally woke up from his coma. "Great, Usopp is awake," Chopper said. "Yeah. Great." Then Luffy went in to find Usopp. Usopp was naturally blamed by everyone, but the blame was not that Usopp was useless, but that he had gone to settle accounts with Frankie's family all by himself if he hadn't been accompanied by Sue, a peerless master. The result of Usopp's wood clone may be even more tragic. "It's all my fault, I'm sorry, it's so embarrassing, everyone." Usopp hugged Zoro's thigh with tears in his eyes. Zoro disliked him very much but couldn't get rid of Usopp. "Wait, calm down, got it." Zoro is embarrassed. "Well, Usopp, you must lie down properly," Chopper said. "So I remember Su Kang gave me the money at the last moment when I fainted, right? I remembered it correctly, right?" Usopp finished speaking and looked at Su Kang. Sukang nodded and said, yes, this is indeed true. My wood clone got the money back. Here, Sukang patted the box containing the money. With this, Usopp finally calmed down. Yes, and even if it's gone, we still have 300 million Baileys, ha 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 ha. Luffy then laughed. That's not good, that's money, Nami scolded. Chopper called Nami, and Nami immediately responded that he had made a mistake, so he said, I'm sorry. So where is Luffy, Sukang, and the ship? What about the Mary? Do we have enough money to repair the Mary? Usopp asked. It's not easy to have the opportunity to carry out repairs at such a first-class shipyard. In order to continue sailing in the future, we need a stronger hull than before. They must be completely repaired, and can those people really repair them? Usopp asked Luffy and Sukang. About this, Usopp, I decided to change a ship. Luffy said this very easily. I'm sorry for making the decision while you were away, Luffy said. However, I have decided that the Golden Melee has indeed helped us a lot, but this ship's voyage ends here. Luffy's words were quite harsh in the ears of other friends, let alone Usopp, who loved his boat like his life. After hearing these words, the whole person almost collapsed. And no one expressed any objection because everyone knew the situation of the Mary and followed Luffy's final decision. After all, he was the captain. After practical considerations, the Mary had to be abandoned. Usopp didn't say a word, he couldn't hear anything at this time. In this catalog given by Uncle Iceberg, I checked the boats that I can afford. There are many. We should be able to buy a second-hand boat that is bigger than what we have now with the money, Luffy said. Wait, your joke is too stupid, isn't it? Even Chopper believes it. Our captain is really troubled. Tell us about him, Nami. And Sukang, you should know best. Seeing everyone's serious looks, Usopp immediately said, what's wrong? Is it because the repair money is not enough, or are these ship repairmen? It doesn't live up to its name and has no ability to repair our ship. No, it's not like that. Luffy's attitude became much tougher. That's why, tell me clearly, are you taking care of my feelings? Usopp asked. In other words, no matter how we repair the melee, it will never be repaired. Even if we spend money to repair it, we will not be able to reach the next island. We will eventually be buried in the sea. Is this the ending you want? Sukang's words were very gentle, and he incorporated his own views into it unconsciously. How do you make such a decision? Usopp picked up the ship sales list in Luffy's hand and then threw it heavily to the ground. Don't fool me with this kind of thing. Usopp then fell to the ground limply. At this time, Sukang originally wanted to stay out of the matter, but now Usopp has asked him. If he doesn't express his opinion, it will look frivolous. I didn't take care of your feelings, I just told the truth. Luffy and Usopp started arguing as they talked. Wait, this is a very important thing, don't be so excited, Nami advised. Could it be that you have a better way to repair the Melee's keel? Sukang took the initiative to stand up at this time and attracted firepower. Sukang's words hit the point. No matter how unreliable Luffy is, there are some things he will definitely do and some things he will never do. The companions all knew the hard work of the Mary, and then they nodded together. Sukang said nothing, because at this moment it was not good for him to help anyone. Letting the two of them quarrel might be the best way to deal with it. Our ship is about to sink, Luffy reiterated later. So where's the big guy? Sukang looked at everyone. I'm not taking it lightly, Luffy also explained. I also made this decision after worrying for a long time. The melee can no longer be repaired. Otherwise, Luffy wouldn't have made such a difficult decision. Sukang said, abandoning his friends, Luffy couldn't do this kind of thing. Is that all this ship means to you, Luffy? Usopp yelled. Remember the long-nosed ship repair foreman named Kaku? He inspected the melee and found that the keel of the melee had been severely damaged. In other words, the core of the melee had been damaged. Then why do you say such boring things as changing ships? Usopp was already furious at this time. Stop arguing, you two, what's the use of arguing? Calm down and talk. Zoro tried to dissuade him from the side. The Mary is our important partner, isn't it clear to Luffy? Also, have you ever seen Luffy abandon his friends? I've told you what I know, Usopp. What would happen if it were you? Seeing that the Mary is dying, do you still want to continue to use it and tire him to death? So that's it, did you come back after being persuaded by the person you just met today? It's just that the so-called first-class ship repairman said no and you just came back like this. Usopp yelled, feeling very emotional, excited. What are you doing? You can't yell like that, Usopp, Chopper said. Usopp then patted the deck and said, this ship, aren't we taking a good ride on this ship now? Yes, Usopp nodded. Yes, Usopp, you need to rest, otherwise you will hurt your body. So why didn't he repair the Mary this time? Usopp asked. How can I be calm? What nonsense. It has always been with us. No matter what kind of storms and battles, we have been an important partner together. Do you want to ignore it until it dies? Usopp's expression changed again. That thing is so annoying. Hey, Luffy, why on earth Su Kang? You are the deputy captain, what do you think? Usopp knew that Su Kang was fair in everything and never said anything wrong, so I wanted to know his attitude. Yes, as you can see, everyone attaches great importance to the Mary, but why did Luffy make the decision to change ships? If you think about it carefully, is Luffy such a badass captain? I don't care about my bodies. The captain said so lightly that he wanted to change ships, how could I just sit back and do nothing? Usopp was furious again. In that case let me tell you what I think. Su Kang said, Usopp, you should know the Mary best, right? You have accompanied us over mountains and ridges across the sea from the East Daxia Sea to here and experienced various hardships. Do you know all of this? The matter is not resolved yet. Usopp was also very excited. Then can you make a judgment? It's precisely because there are no ship repairmen on this ship that we invited them to come and take a look, isn't it? Luffy said. Forget it, I won't ask those people anymore. Just like before, I will do the repairs. That's how it is. I traveled all the way here, okay? Let's start now. Hey, you guys are here to help too. Usopp, the obsession is also very deep. Zoro also looked at Usopp and Su Kang Luffy without saying a word. Su Kang once said this, but it was already a long time ago. Has it been predicted at that time that the day of the melee will happen? Zoro thought. No one helped Usopp and Luffy also asked, aren't you a ship repairman, Usopp? Stop talking, Luffy, Nami advised, and the two of them started to fight. That's right, so what, they just make a decision easily from a professional standpoint, thinking that it's someone else's ship anyway. I won't believe such irresponsible ship repairers. Usopp, I worked hard to extend the life of the melee. This is the lesson that you have to protect your own ship by yourself. I will never abandon this ship, Usopp yelled. Are you fools? You are going to be deceived by the words of those ship repairmen anyway, right? As I know you, you should believe in the solidity of this melee first, rather than the kind of factory that does business. Your self-righteous attitude and pretending to be a captain are not decisive. I misjudged you, Luffy, and you, Su Kang. Usopp grabbed Luffy and stared at Su Kang with emotion, still so excited. Wait, Usopp, Luffy and Su Kang, Nami wants to say something else. Stop talking, Nami. Luffy stopped Nami from speaking at this time and said, this is my decision, I won't change my mind, no matter what you say now, we will change the ship to the Mary separate here. Luffy said, what a joke. I won't agree to such a thing, Usopp grabbed Luffy and said. Listen, not everyone can live actively like you. If I give up my injured companion, I won't be able to continue sailing, Usopp said. Don't be stupid, even if we are companions, people and ships are different, Luffy said. Melee also has the perseverance to persevere. The key lies in you. Are you excited about the new ship? On the surface, you pretend to be reluctant to leave Melee. Enough is enough, Luffy finally couldn't help but attack Usopp. No, I think it's better for me to take action. Su Kang took the initiative to stand up at this time. And this became a trigger. I have always been calm, these are the decisions I made after calming down. So Su Kang, why do you insist on taking action? Luffy asked. To be honest, everyone naturally doesn't want Usopp to leave. Monkey D. Luffy, Usopp looked at Luffy and said, duel me. Since we have different opinions, we can't travel together. Usopp then took his backpack and left the cabin to the deck. Wherever I go is my freedom. It has nothing to do with you anymore, I want to leave you all. After Usopp finished speaking, the door closed. Today, I can't even take care of the money, from now on I will only cause you trouble. You don't need weak companions, right, Luffy? You want to be a one-piece man. I'm sorry, I accidentally. Before Luffy finished speaking, Usopp said, no, Luffy, that's what you mean. No, I'm serious. I've been thinking about it a long time ago. To be honest, I feel like I can no longer keep up with you guys who are as powerful as monsters. Then the decision to change ships will not be made, Usopp said. What did you say? Luffy couldn't believe that Usopp would think so. Su Kang? Luffy looked at Su Kang, wondering what Su Kang meant. Just abandon those useless companions and move forward. Since you want to abandon the Mary, then abandon me too. Usopp can be said to have entered an extreme state. Where are you going, Usopp? Zoro asked. I don't need such a big goal. Looking back when I was going to sea, it was you who invited me on board. It's just fate. Idiot, what did you want to say just now? Calm down and stop talking nonsense. Do you understand, Luffy? Sanji advised. Well, since you are so dissatisfied with my approach, you should get off this boat immediately. Before Luffy could finish his words, he was kicked away by Sanji. When did I lie to you? Su Kang comforted. So just do what you have to do, leave the rest of the battle to me. I have my own sense of proportion. You should feel relieved when I do things right. Then Usopp naturally left. Time flew by bit. Nami tried her best to persuade Luffy and Su Kang, but nothing could be done. Luffy, Su Kang, I can no longer fight with you. Until the end, I caused you trouble. That ship does belong to you as the captain, so have a fight with me. Is there such a way? Luffy wasn't really angry, but he just found it difficult for Usopp to communicate. The reason why Su Kang didn't speak was because at this time, Usopp was determined to save the merry ship, while Luffy also took the overall situation into consideration. Although the two had different ideas, they didn't do anything in the end. No way, Usopp is so stubborn, why would he be willing to go to another ship? Nami and others also didn't believe it. Do you think you're the only one suffering? Everyone feels the same. Luffy still said sincerely, just trust me, don't worry, I won't hurt him. Su Kang requested again and again, and Luffy finally agreed. Are we just letting Usopp go? Isn't Usopp our important partner? Go and stop him, Luffy. Su Kang, are you the captain? Nami said. Hey Usopp, don't talk nonsense, Sanji said. At 10 o'clock tonight I will come back here again. Then we will duel with the Mary as a bet. I will defeat you and win the Mary, and then my fate with you will end here. Usopp said. I said, what are you doing, Luffy? Su Kang, are you just silent all the time? Do you want to do something? Nami said. Then everyone walked out of the deck to persuade Usopp, but Usopp still didn't look back. Why do companions have to fight? Give each other some time and everyone will calm down, right? Nami said. Everyone knows Usopp very well. I think it won't take long for him to return willingly, and by that time we will also have a brand new pirate ship. He will not say much but will still cry, please come back. Su Kang showed a mysterious smile. At this time Chopper also came back dejectedly. I wanted to continue to heal his injuries, but he drove him back. Usopp now lives in the city, Chopper said. He said you and I are no longer partners, go back to the ship. Chopper burst into tears instantly. I was still so happy this morning, but now it's almost like it's fake. Nami is also a little numb. What's more, Robin is missing. If something happens to Robin again, our group will be torn apart. Nami then asked, Su Kang, do you know anything about Robin's movements? Do you understand? Su Kang took a sip of water and said, don't worry, it's only a matter of time before Robin or Usopp returns to the new ship. It won't be long before we have another ship repairman partner. However, the enemies this time are not simple, they are very strong. Everyone must fight with all their strength and be prepared, Su Kang said. Not long after, the time also reached 10 o'clock, and Su Kang had already arrived under the melee ship as agreed. At the rocky promontory, Su Kang was already waiting for Usopp's arrival. None of you come down, Su Kang said. Luffy also nodded. Here we come, Nami said. Usopp, Chopper yelled. At night there was a sea breeze blowing around and the moon shone alone on the melee. The sea breeze raised a lot of smoke and dust on the rocky promontory. A figure appeared in the smoke and dust. It was Usopp. Usopp was a little surprised when he saw that the person in front of him was Su Kang, but he didn't ask any more questions. After all, Su Kang or Luffy are both captains and can represent the Straw Hats. Is Usopp here? No matter how you are beaten today, don't regret it. This is the duel you long for, Su Kang said. Of course, go all out. I will let you know how powerful I am. I already have a way to defeat you, Usopp said. How to defeat me? I don't believe it. Su Kang shook his head. Is there anyone in this world who can defeat Su Kang? It's still uncertain, not to mention that it was Usopp who said this. Can't you stop it? Usopp is seriously injured, Chopper said. If you can't stand it, just go in, Zoro said. Chopper had no choice. Don't compare me to those enemies who don't know your true identity, Usopp said. Su Kang, we have been together for so long, I know your abilities quite well. Don't be surprised when I hear this, Su Kang. I have 8,000 subordinates. If you want to survive, surrender immediately, Wu Xiupu said. It's clumsy, but whatever, I'll be more serious. While Su Kang spoke, his eyes had turned into 3 Magatama shapes. Yes, Su Kang used the 3 Magatama Sharingan at this moment. Then Usopp said, the blades are stuck in all the teeth. There are bamboo sticks stuck between all the fingernails. Su Kang didn't react at all to all this, and remained as still as a mountain. Usopp then spit out a mouthful of blood, but Su Kang didn't smell a trace of blood at all. It was obviously tomatoes. Clumsy, Su Kang said again. Shining shell. At this moment, Usopp took out the shining shell and sealed Su Kang's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Usopp said, the must kill Stinky Star. Countless rotten eggs were hit on Su Kang's body. Must kill Pepper Star. Usopp's battle was not sloppy at all, maybe because he was eager to win. Usopp had already thrown caltrops all over the ground. There is already a hell of thorns under your feet, Usopp said. Now that Usopp fell, Su Kang told Usopp what he and Luffy meant. Listen up, Su Kang. Since the opponent is you, I will go all out to defeat you and get the Mary, no matter what means I use, Usopp said. Oh, Su Kang didn't say much. He had been hit by many attacks in succession, but none of them had any damage to Su Kang. Su Kang was just too lazy to hide. Don't be too proud. Su Kang got close and punched Usopp hard. Who would have thought that Usopp would actually take out a shock shell? Su Kang dodged them all. At this time, Su Kang noticed smoke around him. It turned out that it was Usopp using the smoke shell to release the smoke. Immediately afterwards, Usopp fell to the ground. Su Kang himself was affected by his own attack and was instantly knocked away. Although Su Kang was attacked so many times, he finally managed to get close to Usopp very easily and simply punched Usopp in the stomach, causing Usopp to fall to the ground. He couldn't even stand up, but he was not hurt because when he saw Su Kang's eyes, he was doomed to fail. However, Usopp's biggest problem is that he doesn't have a move that can completely kill the enemy. Must kill. Shuriken Meteor Swarm, rows of neat shurikens shot out from Usopp's hands. Yes, Su Kang used Sharingan's Genjutsu. Sorry, watch the move, Fire Star. At this time, Usopp used his attack again, and the area near Su Kang, which was filled with gas, was instantly ignited and a big explosion occurred. Luffy and I discussed that the Mary is at your disposal. We are going to get a new ship and continue sailing. Su Kang then said, everyone likes you very much, Usopp, goodbye. I hope you will do the same in the future. Good. The companions around felt quite strange. It's so heavy. Luffy's expression was also very painful at this time. Must kill, explode the cactus star. Usopp launched the attack again. See, I won't use ineffective attacks on you. Usopp then continued to use his own unique technique. I don't know what Su Kang must have done. Luffy also felt very strange. This time Su Kang was suppressed again. The power of the explosion is amazing. All the battles that Usopp fought just now were just what Su Kang wanted him to see. At this time, Su Kang stood up and walked step by step in the direction of Usopp. I will accept your power. Shock Shell. Usopp then released the power of Shock Shell again. Must kill Pepper Star. Usopp used Pepper again. Su Kang sneezed immediately after smelling the pepper and there were caltrops under his feet. It was quite difficult. I know you can't die at this level, Usopp said. The smoke and dust dispersed at this moment and Su Kang had fallen to the ground. This is the Captain, Luffy. If even you are hesitant, who should we believe? Because of the rotten eggs, didn't you notice? Your place is already full of gas. Usopp said. Well, Usopp feels a little uncomfortable. 3 company gunpowder stars. Usopp used a slingshot to chase Su Kang, but Su Kang could only dodge again and again. Su Kang, Usopp, Chopper shouted. Why didn't Usopp move? Then he fell down, Chopper asked. Awesome, Usopp actually suppressed Su Kang, Chopper said without knowing what was going on. You should thank Su Kang, he has shared some of the burden for you, Zoro said. The kind-hearted Chopper brought a lot of medicine from the ship and placed it next to Usopp. And Zoro said, give him the ship. Both Luffy and Chopper were in tears at this moment, partly because of Usopp's departure and partly because of the departure of the Mary. We can no longer return to this ship, Su Kang said. Su Kang and others transferred the luggage from the melee and then moved into the city at night. One night, no one said anything. And in the morning when everyone met on the rooftop, Luffy didn't say anything at all. Sanji, where have you been? Chopper asked. Me, I stayed at the rocky promontory all night because I thought Robin might come back. When will Miss Robin come back? Sanji asked. Chopper also said. After arriving on this island, all the bad things happened. The money was taken away and the trouble with Usopp was made. Usopp was injured so seriously, he must have a high fever now. I can't move anymore. Chopper, stop talking about him, Zoro reminded. After all, everyone has already accepted this fact in their hearts at this time. Today I want to go look for it on the street, Sanji said. Can you find Robin? Chopper asked. I don't know, although I don't have a clue. She will be somewhere in this city. If something happens, she can also meet at this hotel, Sanji said. I'll look for him too, Chopper said. That's okay. Sanji and Chopper were about to go out when Su Kang and Nami came in from the door. It's bad. People in the whole city are talking about this now. Luffy, last night, Mr. Iceberg from the shipyard was. He was shot, Su Kang added. Su Kang and Nami don't need to collect information at all. They can find out what others are discussing just by walking around. Uncle Bing him, Luffy also turned his head. It's said that he is still in a coma, Nami said. Why would the uncle who is so respected by everyone do this? Luffy also couldn't understand. As the saying goes, one wave comes after another and the companion's matter has not been dealt with yet and now something new happened. Who are you talking about? Sanji asked again. Because Sanji did not go to the shipyard with Su Kang and others, he did not know. The person who took care of us yesterday at the shipyard is both the owner of the shipyard and the mayor of the water city, Nami replied. That's a big shot, Sanji said. Yes, there is no more serious incident in the city, Nami said. Su Kang, let's go together. After Luffy finished speaking, he rushed towards where the ice was. Wait, you two, I want to go too, Nami said. However, when Nami said that, Su Kang and Luffy had already left the rooftop. Immediately afterwards, newspaper headlines appeared everywhere in the city, reporting that the iceberg was attacked. All the citizens of the water city had their hearts in their throats. After all, the person who was assassinated was Mr. Bingshan. Then let's go directly to Uncle's house, Luffy said. Emergency notice, this is the Water City Weather Forecast Bureau. Now the water god's warning is issued to the entire island. It will arrive in the water city at midnight today, said the radio phone bug. This melody is, hey, the water gods are coming, go and inform those who don't know yet. Many people on the road told each other, hatred makes people strong. Frankie's house was destroyed and all his younger brothers were beaten severely several times. Frankie was naturally extremely angry. I heard that his home is inside the headquarters, Nami said. Just as Yaga Labunru drove past the place where Usopp fell to the ground yesterday, Nami couldn't help but think of Usopp. He replenished a large amount of coke and was now fully prepared. Frankie believed that he was now the strongest and could definitely defeat Sukang and Luffy. Water gods, what is that? Nami and Luffy were also confused. Sukang naturally gave an explanation. It's useless, you have to enter from the number 1 dock. Only relevant personnel and specific reporters can enter. Everyone is worried and restless, the uncle said. Where? Where exactly? If you want to enter, you must avoid the crowd and enter as quickly as possible, Sukang said. A tall man pointed at this group of people and said, hey, did you guys exchange my names just now? That's right. Whether it's the clouds in the sky or the unrest of the sea, they all seem to be talking about the coming bad weather. Nami then said, the water city itself is relatively low. It seems that we can only go there escape to a higher place. As expected, can't you get in, Luffy said. That guy is Frankie. Ah, there. Does everyone call him Frankie? Nami reminded. What's going on? That perverted guy is calling us. Luffy was also surprised. Yes, but there is no need to be so anxious for the time being because the water gods will arrive at midnight, Sukang said. Come out, Straw Hat Luffy, Majin Sukang, you should be right here, Frankie shouted to the crowd under the number 1 dock. Appeared. Immediately afterwards, the water capital broadcast a piece of news again. After all, Frankie only wore a pair of underwear on his lower body, so anyone who saw him would think he was a pervert. To put it bluntly, strong winds will cause a tsunami, right? Is it a natural disaster? After Sukang finished speaking, Nami, who is very sensitive to the weather and the sea, also noticed it. At this time, Yaga Labunlu had arrived at Dock No. 1, but a large number of people gathered at the entrance of Dock Number 1. Some of these people were concerned about the iceberg, and some were just there to join in the fun. I'm sorry, do you know where the entrance to the headquarters is? Nami asked the others directly. Frankie, who was at a high place, said, that's the most powerful man on this island. I'm the boss behind Water City, yes, everyone calls me Frankie. Frankie bumped his arms together to form a star pattern, looking a little silly. Is that so? Thank you, Nami thanked him. No way, why is it at this time? Everyone already knows who is coming at this moment. Who's going to call you by your name? Get away. Come out, Straw Hat Luffy, Demon Sukang. Frankie was very angry at this time. The reason why he ran away before was because he was no match for Sukang, but the reason for coming back this time was also very simple. At this time, a melody suddenly sounded around. This melody was very unpleasant, and the people around him became frightened. He was the one who gave Usopp to Usopp. Luffy looked at Frankie in front of him with more hatred in his eyes. That guy, Luffy's fists were clenched very tightly at this time. Although Sukang had never fought against Frankie before, he was able to scare Frankie away with just wind escape, which was considered as venting his anger, but Luffy had not beaten Frankie severely yet. Hey, swimming trunks man, I am Luffy. At this time, Luffy also admitted his identity very directly. Are you Straw Hat Luffy? Yes, the person next to you is Demon Sukang. You actually messed around while I was away, brother. I doubted my eyes even when I came back. No, my house has been completely changed beyond recognition. I thought you would stop after the money has been returned to you, but I didn't expect you would not give me face in the end. My younger brothers also said that they were beaten so badly by you. Frankie twisted around like he was doing warm-up exercises, and then Frankie said, no one can really stop me this week. No matter what others say, my anger will not be able to stop you until it turns you into a rag. Calm. Anyway, if I don't beat you away, it will be hard to quell the anger in my heart. Luffy also looked at Frankie and said at this time, I'm the only one who can't get rid of the anger in my heart, idiot, Frankie said. Hey, come down here quickly. Luffy also took the initiative to challenge. No, Frankie is going to cause trouble. Escape. Everyone take refuge. Run away. The people naturally left quickly. At this time, Frankie took a deep breath. What is he doing? Nami asked. Spray fire, Sukang said. What breath? Fire? Nami asked in surprise. Sure enough, Frankie spit out flames from the air in a high and low manner. The raging flames immediately burned toward Sukang and others. Water-style water barrier. Sukang naturally had a way to resist the attack of this flame. quickly forming a seal and then performing it smoothly. Finally, the water barrier was used. The flames hit the water barrier, immediately generating countless water vapor around it. Since it is in a water city, the surrounding water elements are abundant, and the power of water style is naturally more powerful. What? Frankie was also startled. He breathed fire with all his strength but was blocked by the water wall used by the opponent. One shoots fire out of its mouth, one can summon a wall of water. This is so weird. Luffy couldn't help but complain. Is it rare to be able to breathe fire? Although Frankie was very annoyed, he was also very proud when he heard Luffy sighing about his fire-breathing skills. This guy might be in a spur, Nami guessed. What kind of fruit is it? Luffy asked uncertainly. At this time, Frankie jumped straight down from where he was just now and jumped into the water. This guy is not a person with abilities, otherwise he would have drowned by now. As soon as Su Kang finished speaking, Yaga Labunlu was knocked away. Nami and Luffy were also knocked into the air. I'm not a person with abilities, Frankie said. Su Kang then hugged Nami directly. Luffy looked at Frankie and said, rubber rubber. However, Frankie said calmly, I have learned about your abilities. Strong right hand, Frankie is a modified man. He can also stretch out his fist, and because he is a machine, he is more mobile. Before Luffy's attack could come out, Frankie took the lid and punched Luffy in the chest. At this time, Su Kang hugged Nami and stood very steadily on the sea. You, Su Kang, you are actually standing on the sea. Nami looked at Su Kang's feet in shock and said, What's so big about it? Su Kang didn't pay much attention. When the people around saw the foreman coming, they were very happy. However, Frankie also expected it and blocked it and knocked Luffy away with the same punch. Ah. Don't you know, little sister, let me tell you, I am a modified person who has undergone body modification. Frankie took off his wrist and said very proudly, Danger. The shipyard was almost destroyed. In order to prevent Nami from being harmed, Su Kang quickly put her on the shore. And there were Kakuluchi and others beside him. An attack similar to a rocket launcher rushed towards Luffy. I asked, why is Nami so happy? We are now one of the murder suspects. Su Kang's words made Nami's mood fall to the bottom again, but Su Kang didn't deliberately take advantage of Nami. If he didn't hug her at this time, she would fall into the water. Luffy received a solid punch from Frankie, and the punch directly hit Luffy against the huge wall, and Luffy fell down and fell to the ground. Come on. You are the best. Frankie then aimed his arm at Luffy, opening his wrist to reveal the scope. Although Luffy's rubber attack lacks mobility, it also has the advantage of flexibility. The two sides fought with each other and each had their own victory or defeat. However, the surrounding buildings were damaged. The good buildings were affected by the battle between the two and eventually turned into ruins. Great. Aren't they the shipbuilders from yesterday? They should help us, right? Nami also showed a very happy expression. Please kill them. Wow, great, it's the foreman of dockyard number 1. Let's try it. Your attacks are of no use to me. Frankie also didn't think he would lose. Left-hand weapon, Frankie directly used the long-range attack of his left hand. Luffy dodged it and then used a rubber whip to attack Frankie. What? Su Kang. Carrera, what do you want? Frankie asked. Who is it? Both of them were looking around, but at this time Frankie himself seemed to be under attack and he was knocked away. One of my abilities, right? I can walk on the water and run, which is a method of energy control. Su Kang said. When the people saw the arrival of the foreman, they were naturally very excited. Su Kang has never held Nami so close before. Nami is not Su Kang's type, however even at such a close distance, Su Kang feels quite happy inside. What is your purpose after doing some boring things? Demon Su Kang, Straw Hat Boy. The person who spoke was naturally Bari, one of the ship repair foremen. Go help Luffy, Nami said. HMPH B*****D, you will know how powerful he is soon. Frankie also wanted to attack Su Kang, but Luffy still interrupted Frankie's attack. What? What was that move just now? Nami also felt a little incredible. Anyway, I'm going to defeat you, Luffy said. Finally, some familiar people appeared in front of them. Your opponent is me, Luffy said.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.